Good morning, everyone, and welcome, members of the public. We welcome you to the special meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Monday, February 24th, 2025. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with the budget matter, departmental budget presentations. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have 1 minute to address the budget matter. Please state your name, and once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the budget matter, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
We will take up item 1, fiscal year 2025-26 departmental budget presentations for members of the public on the telephone. Please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. We will now hear from our Chief Executive Officer, Felicia Davenport.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. As we continue our departmental budget presentations that are required by Measure G, I feel it is worth repeating that the departmental budgets were prepared and in many cases submitted before the devastating fires. And so you will not see in most cases, specific requests related to fire recovery. However, the departments have incorporated their efforts and their challenges related to the fires as part of their unmet needs on the very last page of the slide. And I think two things that you will see different today. The board a couple of weeks ago stood up a recovery and a relief fund. And we know that there has been large amounts of donations and funds that have been collected to support the recovery and the relief effort. And we are receiving calls, our departments are receiving calls from institutions and community-based organizations saying, how can we help? So I have requested the Director of Public Works, as well as our Director of Parks and Recs, at the end of their budget presentation, since they are directly involved in the recovery and the relief effort, I have asked them to identify, in order of priority, the needs that they know exist in terms of helping them to implement their mission to recovery and relief for those impacted by the fire. So each of them should end their presentations with a prioritized list. We will post that list. And so if anyone is interested, if they have funds and they don't know quite what to do with them, we will have that information posted on our websites. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicia, thank you for that, and thank you for everything you're doing. Yep.
May I ask just a follow-up question on that last
Supervisor
point?
Mitchell,
I just
sure.
want to make sure the amended motion we passed last week where we talked about identifying philanthropic resources for the rent relief is on that list, like at the top, since it was a part of a board motion.
Say it again, Supervisor.
I just wanted to make sure you mentioned that you're going to ask that we create a list on your webpage so philanthropy knows our needs. I was reminding us all of the motion we passed last week that was amended, identifying our priority and looking for philanthropic dollars to cover our rent relief efforts. So I wanted to make sure that was front and center.
Absolutely, we will include that as well.
Please, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I was going to say, Felicia, thank you for everything you and your team are doing, helping with the emergency recovery. And with that, we will look to the Department of Public Works, and I also want to thank you, Mark, and your team for the extraordinary work that you've done during the fires, floods, and now with our cleanup. And I know it's been a tough month, but I appreciate the work that you and your team have done.
Thank you for mentioning that, Supervisor. Good morning, Chair Barger and members of the board. I'm Mark Pastrella, the Director of Public Works. Joining me today, I have Chief Deputy Director Angela George Moody, Administrative Deputy Jeff Howard, and Public Works Chief Financial Officer Leanne Hall. I appreciate the opportunity to present Public Works 25-26 recommended budget to your board. I'm honored to be here today as the Director of the Department to present my budget in person to you directly, the first time that's been done in Public Works history. The budget before you is aligned with the priorities of your board. I welcome the opportunity to explain how Public Works manages these funds and to provide a transparent account of our stewardship of these resources. Slide 1. Public Works' vision is to be the most trusted infrastructure agency in the region. Our mission is to plan, build, and maintain modern infrastructure that uplifts all communities in Los Angeles County. I've identified 5 strategic focus areas for the department. These include community sustainability, community resiliency, equity, customer experience, and financial health. Public Works is responsible for a wide range of mandated duties that support community health and safety, resiliency, and sustainability through the vertical and horizontal infrastructure we deliver and maintain. Our core responsibilities include transportation, such as maintaining roads, sidewalks, trees, bridges, and traffic signals. Water resource management, including flood protection, water conservation, and stormwater pollution control. Construction management, including capital project management, private and public permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. Additionally, Public Works provides countywide solid waste management, ensuring proper waste disposal, recycling, and sustainability initiatives. The department also provides emergency response services, particularly for climate-related disasters like flood, wildfires, and earthquakes, ensuring community resilience and public safety. Public Works FY 25-26 recommended budget is $4.1 billion. This is a decrease of $299 million from the FY 2024-25 adopted budget. Our current budget does not account for the response and recovery efforts related to the fires, which we anticipate will have a significant financial impact and may lead to project delays. We estimate that response and recovery costs will exceed $480 million, with more than $250 million not eligible for reimbursement. Currently, Public Works is leading the debris removal and rebuilding efforts under the county's Office of Emergency Management. In debris removal, we continue to meet with residents to encourage them to opt in and to complete the right of entry forms. Out of the 15,000 properties affected by the fires, we currently have a 99% opt-in rate of the 8,642 right of entry forms submitted. To facilitate expedited rebuilding in the fire areas, Public Works held workshops with architects, engineers, designers, contractors, and consultants to identify ways to improve the design, permitting, building, contracting, and inspection processes. We also opened the Calabasas One-Stop Center and Altadena One-Stop Center to help property owners in county unincorporated communities with the permitting process for rebuilding. Agencies involved include Public Works, Fire, Regional Planning, and Public Health. Public Works is collaborating with state and local partners ahead of storms to protect people, property, and the natural environment from potential mud and debris flows. We've cleared debris from streets, prepped debris basins in the foothills, and protected the storm drain system from ash and debris. We assessed burned areas and strategically placed protective measures, including K-roll, straw wattles, and gravel bags, not only in the unincorporated areas, but throughout LA County in the area of the flood control district. Following storm events, Public Works is taking protective measures to assess vulnerable locations and clear debris basins. It's estimated that we'll have to remove approximately 500,000 cubic yards of sediment and debris from Eaton Wash Dam to safeguard downstream communities for flooding. Work began last week and will continue through May. In light of recent response and recovery efforts, it's essential to adopt a thorough approach to our financial planning and project management. We are conducting a comprehensive analysis to assess the financial implications of our fire recovery efforts on current projects and initiatives. This includes reviewing our fund budgets, analyzing cost estimates, and identifying areas for reallocating expenditures. To address financial challenges, we will evaluate the feasibility of delaying certain projects to prioritize those that are critical and time sensitive. We will consult the board offices of project impacts to provide their expertise and insights in the proposed measures. The consideration will guide our decision-making process, ensuring informed and strategic choices for the benefit of our community. We believe that this methodical approach will enable us to navigate our financial challenges responsibly and ensure the sustainable progress of your initiatives. Public Works' major financing sources consist primarily of restricted revenues. Public Works' budget consists of 147 different funds, each having its unique funding sources and mandated purposes. Public Works operations are defined within 5 business areas: water resources, transportation, municipal services, environmental services, and construction management. Water resources. The FY 2025-26 recommended fund budgets for water resources is $1.7 billion and reflects a $146.8 million decrease from the FY 2024-25 adopted budget. Specifically, the Measure W FY 2025-26 recommended budget is $976 million and is used to increase stormwater capture and other multi-benefit projects. The $181 million reduction from Measure W FY 2024-25 adopted budget represents anticipated fund disbursements to cities, other agencies, and project developers for safe, clean water program projects. In the Flood Control District, FY 2025-26 recommended budget of $499 million, there is a $52 million increase for flood protection services and increased infrastructure investments. Transportation. The FY 2025-26 recommended fund budgets for the transportation business area is $850.1 million, which reflects a $138 million decrease from the FY 2024-25 adopted budget. One of the major funds in the transportation business area is the road fund. The FY 2025-26 recommended budget for the road fund is $403 million, which is utilized for the operation and maintenance of roadway and pedestrian paths and improvements of unincorporated area municipal streets and highways. Municipal services. The FY 2025-26 recommended fund budgets for municipal services business area is $236.7 million. One of the major funds in the municipal services business area is the Public Works General Fund. The FY 2025-26 recommended budget for the Public Works General Fund is $164 million, representing a $22 million increase from the FY 24-25 final adopted budget. Services provided in the Public Works General Fund include engineering services, plan checking and inspection of residential, industrial, and commercial developments, which will be significant in our fire recovery efforts. Public Works restricted funds make up 98.25% of our budget. Approximately 1% of our budget is from NCC. We are requesting $30.8 million for unmet needs in NCC. Slide 2, net county cost unmet needs. Public Works continues to prioritize street safety, trash and illegal dumping, climate change, and homelessness, aligning with the board's priorities to enhance the quality of life of our Los Angeles County residents. To support these efforts, Public Works is requesting an additional $30.8 million in net county cost. The requested funding is allocated as follows: $4.5 million in ongoing NCC to support homeless initiatives and quality of life activities aligned with the board motions and board priorities. $9.4 million in one-time NCC to improve street safety through Public Works Vision Zero programs. $3.4 million in ongoing NCC to establish Transportation Planning Division. $7.9 million in ongoing NCC to combat the climate crisis through urban canopy enhancement. $2.3 million in ongoing NCC to enhance climate resilience by installing shade structures along transit corridors. $3.3 million in ongoing NCC to enhance stormwater and urban runoff quality through operations and maintenance activities. Please go to slide 3. Budget challenges and pressures. Public Works anticipates significant challenges in future budget cycles due to declining revenues, rising costs, climate-related impacts, and the ongoing crisis of people experiencing homelessness. One of the primary financial pressures we face is the decrease in key revenue sources. For example, gas tax revenues, which fund much of our transportation infrastructure, continues to decline due to reduced fuel consumption and the transition to electric vehicles. While the initial road fund budget projected an increased gas tax revenue, the latest estimates from the California State Association of Counties now reflect a decrease, creating additional uncertainty. Without stable and sufficient revenue streams, our ability to maintain roads, improve transit infrastructure, and invest in sustainable transportation solutions will be at risk. At the same time, costs continue to rise across multiple areas, straining our ability to deliver services efficiently. Aging infrastructure requires significant investment to remain safe and reliable, and deferred maintenance only increases long-term expenses. The cost of equipment, materials, and contracts continues to escalate, making it more difficult to complete projects on time and within budget. Additionally, increased community engagement efforts to ensure greater transparency and inclusivity require additional resources, something that's very important to all of us, to increase our ability to communicate what we're doing before we do it and ask the community what their needs are before we act on it. As our population grows and traffic volumes rise, it demands further investment in roadway improvements, traffic management, and pedestrian safety initiatives. Without additional funding, we will face significant challenges in maintaining the county's infrastructure and meeting the needs of our residents. Climate change has introduced a new financial burden as extreme weather conditions marked by prolonged droughts and intense rain events become more frequent. Over the last 2 years, the county has faced major climate-related incidents, including wildfires and severe storms, which have required extensive response and recovery efforts. These incidents have cost the road fund approximately $70 million over the last 2 years, further straining our resources. As climate events become more severe and unpredictable, investments in resilient infrastructure, disaster preparedness, and emergency response efforts must increase. Another major challenge is the growing crisis of people experiencing homelessness, which has had a direct impact on public infrastructure and services. Many PEH encampments are established along flood control channels, roadsides, and other public spaces, creating safety hazards and health concerns. Public Works is working in partnership with LAHSA, Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, CEO HI, and the Sheriff's Department to provide assistance, outreach, and safe alternatives for individuals in need. In response to the crisis, we need additional funding to increase efforts to address encampments and provide cleaner, safer public spaces. As we move forward, the demand for services continues to grow, while revenues decline. Our ability to provide safe roads, resilient infrastructure, emergency response, and public service depends on securing sustainable funding. Public Works remain fully committed to developing the essential infrastructure and services that Los Angeles County residents rely on and deserve. However, with increasing financial pressures, declining revenues, and rising costs, it's clear that additional funding strategies must be explored to ensure we can continue to meet the needs of our communities. In these extraordinary times, supporting communities in their recovery and rebuilding efforts requires innovative and collaborative approaches. Exploring partnerships with philanthropic individuals and organizations may provide a vital opportunity to enhance and accelerate recovery efforts for the fire-affected communities. By leveraging philanthropic contributions, we can supplement existing resources and provide targeted support where it's most needed. Philanthropic contributions can play a crucial role in assisting communities by funding essential recovery initiatives, including forgivable grants for low-income legacy families without insurance, ensuring they can rebuild their homes and remain in their communities. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Building permit fee assistance to alleviate financial burdens on homeowners seeking to rebuild. Watershed recovery efforts to protect homes from mud and debris flow through measures such as tree planting, slope stabilization, and best management practices. Reestablishment of survey monuments to expedite rebuilding efforts by restoring critical reference points for property boundaries. Improvements and repairs to critical water and transportation infrastructure to sustainably serve the rebuilt community and enhance long-term resilience. By exploring these partnerships, we can foster a collaborative approach that not only accelerates recovery, but also ensures that rebuilding efforts promote safety, sustainability, and long-term community well-being. We look forward to identifying potential philanthropic partners who share our commitment to helping communities recover and thrive. I recognize the urgency of addressing these challenges, and I am committed to returning to this board with a comprehensive analysis of potential options to stabilize and increase funding. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I'm gonna start. I just have a few questions, and I appreciate the comprehensive report that you provided. The rising cost of providing services and maintaining our infrastructure is noted in your briefing. The department's budget request for unmet needs touches upon Vision Zero, road safety and transportation planning, and we are hopeful that this new funding will help your department address these transportation-related issues. But how are you balancing the tremendous demands of the county's road fund even before the fire? Because I know that even before the fire, especially in my district, which has the largest unincorporated roads, it had been a challenge because funding was going down, but the need was going up.
That's true, Supervisor. Thank you for your question. The transportation budget includes road fund, Proposition A and C local return funds, Measure R&M local return funds, TDA Article 3 bikeway funds, special road district funds, street lighting funds, and aviation enterprise funds. Each fund has a specific state and local eligibility rules, as I know you're aware. On an annual basis and actually on a monthly basis, we're meeting with your staff to actually balance those funds throughout the year. Each district has specific funds dedicated to itself for spending for transportation purposes, but also there's enterprise funds that go over the whole county. So what we propose in terms of balance, we have been proposing in balancing those, is to continue to work with your office to help prioritize what this limited amount of money can be spent on. As we have gone, as I stated in my presentation, the road fund in particular, and this is the safety fund, this is the fund that maintains safe streets, has been heavily impacted by the increasing events that we were experiencing. So what we're looking at, Supervisor, is reprioritizing across all these transportation funds that qualify for safety, and working with your board office to, in this next year, look at reprioritizing potentially projects in each district over them so that we might balance this fund in the upcoming year. The fund has been threatened throughout the years, has been limited throughout the years, but it has become more intense, as I said, with the damages that we're seeing over year after year in LA County.
Are we putting together future budget requests for positions and resources to help with the Eaton and the Palisades fire rebuilding efforts? And are we factoring in the board's directive to provide a streamlined or concierge process for rebuilding?
We're rebuilt, yes, Supervisor, specifically for the unincorporated areas, rebuilding, this would be the Altadena area and also the area, the coastline area, Sunset Mesa, as well as other areas, unincorporated areas. We are putting together a proposal for the board to consider, which would essentially contract much of the services out to additional resources being brought out, and then management positions specifically over them. So essentially what we're doing is building onto our building and safety services a new group of managers with contract services to support them. This analysis is ongoing. We're currently handling with existing resources, and we're documenting the cost of those resources as we go. Of course, building permit revenues are what typically pay for those resources.
Yeah, and I know that one of the things that we're looking at is efficiencies that relates to automation, which one would argue would actually bring down the costs, because there are things that are being done that could be done, even like with you think of Epic.
Yes.
And so I think moving forward there are opportunities as well to streamline for long term, not just for the fires, but across the board, as we realize with these fires how delicate our housing system is and how the lack of housing is only made worse by these fires because people have been displaced and are looking for housing. So it's painfully obvious to me that we need to do a better job of bringing housing inventory online.
Yes.
Beyond the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire.
Yes, I would like to mention, and you give me an opportunity to mention, that efficiencies are absolutely a part of any adjustments we're making. As you said, Epic LA, but also even the amount of time we take to plan check can reduce the cost overall. So we are looking at every innovation, every efficiency we can achieve to manage this budget and to deliver on the expectations of all the board offices with respect to housing in LA County.
Thanks. On the watershed measure, or the watershed that you brought up in the last slide, would Measure W funds be eligible for that?
To be honest, Supervisor, there is a nexus to it, of course, because pollution control is the major health and pollution control. So in those communities that their infrastructure has been destroyed for that purpose, certainly Measure W funds would be available to pay for those improvements, yes.
Because I even think that where we haven't had the fires, lessons learned from the Eaton and the Palisades might benefit looking at how we can be more proactive, if
Yes.
at all.
Yes.
In areas that are more susceptible or prone to fires?
Yes, what's interesting, and we've been learning that with each fire event, is how our BMPs, they call them BMPs, or our devices, are working to control pollutants of concern. And we have, lessons learned have been applied in this event, and there's more lessons to learn as in any event, and how we can improve the BMPs that are controlling pollutants of concern in our communities.
Great. And then my last question is the people experiencing homelessness, ensuring safe and sustainable communities for all, including persons experiencing homelessness. What role do you see public works playing as it relates to what we're doing now? Because it says external funding is needed.
Yes.
Help me.
Well, Supervisor, we've been working hand in hand, as you know, with HI and with LASA, but more importantly with our partners, the Sheriff Department and others, to address homelessness, the encampments, and really what we're seeking in terms of the NCC increases to do more of what we've been doing. And I think the board has been very appreciative of it because we've been able to stabilize communities by addressing communities with respect, while at the same time creating a safer environment for people to be within, and specifically the removal of RVs, engaging people in the flood control system where they're at, providing better sanitary conditions for community members, whether they're homelessness or not. So there's a number of things in our that are detailed in that effort that I think and we've been measuring and seeing good metrics in. So we're just looking, our request is to do more of what you have already been asking us to do.
Yeah, one of the things that and I appreciate the answer, because I know that Supervisor Solis and I share the riverbed between Azusa and Duarte. And, when I think about the Eaton fire and where that started, I'm convinced that we need to be more proactive. And we've been proactive, but in terms of the encampments that are in our riverbeds and in areas that are high fire, especially as you go up Azusa Canyon, because this fire, what it did in such a short period of time, now granted the winds played a role, but is a wake-up call that we need to address and take precautions at all levels. And that's not to say that every homeless encampment is going to start a fire, because it's not intentional. It's usually for food or to keep them warm for the most part. And so I think it's important for us to work with LASA in being, seeing where we can really make sure that we don't have encampments at all in those areas.
I agree, Supervisor. Sources of ignition are a major concern, whether it's homelessness or it's our own construction activities. The department has done a really good job of shutting down construction, just like at PSPS. On the homeless front, Supervisor, just want to mention that I do want to congratulate the board on the transfer of a number of channels from from Army Corps of Engineers jurisdiction to LA County's jurisdiction, which authorizes us to be more proactive in those sections of the channel that were previously maintained by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Fantastic. Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Mark, and to your staff. I really, sometimes think our public isn't fully aware of the work that you all do, because you're behind the scenes or you're just out there repairing our roads and graffiti abatement and really helping us. And I want to thank your team, especially out in the unincorporated areas, and in particular East LA. And want to lift up the fact that you are asking for $4.5 million for the homeless initiative and quality of life activities. I think those are very critical, and I concur with Supervisor Barger that the encampment movement is so important to our unincorporated areas. We had one of our first encampment activities in East LA. While the numbers may not be as large as maybe in the 2nd District or others, nonetheless, they are very critical. And I can't even begin to tell you that I think this has to continue to really be a force, a visible force in our districts, because by and large, the majority of calls that we get oftentimes is just citing more RVs and folks that are disposing of material in our sewage areas and impacting our sidewalks and what have you. So I appreciate everything you're doing, the signage. I think in some areas that helps, but in others they're ignoring it. And I'll say that in particular, I often drive down Amar Road and the Bassett area, and I know we have put up signage there, but there continues to be, just the presence of folks, not just RVs, but also, I want to say vendors, illegal vending that goes on, and I know that sometimes compromises your staff when they're out there, and I think people need to know that too, that they also get accosted, and that is something that we have to be mindful of. So I appreciate what they're doing, but I want them to be vigilant, and often, you know, I know they do respond quickly to my staff. So I want to say thank you. I'm very happy that you are continuing to look at shade and that coverage at our bus stops, because whether we like it or not, a week ago we had tremendous water coming in, rain and snow. I hope we're capturing that. And maybe you want to say something about that, how that went? Because that was a lot of rainwater and that came down in what, 2 days? And how are we doing with capturing that?
Well, Supervisor, thank you for the opportunity to mention that. It is one of the critical roles of Public Works plays in maintaining the flood control system and the water conservation system, as well as Measure W devices. We've done a great job in increasing your board every year funding those efforts and maintaining those reservoirs so that we can capture them. And in fact, during this storm event, which is an interesting storm, you know, we had an intense rainfall over a short period of time. That's the most difficult water to capture, because it comes down hard and fast and it's so much water at once. The weight of water is very difficult and dangerous to actually try to capture it. We had a dam release as a part of one of the storm event in Sierra Madre, and those flows did make it over the dam, over the first capture device. They were captured later under further dams below, Santa Fe as well as Whittier Narrows, and then we spread that water. So even though it was a pretty intense storm, the series of facilities that you fund every year for maintenance operation did a really good job of capturing a majority of that water before it headed off to the ocean. And just remind the community that LA County captures 2/3 of the drinking water supply for all of LA County in any given year, on an average year. And in the San Gabriel Valley, we're capturing over 90% of the water in those watersheds as it rains for future use. So it is a world-class system. It does require money to maintain, and that's what today's about, is the budget to maintain those facilities. The other thing is really good, and I think I want to mention, is there were no lives lost in the flood control system this year or last year or for many previous years. And I think what you mentioned, and people don't know what we do, what you are actually in charge of, that system saves lives every year. As I tell my staff, we don't know how many lives we actually saved because of the fact that we're maintaining the facilities, and the supervisors are supportive of maintaining these facilities in world-class condition.
Just this last year, we had a tour of our water facilities up, actually it was in Supervisor Barger's district, but Morris Dam, and you know, the capturing of all that water, it's magnificent. And I would encourage staff or board members to take a trip up there. It's quite amazing to see the small number of people that operate it, and one gentleman lives there 24/7. It's amazing to see that because you don't often think about the county undertaking such a phenomenal responsibility, and how important it is to not just our area, LA County, but I think Southern California.
Yes.
So I do think that when you can tout those accomplishments, show them, it's really critical. I want to turn just to, we talked a little about the shade structures, but I'm wondering if we're looking at employing other unique opportunities, and I know sometimes, and I know you do this, but looking at the Conservation Corps and some of those other programs that can be used to help us achieve your goals and our goals. And what does the future look like for that?
Supervisor, we've been, as you know, expanding our relationship with the Corps and other CBOs to do the work, to the infrastructure work. The benefit of that is that the local people take control of their own infrastructure. They take pride in it. And it's wherever we've done that, we've doubled down on communities' investment and awareness of the infrastructure. So it's a great business investment, along with a great opportunity to recruit people into our, by the way, I try to hire most of these people into our organization. But there is a role to play, obviously, and it is not our infrastructure, it's the community's infrastructure. And so we have a philosophy in-house is to work together. The partnership is a major part of any project that we commence on. So we continue to expand that. We are open for business, and we're out searching for people to join us in the maintenance and operation of this, whether it's nonprofits, for-profit agencies, but particularly focusing on the local community to help maintain and operate our system.
Have you in the past utilized, and maybe you have, workforce training dollars to be able to create your own core, internal core?
Our own core?
Yeah,
It's an interesting idea. Yes.
just a thought, because we do get a continual flow of funding there.
I know I'm working with Kelly very closely, De Lubango,
Easy
to
to
do just that, and she's done a great job of focusing us and putting a tip on that. And
Right.
it's been a great addition to the county family to have DEO.
And you're always looking for new recruits, so.
We are, absolutely. Constant recruitment.
Just one last item, because you're doing so much for us with respect to our homeless encampments and all that, is there any opportunity to seek funding through Measure A? Maybe that's a question for our county council or CEO.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I think there are two parts to that question. Last year, your board directed us to enhance and expand the encampment protocol operation, which is where we clean up encampments that are not yet slated to be disbanded. And so we did put funding into the budget. I believe it's slightly under $10 million to cover the cost for homeless initiative, DPW, and the sheriff. The question, I think, is on the issue of ongoing funding. So my understanding is that we are covered for the current fiscal year that ends June 30th, 2025, as well as the next fiscal year that ends June 30th, 2026. The question will be for ongoing funding, and that extra year of coverage is helpful because, as the board may recall, we're trying to right-size the Measure H budget as we transition to Measure A. So we have funding for the time being and for the next fiscal year, and then we'll have to identify ongoing and permanent funding once we right-size the budget.
Mark, did you want to say anything?
It is all totally factual. That's correct. We really appreciate the support of the board. It's allowed us to provide more efficient and more effective services in coordination with CEO and with COHI. It's been a very good partnership. We've been measuring at your request. The metrics are really positive. So, it's a performance-based budget, Supervisor. Our budgets are. So, on an annual basis, we're going to show whether or not we should continue doing this. And this is why I'm recommending in continued, financing of that program, because it is shown to be quite effective. And I appreciate the board's support for Public Works, partnership in this.
These are all quality of life issues, and I know that we've had discussions regarding parking enforcement, and wanted to ask you just lastly how this division will help in that coordination between you and the sheriffs for parking enforcement.
Well, first, I just wanted to mention, because I think Sheriff Luna has been such a great addition to our county family in terms of his collaboration with our organization. He's taken the time to understand our role in parking enforcement, and we have done the same. That's through the establishment of a liaison between the two agencies, and then my relationship with him. We have improved, I believe, parking enforcement. I'll leave it to the board to ask the sheriff where we are on, the metrics with respect to that. But I can tell you from my perspective, we are saving money and we are being more effective. Just explaining, Supervisor, the laws that we're putting into place, and then having that be explained to the deputies is what we're trying to achieve, the intent we're trying to achieve. It's as basic as that. So I think, the proof is in the pudding. We're in first year. We have another year of measurement to go. But I think the board's direction for Public Works, to embed an entity there is useful, and it's proving to be a good collaborative relationship, one we haven't had previously with the sheriff.
Good. Okay. Thank you. That's all my question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you have a lot under your umbrella. I promise to not be setting a tone with the number of questions I have here, but for the day. But I do have a number. First of all, thank you for all of the work that you're doing, helping us in the recovery process. I know that, especially for people who have been through a recovery process with you before, knowing how much you do know about their neighborhoods and the work is incredibly comforting. So thank you for the leadership that you've shown. You were clear that we are in the midst of things as it relates to that recovery process. So can you give me a sense of what your process is going to be to true up costs? I know there's a lot that can't be accounted for in this moment. So how are you going to be approaching that? And how should we expect to be hearing from you on it?
I mean, I don't know, Angela, if you want to discuss our damage assessment and how we true up numbers? I have a great chief deputy here who runs our department.
I know the former vice president was very happy to meet her, so you were a great host.
Thank you, Supervisor. So what we've done initially is the director mentioned earlier that we have about a $480 million cost for recovery. And that includes transportation, water, all the elements of recovery in order to ensure that communities are really cared for, especially in this time. And then 250 million, a little bit over that. Those are initial estimates. So what we're doing right now is we're going through and working with in consultation and assistance with the CEO to kind of refine those numbers a little bit. We did that initial, you can almost say that's that windshield. You go out and you take a look at what exactly are the potential damages. And now we're refining those. We're going through on a daily basis just to see what exactly is our exposure, what exactly are our costs, what are the immediate needs of community, and what are the things that we need to seek grant funding, seek assistance. We've talked about philanthropic assistance. And you'll find that those numbers are being more and more refined over the course of the next couple of weeks. At the same time, after we reach, we're having conversations with your offices about, the director talked about what projects can we proceed with versus what projects do we have to kind of hold back for a little while until we can actually get to a point where we have the funding to do those. So we'll be in consultation with your offices about that. In addition, like we said, we'll work with the CEO to obtain state funding. So it's like a little bit of a balancing effort. Yeah. We know we need approximately this. Those numbers will get tighter and tighter, and then we'll start to see what changes we need to make in our budget through the budget cycle.
I'm glad to hear that's an active process because I know the state is already making their requests to FEMA on some of these allocations. So as long as we're working hand in glove in real time, I think a lot of those conversations are happening right now. Yeah. And I know the work is also happening right now. So the bill continues to grow. So
yeah, Supervisor, what you're referring to and Angela was describing there is the development of projects that are recovery related. Mm-hmm. So ultimately, what it ultimately ends up in is this big, long list of projects that have to be completed to recover.
Mm-hmm. And you indicated that much of your funding comes from other sources. What percentage is NCC?
1%, Supervisor.
Okay. It's impressive to note given the magnitude of work that lives under your umbrella. When was the flood control district assessment last updated?
1980.
So it sounds like that might be a place for us to revisit to make sure that we have a source of funding that matches the needs of today.
Most definitely, the flood control district is in need of updating its fee schedules. I want to give you one number is interesting. For a single family dwelling, the average cost is $28 per year for all of this service. That includes maintaining dams, channels, waterways. It is different than the Safe Clean Water program, so I want to make sure you know about that.
Yeah.
In addition, we're also looking, and I know we've been talking to your offices about other utilities that we maintain in the department needing to have fee increases in the coming years, whether it's sewer, water, or others. Mm-hmm. So, but flood control district has not been, there has been no increase in flood control funding since 1980.
And that would be a ballot measure to do that increase.
Yes.
It's not something this board decides.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so moving on to the county water plan, which was adopted more than a year ago. Obviously, that has gotten some attention given the recent fires and the role that water plays, not only for us to have safe, clean drinking water, but also to keep us safe from fires in the event of emergencies like we've seen. So how does your proposed budget shift expenditures based on what those needs have been, how those needs have been identified, and are we on track to make progress with that? How are we bringing the goals of that program into realization with this budget?
Yeah, so the budget for the Water Resources Group includes not only flood control, but it includes Measure W as well as the waterworks districts. And the water plan is informing us about regional needs as well as local needs. So for instance, we get down locally, you and I both know about Waterworks District 29 and its need to make an investment. Those numbers are known, and we've been making those investments. There is a reflection in our budget this year that incrementally making those improvements on deferred maintenance and also increased resiliency of that system, as well as the one in the Antelope Valley area. Now, from a regional perspective, and the flood control system as well, because the flood control districts provides under the water plan has been prioritized to capture more water, for instance. So in our budget, we prioritize flood protection and water conservation as a part of the flood control system. So you'll see those priorities reflected in what we're investing in. And then regionally overall is the identification of at-risk systems in LA County. And the board, while it might not be a financial lever, the board and our budget does reflect monies to advocate for instance, the improvement or the reduction in risk at-risk systems that exist in LA County. Mm-hmm. So that is a budget driver always, those large plans, specifically the county water plan when it comes to water resources.
I know a lot of the larger infrastructure projects, we've been seeking funding from state and federal partners, and with the current set of circumstances, I don't know how likely that is. So I'm glad to hear there's some progress being made here with our county's budget, and that we're continuing to pursue outside funding sources as well.
Absolutely.
Switching gears to Vision Zero, there appear to be ongoing needs, but as I read this budget, it appears as one-time expenditures. So why are we doing it? Why are we budgeting as one-time if it's going to be ongoing?
Leanne, you want to talk about ongoing versus? Well, Supervisor, we're making a request for a position that's ongoing related to Vision Zero. That would be an ongoing request, and that's budgeted positions in the department. But that budget request may be in next year's budget. Is that what's happening, or is it in this year's budget?
Is that the positions?
Yeah.
Yeah, positions are next year.
Okay. So we have the planning positions slated for next year's budget. The one-time fees that you're seeing in there, and I'm going to have Leanne look them up. Mm-hmm. We'll get back to that question because I want to make sure I answer specifically. But there are one-time asks, maybe a capital improvement that we're proposing to do in association with a grant that we've gotten. So there may be a project that's in one or more of the areas, high priorities for Vision Zero. That's typically where a one-time request goes. We would never ask for a one-time budget for a budgeted position. That's not how we. Right. That's not how we budget in our department.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear there will be ongoing investment. Some of the investment looked as if it was only one time. Mm-hmm. So if it's a specific capital project that you think will be completed, that makes sense.
That would be typical, yes. Or deferred maintenance project or something, but we don't budget for one time for budgeted positions.
Okay. Transportation positions will be critical for projects in the LA County bicycle master plan and a potential implementation ordinance of that plan. I know that there have been challenges filling these positions for a number of reasons, funding issues, backlogs. So what is the status of filling these positions? Do we have a timeline, and is there anything is it a budget-related bottleneck, or what help do you need opening that up?
We need funding, Supervisor, ongoing funding to maintain those positions as we discussed.
Okay, and that's what you've requested here?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to the road fund, I have two questions there, and then I'll yield my time. The fiscal year 24-25 budget included $885,000 for traffic modeling, primarily related to planning efforts for bikeways and pedestrians. This work is likely to increase with that plan that we just discussed, as well as any implementation of Vision Zero. So is the absence of funding for traffic congestion management in 25-26 a matter of process, or are you is it an indication of priorities and choices you're having to make?
It's a little both, Supervisor. We work very closely with Metro for this funding, typically TMC funding. A lot of it comes out of the Metro Measure M. And we have been very successful working with Metro, great relationship obviously with Metro. But there could be increase, and I've always wanted to do more in this area, and there isn't budgeted money, county money for those efforts. What we do though is when we offer that regional service, we'll go to cities and ask for them to give up, for instance, their measure of money related to traffic management. So it's more coordination through entities like Infrastructure LA. It's the board, maybe the board talking to cities about joining traffic management congestion efforts that the county has put out through the years. I think you know we have a traffic management center at the department that's available for cities to take advantage of. And we've had great success in management of our corridors through that system. And however, it does require collaboration among cities and Metro and ourselves. We've made it a priority over the last 5 years to be in that business. It isn't fully funded. The other part of it just isn't fully funded.
Yeah,
So-
and another challenge we just saw at committee last week is, when you are funding some of these improvements, like light synchronization, it can impact how you're calculating VMT, and that impact from state legislation, creates other challenges. So I'm glad to know that you're working in collaboration, that we're thinking about how we bring some of our cities and COGS to the table to leverage those resources as well. So we're working at scale to the best of our ability. And then my last question, then I'll be interested to know if you figured out that one-time funding piece. The department is seeking to procure an automated restriping system to perform installation and maintenance of lane striping in unincorporated LA County and throughout contract cities, and that cost is $200,000. However, the fund budget also includes $2 million for the procurement of 2 thermoplastic striping trucks, one for linear striping and another for symbols. So how are these systems different? That's a sizable cost difference. Why? Can you use one for the other? How do these things work together, and is there a potential cost savings opportunity there?
It's a very weedy question that I don't have the answer to. Yeah.
Okay.
I know what I will do with that question though is go back and make sure that we're leveraging technology and we're not double spending for sure. Again, it's performance-based. So, we do review all equipment purchases in the department, very tight on that. We're always looking for efficiencies. If there's and the other thing, our department, we do pride ourselves these days in being an open source, quote unquote, department that's willing to hear about any infrastructure that's available. So on that very question, that I would have to dive deeper in to know why we made that decision versus another. But I will look into it and get back to you with it.
Okay, and then do we know anything more about the one-time funding, or you'll get back? Oh, okay.
Okay, Leanne?
Supervisor, we're requesting.
Can you give your name for the record just when they do the transcript?
Good morning. My name is Leanne Hall. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Public Works. And Supervisor, we're requesting one-time funding to support planning, infrastructure, outreach, and maintenance activities for Vision Zero actions activities. These include things like safe routes to school planning, setting appropriate speed limits through implementation of AB 43. We're also using the funding for Vision Zero traffic street teams and improve community engagement. We want to develop a Vision Zero traffic safety media campaign. We also want to procure street sweepers for small paths, especially for bicycle paths. It also includes for Vision Zero arts engagement, procuring equipment to support quick build projects, Vision Zero project constructions for traffic striping and marking, and finally for street racing, quick build solutions. Those are the different efforts we'll be using with the one-time funding.
Yeah, some of that sounds like it would be an ongoing need, so that I think that's sort of the heart of my question.
Yeah, it's programs and services that certainly could go more than 1 year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The other correction I wanted to give you, Supervisor, we do have in our budget this year, the transportation planning division positions are in this year's budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In this budget, 25-26, yeah.
Well, to the one-time funding, I hope that we're thinking about, since those will be ongoing needs, I hope we're thinking about them as ongoing budgeting requests while we're thinking about what we're ultimately approving.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I was going to start with Vision Zero, so thank you, Supervisor, because I was going to really have you walk me through what actions or efforts make up your request, but I think you just gave me a good laundry list, so I will pivot from that and just say that I also hope between Vision Zero, urban tree canopy enhancements, and shade structures, from my perspective, those activities really can complement each other. So, you know, how are all of those efforts being coordinated or integrated at the planning phase to really make sure that we can leverage spending and ultimately impact?
Yes, Supervisor, thank you. So this gives me an opportunity to, again, tout the collaboration across the departments. We've been actively involved, our department, along with many others, in the Climate Ready Communities Initiative. It's an initiative identifying hazards, climate hazards across the county. The Sustainability Officer and others, regional planning, parks, have all been involved, fire, OEM, in identifying the greatest needs in communities related to climate, and that aligns with what the services you just mentioned. And so we've developed a capital improvement plan based on that Climate Ready Communities Initiative. I know there's a board letter coming to you in which we're going to make recommendations on where to prioritize and how to fund those initiatives. So this is a good example of the board demanding collaboration and the department heads getting together, sort of self-enacted, and putting together some good recommendations, not only what's needed, but how we would fund such initiatives.
And I think to Supervisor Solis's point in referencing the Conservation Corps, I think there's so many other community-based organizations that are doing the same, that, you know, once we set up the infrastructure, be it tree planting, shade infrastructure, that they could then kick in terms of the maintenance and protection, if you will.
Yes,
so I hope that coordination includes.
Yes, Kelly is
entities
involved
as well.
with this as well, DEO on this, and we're attempting to coordinate that way.
Excellent. Back to Vision Zero, and specifically you referenced the illegal street racing. So I appreciate and understand that you've engaged in implementing kind of quick build solutions to deter, and you know the challenge with that is if we have a quick build solution here, then we move over the next block. But I think the ultimate goal is how we actually measure how effective the different treatments are to deterring street racing, as well as the longevity of those treatments, because some of them have shorter lifespans than others. And so how are you doing that? How are you both really assessing the value and effectiveness of your quick build solutions?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I think one of the things that was pointed out very quickly is it's not just a physical issue, right? It's actually like a societal and, you know, an issue, a community issue that we need to get to the bottom of. So one of the things we are doing is working with DYD, you know, Department of Youth Development, and other sheriff and others to understand what metrics we should measure for effectiveness. Because if I measure, hard to measure, you know, you put it into place and they go do it somewhere else. Did that defer, did that putting something in defer them from going to that location? Or is the measurement, how many of these are we getting in community over a certain amount of time? So we know we have those. We're working with sheriff to get those numbers, which is really like the baseline, how bad is it? Whether that's effective or not, what we found, you know, as you mentioned it is, we did proactively put detractants in the street system, which no road commissioner wants to do. We never want to put anything in the street because that usually causes a hazard. And so while I don't think physical barriers are the absolute answer, they may be helpful. But what I actually think is our ability to react and to be proactive and being predictive about where these things may happen based on all of the factors, including the community's, how the community sees these things, and why are youth drawn to doing these kind of things. So we have work in front of us about what to measure, to what are the effective steps. All that said, the deterrent of physically having something in there has some effect. It has some effect. I just don't know that it has the full effect that we're looking for.
Right, and I think, and clearly it varies community to community. I have Windsor Hills constituents who applaud your work and my office's work every day for those kind of bendable stanchions and the sign that, particularly in smaller neighborhoods where it's not a big four-way intersection, but it's you know, kind of a neighborhood where that might be right off from those big intersections that they, you know, kind of make a detour, if you will. So it's been our experience that it varies as well.
I think we just have to keep investing in turning the infrastructure over to community, and engineers need to be better about describing the risk to community and let them not own the risk, but have them understand that risk. So any of the safety issues, I have found that one of the things we haven't done proactively enough in industry-wide is communicating what we know about risk to community. I often say, as we went to the communities, Ladera and other places, Windsor Hills, let's tell people where I wouldn't take my child to walk. Let's show them where the most unsafe place is instead of being afraid to communicate that. So what we're really studying these days is, from a community safety perspective, and I think we need to invest in more of this, is community safety plans.
I agree.
We're identifying the highest risk areas, yes, doing something, but also saying when we can't do anything about it. When it's just an unsafe place by its nature. And then communicating to the public about that so they can own it, and then they can educate others about it. So that, I mean, in terms of safety, I think we have work to do in terms of, the board has told us this, we have to be funded, and we have to be mandated to communicate what we know respectfully to community so they can make those risk decisions. It's coming out so clearly with respect to this current disaster, is that people are needing to make that risk decision, where they want to live in the home with the ash there, where they want to cross this street at this location. And then we also have the responsibility under Vision Zero to make improvements, physical improvements to community. And this is what we're seeking funding for, as you know. And I think the board has to make a decision, you know, about our transportation funds and where we're going to prioritize them. And is traffic safety going to be, and community safety going to be the priority? So.
I appreciate that. I've said it often. The second district has the highest number of pedestrian fatalities. And I appreciate your comment. And you're right. And I've appreciated you and your staff for showing up at those very painful meetings and hearing from community. The community knows those intersections that are unsafe. People who live in houses at a T can tell you the number of times cars have come into their living rooms. And so having that outreach and that ongoing mutual communication. So community knows, and you and your engineers benefit from the lived experience of people who hear screeching tires and see the effects of poor planning and lack of street safety over generations. So thank you. I appreciate that support. And again, one-time funding isn't the solution to this chronic issue. So we'll continue to push to make sure that the resources are available, particularly to make our Vision Zero plan real. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It seems like this was the last year's disaster, but certainly many homes were compromised on the Palos Verdes Peninsula due to the ongoing land movement, and you've and your team have responded through flood control district, consolidated sewer maintenance district. I know I have tried to invest in the dewatering wells, which had showed some significant slowing down, but I think just recently there was a report that there's some areas that have accelerated again. So your budget, what do you see in this budget to continue to support the homeowners on the peninsula?
You know, Supervisor, under your empowerment and on my authority, we have really expanded the flood control district's reach, meaning not expanding its boundary, but deciding that it is our job to be engaged with community at all different levels, pulling different levers. So as you mentioned, just the advice of the flood control engineers to community has made a big difference, prioritizing what they want to invest in instead of investing everything. I know working with the city, we were successful, and we guided your monies to them for that purpose. So I think we need to continue, and I will continue to invest in really what I was talking to Supervisor Mitchell about is, communicating risk. and making, prioritizing what we can do physically to improve that, but also how we can leverage, whether it's the law or leverage special districts to be coordinated in communicating risk to community so that they can make good decisions about their safety and where they want to invest, for instance. So we continue, we're active. Supervisor, I know Rolling Hills Estates, we reconnected. We just stood up and reconnected the 5 homes that were disconnected from the sewer system. Those are funds that came from the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District. We also advocated for them and acted as a fiduciary for them for relief funds. And I think this is the regional role that Public Works has taken more responsibility for under your empowerment of our department. And you're just going to see more of that. I mean, I think it's proven to be that in these times, that we are becoming, and we have been, the safety net with respect to infrastructure and with respect to people's health. And there's a lot of pressure for us to continue to act in that way. And then we talk about funding. And so as Supervisor brought up, the district does need to take a look at either borrowing or potentially new revenue increases, because the services that the Flood Control District provides are essential, as you've been experiencing in your district.
Just following up on that, would there be a number that maybe your department has looked at that would be a reasonable increase? And if not, maybe that's something that might be the first step to the board even considering any kind of bonding, borrowing, securitizing, or asking the residents to increase it.
Out of good advanced planning, I've been studying that. I've been informally polling that. We've been doing a engineer's report that is first essential work in determining what that cost might be, and preparing for the day that you might make a decision whether we go forward with something like that.
Yeah, keep us in the loop. Again, it's not as much fun to ask your voters to support an increase in sewer maintenance. It's not as much fun as a fire service bond measure. They can relate more to that. However, I think how you and your team have been responding to these disasters, I think the public has seen more of you and understands a little bit more of your department's role. So thanks again for all the times you also came out to community meetings and met with homeowners and showed what the county can do to support them. On the Vision Zero, so yeah, I'm totally supportive. I think it's a $9 million request for Vision Zero and road safety. If projects have to be prioritized in Vision Zero, and by the way, we adopted a Vision Zero plan in 2019, and we set a goal of 0 traffic deaths on unincorporated roadways by 2035. I think the public, if they were listening to this, would probably want to know what projects have the greatest impact on less deaths. Is it speed? Is it signals? Is it speed bumps? Is it design? Is it outreach? And I think you might have to do some prioritizing, but I would think that the better way to do that would be which one has the most impacts on reducing deaths.
In fact, we've done that through the analysis that has been done. We've identified specific corridors where we believe we could be most effective in reducing deaths on the roadway. We have identified those corridors and we have plans to implement them. Again, it's about funding those corridors.
Right. I just know when we sort of asked what the laundry list was of those projects, there was a lot there, and I'm just wondering which one of those has the greatest impact on reducing traffic deaths.
Yeah, you might not like this answer, but it's all 3 things. It's a combination, because it's not a black or white thing. It's like you throw the switch on enforcement, that has its own ramifications, but you also need to look at the street design and make sure that you have traffic calming in there. Basically, what we're trying to do is slow people down. I mean, that's the basic thing, is if you can get the speed down, a car traveling maybe 10 to 15 miles an hour can kill someone if it hits them. 25 certainly is devastating. Just 25 miles an hour is devastating to people. I was driving up PCH yesterday, and there was a cyclist that was hit on PCH. And it isn't, unfortunately, every day, every Monday, Supervisor, I get my staff report, and one of the metrics that is announced to me is how many people passed in our roadways. And I know our manager over this has put that 0 as their performance metrics. And I think that's the same for every community. We want to see 0. I don't know that we'll ever take the risk part of it out for humans, because humans do make decisions that are poor decisions in terms of.
But yeah, anything we can do. Yeah, my dad used to talk about bad designs that were poured into concrete.
Right. So we've identified the design,
so
the
if we
places where
can-
design is.
What we can control,
Yeah.
that's what I think this board wants.
That's what the corridor plans are. We
Right.
found places where we control the design and can make
Right.
a difference. We
So,
looked at the number of accidents, and then we prioritize those corridors as the most effective places to actually do that.
Thank you. And I'm sure you've probably shared that with our offices, but I would like to see that too, just in the way you just described it. So one of the laws that the state passed was California's daylighting law, AB 413, which I didn't know what that was. I thought it had something to do with daylight savings, but no. This prohibits parking within 20 feet of our crosswalks to improve pedestrian safety. So I'm sure most people do not know that that now exists. Is your department planning to mark or paint the curbs that are 20 feet on either side of a crosswalk? Or is your department going to do outreach? Or is your, how does your department, do you think, involved in this California's daylighting law?
Well, as the road commissioner, I need to comply with the law.
Right.
So we're now assessing all the places where we have that condition. And then we'll be coming back to you with the plans to mitigate whatever it is.
Right, because I do think, it's going to, in some of our communities, I know, particularly in Walnut Park, the parking issue is already problematic. It's so dense, and there's already not enough street parking. So now we're taking away 20 feet on either side. I understand it. It does make for safety, visibility of those in our crosswalks, but I just want to make sure, that before we begin ticketing people, which is not in your department, somehow they know, which would seem to me a red curb would be the only way that people would know not to park there.
Right. It would typically be a law passed with a red curb. We need to look at every condition. It could be slightly different. We need to comply with the law, and we will do that. We got to have a plan to comply with it.
Right.
You'll be seeing in future budgets
right.
where we're complying with that law.
Right.
Just like the Americans with Disability Act and any other changes that are made to the roadway.
Right.
We want to have a way to do that. Of course, we want to prioritize, and that goes back to Vision Zero. We'd be prioritizing where have we had those incidents with schools
right.
and get to them first.
Right. So I'm pretty sure there have been traffic deaths with a pedestrian in a crosswalk because of low visibility, because of cars parked close. I just think this is such a new vision from the state that it's going to take some real implementation down at the local level.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That is all the questions. We appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. We will now move on to hear from our Director of Parks and Recreation, Norma Garcia Gonzalez. Director of Parks Rec and her staff will make a presentation. And before you start, Norma, I also want to thank you and your team for what you did to stand up the camp for victims of the wildfires. And I know that your husband, Raphael, helped as well. And I tell people that was not driven by this board, that was driven by you and your staff, as well as the lifeguards, which were the counselors. And I saw firsthand both the power of providing this resource, not only to the families, but to the youth, but also I saw the impact that these fires have had on our youth and our kids. And so I just want to thank you for taking the initiative and going the extra mile. It was absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good morning, Supervisor, CEO, county colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Norma Y. Garcia Gonzalez, and I'm honored to serve as a steward of your park system. With me today are Alina Bogde, Chief Deputy Director, Malu Rubio, Administrative Deputy, and Cristina Angeles, Deputy Director and Administrator for the Regional Park and Open Space District. And in the audience is the mighty LA County Parks Executive Team. LA County Parks serves 3 roles. 1, we are the Municipal Park and Recreation Department for unincorporated communities. 2, countywide, and for the 10 million residents and its visitors, we serve as the Regional Natural Areas and Garden Park System. And 3, through the Regional Park and Open Space District, we administer Measure A allocations and grants to over 90 public park agencies and nonprofits. In this capacity, our staff steward 180 park facilities with 1,200 buildings, 276 restrooms that are cleaned 2 to 3 times a day by our grounds maintenance, partner with 527 community-based organizations and entities, and preserve significant ecological areas protecting the county's critical habitat and ecology in 16 wildlife sanctuaries. Last year, our dynamic LA County Park System had over 50 million visits and had a record 8.5 million participants in an LA County Park program delivered by staff and partners. Last year, we mentored 473 youth at work, of which 122 are now LA County Park employees. We had over 47,000 teen visits to our spot teen centers. Our 16 teen centers are 100% grant funded in partnership with the Department of Public Health and Probation. And this past June, we opened the San Dimas Raptor Rescue, only one of 2 and the only one in the urban county to serve Los Angeles County, and rescued 264 raptors. For the second year in September, the department held 66 community park meetings in our local parks and in our nature centers to engage the public in the department's annual budget process. While many needs were identified, mindful of the current environment, we only submitted the most critical requests based on community input and department need. As you will see, these budget requests are not new. They mirror last year's budget request, for which the department received one-time funding that will end this coming June 30th. The department's budget priorities are: 1, ensuring staff safety; 2, continuation of prevention and care first programming for the most vulnerable; 3, addressing structural deficits in everyday department operations. Our number 1 budget priority is to ensure the safety of staff who are working at parks at night, closing buildings, closing restrooms, and parking lots. The request for $2.4 million will continue to fund 138 part-time recreation staff assigned for evening coverage hours at parks. This will continue to ensure that 2 staff are assigned to close every park at night. The second priority request of $1.7 million is for the continuance of prevention and care first programming for youth and families, especially serving the unincorporated communities. This funding subsidizes youth sports and reduces fees from an average of $165 per youth per sport to $25. Offering affordable youth sport is a data-driven and proven prevention strategy. Through program affordability and mentorship, youth participation increased from 5,000 youth who paid full price pre-COVID to 22,000 youth who participated in sports in your parks this year. This funding is stretched and leveraged with philanthropic and professional sport partnerships with the Clippers, with the Dodgers, with the Rams, with USA Lacrosse, Gasol Foundation, Beat the Streets, Tech Ball USA, various professional golf associations, LA 84, and the Special Olympics. It also funds LA County Where Girls Play and our adaptive sports initiatives and programs. When you fund LA County Parks, funding goes a long way. The $1.7 million extends beyond youth sports. It supports our urban overnight camping program in the summer, serving 17,000 families. It also funds our family, community, and cultural programming, providing 239 park events, serving over 37,000 families. This month, we hosted 61 Lunar New Year programs at our local parks. We are now hosting 61 Black History Month events celebrating the cultural history diversity of LA County, and Pride in the Parks, Pools, and Outdoors is next. The request for $1.66 million for aquatic staffing will backfill one-time ARPA funding paying for 104 pool lifeguards and 52 pool locker room attendants. The staffing is required for safe operations of our public pools and our free Everybody Swims programming, providing the public with free access to pools daily. LA County Parks has raised $16 million of its ongoing revenue since fiscal year 21-22 to backfill ARPA funding for the restoration of aquatics and recreation staff. The next priority is funding requests for cost increases beyond the department's control, creating an ongoing structural deficit in the budget. Similar to our utilities at home, the cost of utilities continue to rise, primarily due to rate increases. The department's budget for utilities and fuel is $19 million. This fiscal year, our estimated cost for utilities is $26 million, creating a $7 million structural deficit in utilities alone. And next fiscal year, our estimated cost is $28 million due to rate increases alone, creating a $9 million structural deficit in our budget. I want to remind the public who is watching that your LA County parks serve as year-round cooling centers, heating centers, and emergency centers. Right now, Pamela Park is serving as an emergency shelter 24/7 for members of the Altadena community who were displaced by the Eaton fire. The same structural deficit scenario applies for escalating cost for service contracts and services rendered by county departments. Your LA County Park Urban Tree Canopy serves as the lungs of Los Angeles County. We steward hundreds of thousands of trees over 32,000 acres of parkland. However, climate change, drought conditions, and beetle infestations have had a detrimental impact on our tree health. The department's tree inventory identified 2,300 dead or dying trees in need of urgent removal. The department's 13-member tree maintenance crew is trying to tackle this issue, but can only respond to emergencies. I would like to thank this board and the CEO for providing $1 million of one-time funding in fiscal year 24-25 to help address this need. We are making the same request in our budget and stand ready with our Conservation Corps partners to invest in the health of our urban tree canopy. 46% of our park facilities are 50 years old. In fact, we have several parks that date back to the Works Progress Administration, a program under President Roosevelt's New Deal, which started in 1935. Most of our park infrastructure was not included in the county's reinvestment program. This park infrastructure includes, but it's not limited to, our 197 playgrounds, our 415 picnic shelters, 475 sport fields, 40 swimming pools, 23 splash pads, and thousands of acres that require brush clearance and, due to climate change, require specialized maintenance and management plans. Compounding our deferred maintenance needs are the increased damages to our parks caused by theft and vandalism. In the last 12 months, there were over 650 thefts and vandalism incidences reported in our parks. For example, at Magic Johnson Park, over 6 miles of copper wire was stolen. This impacting our security lighting in a park spanning 100 acres. The cost for replacement was over $350,000. 3 fiscal years ago, this board, with the recommendation of the CEO, allocated $5 million in one-time funding that was used over a 2-year period to address deferred maintenance. Our request is for $3 million in funding to address priority deferred maintenance and these types of emergencies. Next slide. Before you are additional unmet needs addressing budget requests for deferred maintenance and that impact state and federal contract compliance at regional parks, as well as funding requests for operation and maintenance for new park facilities in your respective districts. And let me share with you, we are working really hard to keep that number to only what is needed because of this budget climate. The budget's, next slide. The department's budget pressures are thematic of our budget priorities and requests, but they are compounded further by the devastating impacts of the windstorms, the Eaton fire, and on the heels of the Eaton fire, the Hughes fire. The first budget pressure is a growing deficit for essential operations, which includes utilities and park services and supplies. Cost increases and inflation with the same budget amount has decreased our ability to purchase basic park services and supplies. And I'm going to use a very basic example that our public can identify with. Our 276 public parks restrooms are open 7 days a week, 364 days a year. The price for a box of toilet paper has almost doubled. Our budget is for $28 per box, but our actual cost is $48 per box, something that everyone can identify with. The second budget pressure is theft and vandalism, as these incidences have increased our operational cost. I spoke earlier about the 6 miles of trail of copper wire theft. This is happening countywide. At Arcadia Pool, the pool building doors, gates, and windows were vandalized, resulting in shattered glass debris falling into the pool, necessitating tens of thousands of dollars to repair and replace the windows, the gate, and the door, as well as drain, clean, and refill the pool. The refilling, the water alone, was $20,000. This was not an isolated incident. Lastly, ensuring staff safety and a continuity of job pathways is key to the stability of your park staff. In partnership with the Department of Economic Opportunity and Human Resources, we have created a local hiring pathway for our recreation workforce. This starts with the hiring of youth that work in our local parks from our local communities. Then they are hired as park aides, LA County employees, and then they promote up to part-time recreation leaders and then to full-time permanent recreation leaders. Any disruption to this job pathway has a domino effect, ultimately impacting our communities with deficient park coverage, deficient programs and services, as well as staff hiring, deficient staff hiring and morale. Next slide. On behalf of the LA County Park staff, I would like to convey our condolences to the families and communities who have been so devastated by the fires. The Eaton fire had a significant impact on Altadena's beloved public parks. While we were mobilizing our care camp, we were also simultaneously securing fencing and assessing our burned and damaged parks and infrastructure. All 6 parks sustained fire damage at varying degrees. 21 park structures were completely lost. 7 additional structures were damaged. We lost our resident animal ambassadors located in the Eaton Canyon Nature Center. Hundreds of trees lost, over 200 acres of habitat and ecology in our natural area was burned, and many miles of trails have vanished due to the destructive combination of fire and subsequent flooding. While our grounds maintenance and trades, with the support of the Conservation Corps, have conducted significant tree debris removal and debris and repairs have begun, daunting rebuilding and work remains. Altadena parks remain closed, and as a result will impact the department's revenue due to our inability to offer facility rentals, contract classes, and concessions, not to mention programming. My team is working feverishly with consultants to finalize the damage assessments for FEMA reimbursements and develop cost estimates for the rebuilding of our park system in Altadena. We have partnered with the LA County Parks Foundation to engage philanthropic partners in this endeavor. In conclusion, I want to recognize the heroic and heroic effort of the LA County Park staff. Every division of our operation came together for Care Camp, serving evacuated and displaced youth from the Eaton fire. In partnership with the Department of Mental Health and Public Health, mutual aid park and recreation cities from every one of your districts, and over 80 program partners, together we created a best practice for children impacted in catastrophic events. Care Camp served 2,700 youth, 36,000 meals, served 16 schools, with 3 weeks of care, play, and trauma recovery. Supervisors, Care Camp embodies the commitment to public service and the heart of your LA County Park staff. This concludes my presentation. My team and I are here and ready to answer your questions.
Thank you. And I just want to echo, I mean, I saw firsthand, And I mentioned your husband Raphael because he brought a band and they had a concert. And when I say I saw the impact that this had on our youth, I mean, one little boy burst into tears because he was afraid his mom wasn't going to come home, that she was going to catch on fire. And having mental health there to help them work through that was vital. But, you know, I can't say, I tell people that reflects the county, that reflects the heart of people that are in public service, that take the initiative, recognizing that parents needed the ability to figure out where they were going to go next. And this gave them an opportunity to drop their children off, knowing they'd be safe, but at the same time getting, you know, the support so that they could go and figure out and navigate the next chapter in their lives. So I'll save my questions till the end. We'll start with Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that presentation. You know, I'm going to ask about our extended summer swim season. It's just so obvious that now, almost like fire season doesn't really have a certain season. Our hot summer starts late and goes long way into the fall. And it's so important that we have at least this resource for people to cool down and continue to swim day. Some are open in the evenings. So last year we used one-time funds to pay for your lifeguard positions. And this year, you said you're requesting 1.6 million for positions, and I think you said 104 lifeguards. So, do we have enough lifeguards right now to carry out our extended summer season this year?
Supervisor, I'm so proud, in partnership with the Department of Human Resources, CEO and Joe Nikita was personally engaged in meeting weekly with my chief deputy, Alina Bokte. I want to thank her as well. We had the most robust hiring program for lifeguards. And I will say I was the only large park and recreation agency that was open to all of its pools. And this is kind of nationwide because this was a residue of COVID and pools closed down for 2 years. So we are very proud that we build on. And this year's recruiting is much smoother than last year because we build on attrition. So those lifeguards that are now in college or now have careers, we're now backfilling, which is how it's supposed to be. We're backfilling, but we've had really good recruitment. And our recruitment for lifeguards is year-round, but we stand ready to open if the funding is available.
Now, is this going to be a yearly sort of fight to ask for these funds, or is this something that we see finally? Maybe the question goes to Fisha. Do you see this as a program that we can get on an ongoing funding stream for, or is this something that we all are going to fight for our public every year to keep these pools open with qualified lifeguards?
Supervisor, under ideal circumstances, parks would be able to have ongoing funding for this program. And this is, you know, she has data. The program is very well received. And there are 100 other, you know, initiatives by your county departments that have data and that are also very well received. And so it really comes down to two things. It's funding availability. Oftentimes, my office will use one-time funding, particularly when we get a motion, and the board will say, do this expeditiously. What comes to mind is the closing, having 2 staff to close at night.
Right.
The idea is to use the one-time funding strategically as a bridge until we can get to a time where there is ongoing funding. So I can't sit here today with the hundreds of millions of dollars of requests that we have from departments to say, yes, this will be funded, but I understand that it is a priority for the board and we're going to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Norma, also you noted that you need new funds for things like deferred maintenance and damage to park infrastructure. And again, I feel like a lot of the priorities are certainly, we're all going to lean into what happened with the fires. But I always think about deferred maintenance as hitting my South Coast Botanic Garden driveway, coming into that parking lot. And it gets worse every year because it's built on a landfill, but it's such a bad way to enter that really special county park. Do you have things regularly in your budget that would be for parking lots, pool repairs, playgrounds, or is that something not in your, because it does seem like this has never been in anybody's budget. It's not really in Public Works' budget, and it doesn't seem like it's in your budget either.
Supervisor, one of my priorities is asked to request ongoing funding or one-time funding. And I just want to thank the CEO, because 2 years ago they provided us $5 million to address deferred maintenance priorities. And in our budget meeting with the CEO, we've talked about a study to look at our park infrastructure. So I just really want to appreciate the partnership to look at a study so that we can identify priority needs for the department for maintenance.
Right. So Fesia, I do know that you lead the Facilities Reinvestment Program, which is there to repair county facilities, but I understand that 90% of parks assets are not a part of this program. And given that they're not really a revenue generating department and are largely funded by NCC, I don't see any way they keep up with the maintenance and the repairs, you know, in and around their facilities. Is it feasible that they would be a part of this in the future?
So Supervisor, I think that's the point that Norma was just making. The facilities the reinvestment fund is basically your deferred maintenance fund. The county has slightly under $1 billion in deferred maintenance just on our buildings. It was never intended, as far as I know, to address like the implements of parks, like the golf course or the bench, the park bench outside. But what Norma and I have talked about is pivoting. Let's do a feasibility study to see the scale and the scope of the need. And the other thing that we will have to include in that is each year we have new parks that are coming online that we have no control over, and we have to staff those parks. And so the funding that we could place into a facilities fund for parks is also being used to address like these other needs. And so I think it comes down to an issue of scarcity. And when you have scarcity, we have to prioritize. And I think that's what we have agreed to do. So we need a plan. What is the cost? What are all the facilities, not the facilities, but the driveway, et cetera.
Right. It's their maintenance and repairs too, which again, it just seems like this would be the right place to, no pun intended, park their needs is in this,
well, up until
facilities reinvestment program that is there to repair our
Up until this time, facilities, I think, has been defined strictly as buildings. That's what deferred maintenance would normally go to. This would be both a pivot and an expansion. And so we need parks to get the study done so we can see the scale, scope, and the magnitude of what we're actually talking about.
Okay. And is that something you're going to do? Yeah, because I just think that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, I just don't see how you keep up at all with some of these needs for your maintenance and repairs, and for things like your parking lots, which just there's nowhere to fund that with. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you. Before I start, if I could just ask the CEO, you just said that parks are coming online and we have no control over that. Tell me what you meant by that.
Yeah, so there are two ways I understand that parks are brought online. One is through the vestiges of a measure, it might have been called Prop A or Measure A. I don't want to confuse it with the current Measure A. And what that did is that provided funding to bring parks online. What the funding doesn't cover, however, is the staffing and all of the implements necessary to address those parks. So what happens is when Parks comes in and does their budget, they have all of these existing needs, and then they say, oh, and by the way, I have 3 new parks that I have to fund. And so it forces us to choose sometimes between the number of staff that we can fund for aquatics or for safely closing park facilities, and then versus funding these new parks. The other way that the parks come online are board offices. So board offices will develop parks. Grateful for that to happen, but the funding doesn't come with the sufficient amount of funding for staffing and the implements, and we have to figure it out.
So the ballot measures don't allow for ongoing staffing and maintenance. That's why ballot box budgeting can be tricky. But we've looked into that. The ballot measures don't allow for that.
So I will, so Measure A, Supervisor, there is for, if park infrastructure is paid for with Measure A, there is a provision for 15% of that funding to go to maintenance and operations. I think the biggest issue is that Measure A, and I think the history of Measure A, is that
this is the older Measure
Yes.
A, not the current Measure A. Okay.
The park Measure A, $100 million is divided between 90 public park agencies. So what really is available to each agency is shrinking. So I think all of us really are in the same boat, that we want to build parks, especially where parks are needed the most, because our park needs assessment, our Measure A really points to that need to build those parks, but the funding and availability to actually create those parks. And I just want to mention, we work with the CEO to create a 5-year lookout for these parks. Some parks, like Wishing Tree, took 30 years. So it started 2 previous supervisors.
Right.
You had parks like Walnut Park that took 12 years to create. San Gabriel River Park, 15 years. So some of these parks extend beyond a supervisorial board, and their fundings that we received from public fundings, because we try to get as much public funding from different sources of funding. And so when we open our parks, because we've taken public dollars from various sources, we are required to make them available to the public.
And with that, so can you walk me through the criteria you use to develop your staffing recommendations at park facilities?
Thank you for that great question, Supervisor. 2 months, January 1st, 2 months prior to COVID, our department had engaged in a 2-year department business operation plan that looked at zero-based budgeting for recreation staff. We basically dismantled a 75-year staffing model for our department, and it took 2 years, a lot of negotiating, and we walked the hall with every board office who agreed and were supportive of the process, even though there were winners and there were losers. And then came COVID. We are now at basic budget staffing. We are just trying to provide 2 staff to close our parks at night. So I hope that one day our really dynamic park system can get to the point where we could staff our parks that reflect attendance, that reflect need, that reflect park pressure, all of those criterias that we developed in our business operation plan. At this point, we're just asking for staffing to be able, like we're asking for minimal staffing for our parks. We have the infrastructure, we have the framework, and we hope to get there one day. But I'll just say, we have our classification. So the standard is classification for parks, local, community, and regional, park amenities, equity, which is which is park pressure, as well as geographic distance.
And
But
so that's
Norma,
striking to me when I think
Supervisor
about,
Mitchell, can I ask a
Sure.
clarification?
Sure.
That analysis to have the basic staffing at each park is compounded by bringing on new parks. So
Correct.
when you
Correct.
operationalize new parks, even if you were ready to go back and staff up the other parks, you have to get the
Correct.
new parks to the basic staffing model.
And
I think that's an important clarification.
And Fizia, that's exactly right, because as we bring on new parks, we don't want to start them at this level when we're trying to provide closure or two people closing every park at night. So that's absolutely correct.
And and you just mentioned Magic Johnson Park was 100 acres. I know Kenny Hahn Park is just under 400 acres. So we're talking about massive
Yes.
acreage.
Yes. And so our standard supervisor would account for the acreage and the amenities. And that park should probably have 10 to 12 full-time staff managing the large size of that park and all the different amenities.
Particularly if you have copper theft, and there will be parts of, all of these parks that are in the dark. Not parks after dark, parks in the dark. Still on the staffing issue, we have all heard and we know that safety's been a top concern for staff, and there have been efforts to address the issue. What is the current ratio of your attrition to hiring for recreation service leaders?
Thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. For every 2 people that we hire, 1 person, there's an attrition of 1. So it's 2-to-1 ratio, and that's extremely high. For 2 years now, we've started implementing what we call basically is an end of service interview to really understand, 1, our internal promotions, 2, our lateral transfers within the department, and 3, employees leaving the department. 2 and 3, supervisor, we see a much bigger attrition in parks with a violence score of 20, which is a violence score of the Office of Violence Prevention. So we see a significant higher turnaround in parks that have much more incidences, and so that we see that attrition. I do want to just mention we have about a 10% vacancy rate, and we are working really hard. Of those the 10% vacancy, only 9 positions are over a year. When a couple years ago, we would have 1 recreation leader hiring exam, 1 every 2 years. We are now going into year-round hiring with the same amount of staff, just so that we can move the dial and get our hiring to fill those vacancies.
Utility costs, significant. And I heard you loud and clear that that's because of the rising cost of utilities. But given that, is there anything you can do to manage and reduce the costs? And are there requests in your budget for projects that can help reduce utility costs long term?
Supervisor, I think we have 2 staff members that all they're focused on is to decrease our utilities. So in the last 10 years, our department has decreased utilities and water usage, but as we increase more parks, we take those parks 20%. So we have done everything possible. At our pools, we've now replaced all our pool pumps to be much more efficient. We've put pool covers on all our pools, and that is important because water evaporates, so to keep water from evaporating, we're also using pool covers to maintain the heat at our pools. In collaboration with ISD, we did a water audit and electrical bill audit and utilized UUT dollars to invest back in those where we can have a rate of return. We've put water meters. So for example, we have water controlling system. Some of our irrigation is really daunting, but where we can, especially in all our new parks, they're controlled by weather. So if it's gonna rain, we're not watering when we feel precipitation. Right. This is all we see in our new park infrastructure, our old park infrastructure. So we've replaced, we are doing a lighting program, and we are replacing all our lighting, security lighting with efficiency lighting, smart controllers. We've also done a turf reduction program at all our parks. As part of the county reinvestment fund, we are replacing our HVACs, some of our HVAC systems that are very old, with energy efficiency, as well as we worked with every water purveyor in LA County, which for many of us is a lot, and we've hooked up our recycled water lines to all our parks that are under a mile, where the piping is under a mile. So we've partnered with the water agencies. We put money in so that we can bring that 1 mile of piping recycled water to our parks. So I will say to you that we have really have done everything we possibly can. I do want to say just, you know, in the North County, we are having an average of 50 days a year that are over 100 degrees.
Right.
So when we open cooling centers, that assumes that we're not turning on the air conditioning. Right now, in some of our parks, I think Supervisor, you remember the water issue at Jesse Owens?
Yes.
We're turning on the heater every morning.
Yes.
And then
cranking
air
it up. Conditioning. Right.
And so our parks are really a refuge, really throughout the year.
I'm clear.
For our communities.
No. Yeah, I'm clear about that. And I'm clear that we have no control over the utility increases. It just really was. You walked us through, very helpful.
Thank you.
To understand that you've been thinking about that and been proactive in terms of having staff review it. You touched on brush clearance and weed abatement is an issue that I hear a lot about, particularly for those living around the Kinihan Park. Again, are there elements in this budget, particularly with regard to the recent fires and our increasing climate disasters? Are you planning for the increased need for brush clearance, weed abatement, or land movement on park property?
Supervisor, another great question. That $3 million in our request, our priority request for deferred maintenance, it's deferred maintenance and emergencies. And it's to be able to respond to those emergencies, land movement. But I also just want to assure this board, I know that brush clearance can be very sensitive.
Yeah.
We have a 16-member maintenance crew that is responsible for our brush clearance, as well as 230 miles of trails. We also partner with the Conservation Corps to actually help support that. And I think one of the things we also partner with the courts in our court-referred county community service. So whenever someone gets community service, we aggressively say, come to parks. We had 350 community release workers this last year, over 70,000 of hours. And so we have a team that works with all of our court referrals so that they can come to parks. So we want them to come to parks, and we assign them to the brush clearance, to provide that additional deferred maintenance that we don't have the staffing to do. We also partner with the Department of Agriculture Commissioner Weights and Measures, shout out to them, and to the County Fire Department Forestry Division. And I also want to say in our natural areas, we have Eaton Canyon, over 150 volunteers. At Kennethon Park, we actually did 2 volunteer days, and we partnered with community-based organizations to come out and help us because we had a lot of rain. After a lot of rain, we have a lot of growth. So we engage our volunteers, and that is an area where I'm actually working with ISD to develop an online volunteer system so that if there is a need in our department, we can deploy members of the public who want to contribute to the park system much more rapidly.
Excellent, yeah, because at Kinihan Park, between those volunteers and the Baldwin Hills Conservancy,
That's right.
they handle the business. I've seen that over the years. Last, just two comments based on questions from other members and your comment. You know, to lose over 2,000 trees in this climate, literally, physical and political, is a big deal. You know, removal of a tree is the third rail now. You know, politically, it's just a problem. And so, and that you have 13 members on that whole, that's overwhelming. Are you doing anything around the beetle infestation prevention? So we're not just after the fact trying to remove the trees that have been killed by the beetle infestation, but what are we doing to try to prevent that and other infestations?
Supervisor, the best practice for beetle infestation is to remove dead trees immediately. And so it's a vicious circle. You know, in the past, we have requested additional bodies And I really just want, but I really want to thank the CEO. Last year, we were given $1 million to partner with the Conservation Corps so that they can augment our staff and help us remove those trees. We are asking for that money once again, that one-time money, so that we can partner with our Conservation Corps to really help us get in front of that issue. Because now that we've identified those trees, we need to remove.
Right.
They're also a liability and a risk for our department.
Right, that's true. Last piece with regard to the lifeguard and the comments from the CEO. You know, the additional piece for me and why it's so important is it is a safety issue. When I recognize the number of kids in the 2nd District who do not swim, we got to know each other my first year here as we were looking at pool closures, and I said, yeah, no, because, you know, the free swim lessons that the county provides saves lives. And in that the 2nd District now includes so many coastal communities, I'm even more focused on making sure that largely Black and brown kids know how to swim, not just for recreation and the wonderful lifeguard program, but it is a public safety issue. So I just wanted to add that element to, not only is it wonderful that our pools are available for cooling, but from my perspective, it really is public safety, which is why I have focused on it so clearly. That launched I'm gonna jump in every pool in the district in my first year. It took me the whole first term. I hit all 14. Have experienced or tried the water yoga. What you do in our pools is phenomenal. And while my beloved constituents who utilize Jesse Owens still want warmer water and all that, I get it. I know that you're doing all that you can. And I have to say, every time I go to a pool, a county pool, I walk away with this deep sense of pride in terms of the caliber of that asset. To the degree that I took myself to my own neighborhood city pool to try to take a water aerobics class and turned around and left. We do a stellar job in your county pools. I thought you said 40. Did we pick up 10? Don't we have 30 county pools?
We have 40. We have 40. Some complexes have 2 pools, Supervisor. Like so our aquatic centers may have 2 up to 3 pools.
Got you. I was like, I got to do some more pools I have to hit. I thought I hit them all. So I just wanted to acknowledge that for me it really is a safety issue. When you consider the number of drownings, a highly preventable death, particularly for young people, if they can benefit from the free asset of swim lessons at our county facility. So that's why the lifeguards, from my perspective, are so important, in addition to the cooling opportunity and the family time spent. Thank you. It's a great budget presentation. It gave us a true picture of all of the work that you all do. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Norma Garcia and your staff. I know they're sitting here. Hello, we know you all. Well, I want to say thank you because it has not been easy, at least in the 10 years that I've been here. And I think back about the measure that we put forward back in 2016. You were there and you guys did a wonderful job, but we did our homework. We did a needs assessment. So we could actually go to the voters to tell them and explain to them why the need is so great. Seems to me we probably need to update that, and maybe this new board or boards in the future will realize the importance of expanding the amount of funding that could be made available for parks, because they are so popular. You're right up there next to libraries, and you serve as a hub for gatherings for all kinds of reasons, whether it's our children, our youth, our seniors in particular, and to help us expand our cultural awareness. And I want to give you credit for that, because I think that is something that I know many of us early on, while I was on the board, we wanted to see more cultural activity, artistic activity, and that was something that wasn't always done. I know that, and I appreciate that and want to see that continue. But I am concerned about the limitations that Prop A has, because during those discussions that we had, it was a different board. It was a much more conservative board. We were very lucky to even get a 1.5 cents per square foot. It was supposed to be a little higher than that, but the compromise was from 3 to 1.5. But I think it's time possibly to look at going back out there to the voters for that, because I do think that parks, and given what we just saw happening in Altadena, you know, some of these gems and jewels that have been there, I can think of many parks right now that y'all are in charge of that really need some love. And I am challenged by saying that while we are bringing new parks on board, the expectation is that we're going to be able to meet those commitments. And I think we kind of have to be realistic, even with our cities, because often I hear from our cities saying, well, where's our Measure A money, Hilda, Supervisor? And I often think, well, it's not a lot of money when you think about it. It's only 94 million, right, a year annually?
Close to $100 million.
Close to 100 million, but 100 million doesn't pay for much.
90 agencies divide that pie.
And so it feels like it's almost $5 per city or per park. And I hope that there's a political will out there with the public, just as there is for animal care, for libraries, that people may want to help us in this endeavor. I saw that coalition come together, and it was fascinating. I don't know, Catherine, you were probably on staff with Supervisor Antanovich, and I know at the time Don Kanabi was here. But we had a lively discussion about the measure, and I would hope that we could at some point look at an assessment and let the voters know where we are, what our needs are, and the fact that if we are barely getting 2 people to open up a park, I think most of the public would say, how is that possible in LA County, the largest county in the country? And yet we're trying to be everything to everybody, and we can't. So I would like to explore that and maybe ask you to come back with something and have the CEO work with us on it, because I do think, Fisha, do you want to say something? Sounds like you.
Well, it sounds like as you're talking about the history of the prior Measure A, that there was a compromise that was successful because the measure was passed. And it sounds like what you're suggesting is maybe it's time to revisit that. And so if Parks wants to take the lead on doing like the assessment and the analysis, we'll work with her office and support her on that.
I think it's great, and it's true. I think just people knowing what the history is of some of the parks that have been in the queue. The duck farm, which is now our little park right off 605, we were lucky to get a hold of that. Very, very important land that butts up against the San Gabriel River and our schools, and it's just something that, it's a passive park, so it's not one of those parks where you're gonna play soccer, but it actually conserves the habitat. And there's walking paths, and it's amazing what you can see there, how things can be returned back to their almost natural state before we came in, urban rugrats or whatever that disrupted. But I want to say that because I know we are going to have some new parks in my district. A smaller one is in McLaren Hall. Believe it or not, that 19 acres, about 4 or 5 acres is going to be dedicated to a park, and partly because the state also joined with us. The Rivers Mountain Conservancy put in money, we got park monies, we got an earmark from our congressional friends, and people want to support those efforts and reimagine what happened at McLaren Hall. In addition, there's going to be housing. But that community park won't be just for the people living there, it'll be for the surrounding community, and it's going to be transformative. And I think that's going to open next year, I'm hopeful, or at least they're going to get that going. And then the latest one, I want to thank Supervisor Hahn, was the work that we did on the Puente Hills Landfill Park. That was more than 20 years ago, a piece of legislation that I carried to turn the landfill over to LA County. I never thought I would see the day. And we were able to get some funding out of the sanitation district that they had owed the county that we kind of lost sight of. But now we're ready to go there. And there'll be an opportunity to have a nature center, well, different EJ Center, talk about the history of how a landfill evolves, conservation, but also training, workforce training, and all those other things. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Norma?
Supervisor, I just want to say that, Christina, tomorrow, many of you will join us in the announcement of our acquisition grant program, but we have a whole team, well, two-people team, dedicated to helping the cities utilize their Measure A funding.
Good.
And the biggest impediment is we can build the park, but we can't maintain the parks. And your cities with the highest need, who we're giving monies to, we actually gave a grant. This was saying, here's money, take this money, look for land so that you can build the park infrastructure in your community that your communities need. The highest need communities, we cut checks. And we've been trying to work with them to utilize that money, but the issue is maintenance and operation. It's not only a county issue, a county and incorporated in our infrastructure, but it's many of our cities are in the same. And I do want to say the city of LA right now is doing a park needs assessment. Our staff is serving on their advisory, the technical advisory. They're actually experts. And so I would love to work with this board. And I'll just say one more thing. Proposition A, which is previous to Measure A, the board went twice. In 1992, the board approved Proposition A, then they went back to the voters and went to Proposition A in 1996. So there's precedent, I think there's need, and if there is the will, Supervisor, we're in.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Following up on that question then, Supervisor Horvath, I thought we built in language that allowed maintenance.
We did, Supervisor. I think when the board compromised from 3 cents per square foot to the 1.5, it cut the money availability, and so it really just decreased the amount available. If there's 15% available for maintenance and operations, but they, and I'll let.
Prior to that, you couldn't use it for maintenance. It was just for acquisition, correct?
No, that's not correct. Good morning, Supervisor Barker. Christine Angeles from the Regional Park and Open Space District, both under Prop A of 92, Prop A of 96, and now Measure A. There always has been a provision for maintenance and servicing. So that has always existed. The issue that Norma is raising, though, is it is never enough. So while we may be able to dedicate small amounts to the different parks, it is not enough to rebuild a gymnasium or to, put in, as Norma mentioned, the new pool pumps. The county had the resources to do that. A lot of our smaller cities don't.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You gave a very informative budget presentation. My colleagues have asked a lot of questions, so I just want to offer that if you could let us know what support you need from the board on the funding opportunities that you mentioned to help with the rebuild from the fires. I know that that's work that we'll be interested in. We absolutely want to support you. It sounds like you're aggressively looking at what other options exist out there. I know that you also look at the revenues that your department generates to make sure that you're bringing in revenues to cover the costs that I know you're concerned about as well. So whatever you need in terms of that additional support as you're seeking those outside funds, please let us know. But thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you again for the ways that you stood up the care camps and supported our young people in this really difficult time. Truly extraordinary work.
Thank you.
Yeah, and last but not least, I just have one quick question. When do you think you'll know the nexus between what FEMA will rebuild on Farnsworth, which I think was one of the projects that you made reference to that we built during?
Supervisor, excellent question. I think we learned a lot from the Bobcat fires, and just for the public, this is an excellent question. In the Bobcat fire, we lost a nature center. We received $2 million from FEMA reimbursement, but we're $14 million short to rebuild that nature center. And so we wanted my team is working feverishly, so we hired our as-needed consultants, and I just want to say thank you to the board, because when you trust departments with these resources, we're able to take these resources and move mountains. So our consultant team is looking at, with our staff, all of the costs for reimbursement, and we're also looking at what it will cost up front to rebuild and look at that gap. So in less than 2 weeks, by the end of this month, we will have what will FEMA reimbursed, what will they not reimburse, and what is that amount that we need to engage the philanthropic sector or look at other ways to fund that. So we want to be very aggressive, and we want to be about that. And I want to say that the Altadena communities have really reached out to our department, asking us to do this work, and we're doing this work with the supervisor's office and with the community.
Thank you. And then just anecdotally, you have employees that were impacted by the Altadena fire. How many employees would you estimate?
So 10 employees lost their home, supervisor, and we had countless part-time employees that were evacuated and had damage to their homes. And what we are doing, we are accommodating all our staff, and we want to make sure, because they're part-time staff, that we keep them employed. I want to thank the LA County Parks Foundation, because we are all providing them monetary funding to help support their needs as well. And so we're taking care of those county employees, but it's really important to keep our part-time staff employed with the department. So we've relocated them to other parks so that they can continue to earn a living as they figure out. Even if they didn't lose their home, many of them cannot come back because of smoke and other issues to their homes.
Yeah. Well, I truly do appreciate everything that you do above and beyond just being the director. And I think I can speak for the board that it really reflects well on your entire team and the benefits that you're providing to so many people and the hope. The part-time employees, at a time that's dark, you give them a little bit of light. So I want to thank you for that. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you, supervisors. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to have a presentation by our County Department of Libraries. We've got Sky here. Sky Patrick, you are on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. So thank you for this opportunity to share with you our share with you our 2025-26 budget request. Alongside me, our Chief Deputy Yolanda Pina. Next to her, Ting Fanti, who's the Department Finance Manager. And then to my immediate left, we have Grace Reyes, who is our Administrative Deputy. Every time I come up here, my nose starts to run. Thank you. Thank you. Apologies. So for the benefit of the public, and as a reminder, we are the second largest library system in the United States by location, with 86 branches serving 49 of our 88 cities, and all of the unincorporated Los Angeles County with the exception of Altadena. This past year, we welcomed 5.5 million visitors, had 8 million circulations, and we held over 15,000 in-person programs with 271,000 people in attendance, and we produced 219 virtual programs with over 932,000 views. Overview of our budget. The library is a special fund department. Therefore, we rely on property taxes and special tax growth to fund ourselves. For 24-25, the library's overall budget was $254 million with 1,276 budgeted positions. This operating budget consists of approximately $203 million in revenues and $51 million in reserves, with approximately 70% of those funds coming from property tax collections. Because we're self-funded, over the past 10 years, we have worked to establish a 20% fund reserve for unanticipated changes within our budget. For our fiscal 2025-26, the library budget priorities are minimal, and we are requesting reallocation of budgeted positions to fund 3 key enhancements that align with our 2024 to 2029 strategic plan. We are seeking a position to oversee our new automated material handling, which will significantly expedite material movement throughout our system, getting physical items into our users' hands more quickly. We're also seeking a video production specialist for digital outreach. As content creation continues to expand, becoming one of the primary forms of communication, we need to change and keep up with the times. Lastly, we're asking for 3 staff to support the Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall to offer literacy, education, and personal growth. These positions and their funding are still under discussion with the Department of Probation, and so therefore yet undecided. These staffing realignments, which has a net decrease of 12 budgeted part-time positions, will enhance operational efficiency, improve outreach efforts, and strengthen our specialized support services. Our other requests are to align the budget for anticipated property tax growth, which is offset by anticipated cost of living increase, and to ensure a balanced budget. Lastly, our adjustment is to seek to remove one-time funding for projects such as ARPA or probation or other smaller programs, which creates a net decrease of $17 million for the department's budget beginning in fiscal year 25-26. Next slide. Next, our budget challenges, pressures, which have been highlighted. First, property tax impact from the wild and urban fires. The property valuation and property tax could decline due to the recent devastating wild and urban fires, as damage to homes and infrastructures may lower property taxes, reducing tax base and then leading to a decrease in tax revenue for the library, but that remains to be unknown. Second, programmatic impact due to federal funding. Uncertainties in federal funding could and may impact and present challenges in sustaining key public services, including education, DEI initiatives, free summer lunches, and advancements in IT and telecommunications. I am working strategically with our national associations to better understand the impact of the new administration's executive orders to ensure service continuity. We're also monitoring the possible elimination of federal departments like the Institute of Museum and Library Services and/or the Department of Education. Libraries as second responders, thank you for that title, Supervisor Barger, last week. As a highly adaptive department, we remained open at locations that were safe to do so during the fires. To help with critical service continuity, the Department of Public Health and Department of Public Works provided us with over 300 air purifiers distributed around our locations to provide better indoor air quality for those who were seeking emergency resources and/or respite in general. Taking a play from our COVID playbook, we provided DSWs to support 211 call centers. We hosted the initial FEMA intake centers at 9 libraries closely related to communities impacted by the fires, serving over 1,250 people during the first few days. We aggregated emergency resources on the library's website for users, and then we also provided staff to serve at the county's Joint Information Center along with 5th District Call Center. In terms of distribution, we had 80,000 N95s that were made available through the Department of Public Health. We supported our sister department, Parks and Rec, with staff and 200,000 books and materials for their care camps. 2 weeks later, 2 weeks later at the Altadena Fire Recovery Giveaway event, hosted by the Altadena Rotary Club, we distributed over 1,000 emergency kits, 200 boxes of food, 10,000 diapers, and over 100 children's books. And last week, we held a similar distribution event at 10 of our libraries in the high-impacted areas. Lastly, our Malibu Library parking lot continues to be utilized by the Department of Public Works and the Army Corps of Engineers to provide sandbags, debris removal, and to provide recovery information for our communities. I want to talk a little bit about our partnerships, our internal partnerships, county partnerships. Last year, we partnered with 28 of our 37 departments, making it possible for us to expand our collective reach into mutual populations. External library partners, we initiated and led partnerships with local libraries and national library jurisdictions, including with One Book, One County, and the Books Unbanned initiative. Most recently, we mounted a partnership with the Altadena Public Library called Connected Wellness, raising funds to help provide school supplies, hotspots, diapers, hygiene products to families impacted by the fires. Lastly, our academic partners. We partnered recently with UCLA and received a grant to fund a Generations project. We recently signed on to an IMLS grant with San Jose University, and that grant will provide staff support and development and leadership training. We signed on to an NTIA grant with the Urban Libraries Council that will provide artificial intelligence and machine learning training for staff who can then turn and train the public. Looking ahead, literacy and arts. We are partnering with the City of West Hollywood, the Arts Department, and the LGBTQ Commission in planning our first ever LA County Writers Festival for October 25, which will celebrate underrepresented voices in the literary arts. We are moving into phase 3 of our tool lending library, and we're going to begin to circulate musical instruments geared towards disadvantaged young people. Wellness, we're looking forward to our continued discussion to bring social workers back into high-need libraries this year, and we're looking to focus in on the new digital divide, which is to train, use, and implement artificial intelligence and machine learning within library services, helping staff and users to understand and leverage this technology. We are continuing to do workforce development and expanding our education in libraries, and therefore we will elevate our literacy efforts, both through our Summer Stars tutoring program and our summer reading programs, and we're looking to explore additional opportunities for youth workers, and will continue to partner with our schools to provide services to our students. Lastly, capacity building. This year we stood up our first grants and development unit so that we can focus in on enhancing our philanthropic efforts and grant-based financial sustainability and support. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, you identified that you're requesting 3 support positions at Barry J. Nydorf. We had the probation department presentation with regard to their available funding. So will these, the cost of these positions be offset from funding from their department?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. That is the goal. We are required to ask for the positions now, but it will depend on the funding from that department.
Great. And you mentioned the Books Unbanned program. Given the challenges, there may be increased need. Are you prepared in the department to be able to accommodate that?
Thank you for that question. We are, in fact, prepared to accommodate an additional, possibly enhancing that program for the state of California alone.
Wonderful. And finally, I know that there's your budget memo references efforts to achieve fiscal sustainability by exploring innovative avenues and leveraging resources outside of the county. Can you talk about current and potential partnerships, including grant opportunities that the department is pursuing or plans to explore? I know you also have a foundation that's trying to find a way to help support. So how is all of that working?
Thank you for the question. So a little bit ago, I mentioned some of our academic partnerships where we have the ability to bring in some significant funds. I believe the IMLS, the Institute of Museum and Library Services grant with San Jose, is about a $10 million grant. And so if we are approved, we'll have at least an apportioned amount of that for staff training. In addition to that, the NTIA grant with ULC is also around $6 to $10 million. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number in front of me, which we, of course, will benefit from. We also have our own internal NTIA grant out right now for $12 million, and my understanding is we should know the results of that cycle within, by the end of March, I believe is the time frame. In addition to the things that we're doing with our own grants department, our grant unit, we know that our foundation is working to try to raise funding. It's a big challenge right now because they are essentially a team of one. And so within the context of a singular person, I think that they're doing the best that they can to bring in additional funds. And with us here within the department, with this new unit, we are also trying to double the efforts and even triple the efforts.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sky, for that presentation. It's clear that our libraries are so much more than just a safe place to check out a book. It's always amazing to me to hear what our library does. You can learn job skills in our libraries. You can apply for citizenship. You can check out power tools, baking accessories. It's pretty amazing. And I think you and I have had this conversation before. I'm pretty sure these programs are already successful, but I do know when I speak to some people, a lot of people still don't know the kinds of things that we do offer from our county libraries. In this budget, do you have money for a more robust marketing strategy of the kinds of things that our county libraries offer?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. That's partially why we need that video production position. You know, I mentioned earlier that this is the way that this current generation communicates, through video, through social media. And so we believe that having this position will definitely push out the marketing into areas that we're just unable to get into. We're also really focusing on hyper-local media and leveraging the local newspapers. I was at the Knight Foundation meeting this past week, and it was all about leveraging the local media in these uncertain times, and really doubling down in the community using those avenues. So we intend to do that as well.
I'm really glad to hear that, because I think our local community newspapers also would benefit from our investment dollars. And I do think there's still people that do read a community newspaper, and I think that that's a great strategy. I was going to ask a little bit about the Summer Stars tutoring program, which was our response to families who said their students were struggling to keep up with the curriculum, especially after the pandemic. That pilot ran for 8 weeks during the summer, and it was a great success. Your own statistics are pretty amazing. You conducted pre and post tests and found the overall reading scores improved by 19%. The average pre-test reading score was 65%, and the average post-test score rose to almost 84%. I mean, that's the difference between a passing grade. Again, I just don't think people realize what a key role you're playing in a student's academic life and struggles. Math, you raised, that tutoring program raised test scores there as well. So I see that this pilot program was funded by ARPA. And I didn't see a specific request for funding in this budget to continue that program. I think it's a stellar program, and I would like to see it beyond just summer. What's your thinking about that?
Thank you for the question. So I agree. It's one of the programs that I'm most proud of because we've seen the impact of this program just in this short period of time. And we have the backup, we have the data to support this program and its advances in pedagogy for our young people. We did have a little bit of money left over, so we do have a Winter Stars program that started in January. It's a much smaller footprint than the 48 libraries that we had for summer. I believe it's 30 libraries that we're currently working with. So we have had more program continuity than we anticipated. You are right, this coming summer is our last summer. We do not currently have funding for it, but it is one of the priorities that we've set forth for our foundation. And I would invite any board member who has a great idea to share it with me so that we can continue this program into every summer. And ultimately, it would be great to be able to bring this in-house to the library rather than contractual.
Thank you for that. One of the other aspects of the Summer Stars program was you working with our Department of Economic Opportunity to hire youth at work. Are you exploring opportunities to provide part-time and full-time positions to the youth that participated in the program? Because again, that would really be a full circle win-win.
And I'm sorry, Supervisor, I lost half of what you said there.
Oh, your department worked with our Department of Economic Opportunity and to hire youth at work, young people who were involved in this tutoring program and then had an opportunity to be hired part-time. Is that still something is on the table?
That's absolutely on the table, and that's the goal of this youth work program and this partnership is to eventually get some of these young people into part-time jobs. I was going to say full-time, part-time jobs, but eventually into a career with the county and the county writ large. So that's the goal. We've had tremendous success. I just want to take a moment to shout out Kelly and her team. They've really revamped this program to make it meaningful, to have that community liaison, that departmental liaison for our department, and to support these young people. I couldn't be happier with this partnership.
Thank you. And can you talk a little bit about your Book for Jails program? And does this budget continue it? Does it expand it? Is it enough? How is that working?
Yes. So this is actually, Books in Jail was an initiative that Supervisor Horvath brought forward. We're actually rebranding it to call it Literacy for the Incarcerated. And right now it's a voluntary program. It's a non-funded program where we utilize volunteers and the Friends of the Library. I think we had over 50,000 items donated and disseminated this past year. We do have a slight bottleneck because there's lack of continuity of picking up the material. And so we're trying to work that out right now so we can continue this program. Ideally, this will become another branch of the county library, one at Men's Central and then one at the women's prison, women's jails, excuse me, so that we can actually continue this work of literacy and help people turn their lives around.
Absolutely. And of course, we have a county library inside Los Padrinos as well, which was curated by you and your team to specifically, meet the needs of the young men and women who are in our custody. My frustration with that is not the excellence of the county library there, but the infrequency that the young people are actually being able to access for a variety of staffing issues, and we know all the challenges in our probation facilities, but thank you for that great county library there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
I really just want to thank you and your staff for being so public and being out there when we have events, whether it's at farmers markets or small venues. Your mobile unit is out there, you're giving out books. And people, are surprised. They're still surprised to see that out there. So I just want to urge you to continue to do that. And, I love that you're now making available so many products inside the library, feminine products, baby diapers, whether it's the tools and all the other things those are really nice. You would think that our senior centers would be doing some of that, but you're doing it. And maybe there's some cross-pollination so you can share that with them, because they're great ideas. I mean, yes, all of it, so.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll take that under advisement and try and figure out a way to partner with our senior centers.
They're like community centers? Yeah,
That's right.
and I mean, they service the same population, and it just seems that you have a good menu of services to give and share. So I want to encourage you to do that. One question my staff wanted me to ask was regarding the security cameras in the libraries. I know that we have had, I guess you've had to reprioritize where they go, and I think you have come to one of ours, Hacienda Heights, but I think there's still others on the priority list. So where are we with that, do you think?
Thank you for the question. So we're about 2/3 completed with that project, and so we anticipate having all of our county libraries with our high definition cameras by the end of fiscal year, maybe slightly after that.
Okay, great. Thank you again. Thank you to your staff.
Supervisor, it's worth noting that we do have a partnership with, many partnerships with the aging department, and currently you know that they lost the location in Altadena, and so we are housing them and providing that additional support at our La Crescenta Library.
That's nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And then to follow up on the security question, when is a pilot starting, or has it started at some of the libraries where you've got working with DMH?
For the social workers?
Uh-huh.
We look forward to that continued conversation here with your board, I think in 1 month.
Okay, because I know that Lancaster and Claremont, but I think Lancaster has a higher need. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I thought it was next month, but it sounds like we're meeting next week.
Oh, next week, okay, good. And then there's a common theme that I've heard from a couple of the departments, Felicia, and that is the impact that the fires are gonna have on property tax revenue. I know fire expressed it, libraries, you're dependent upon it. Are we tracking that so that this board knows what the impact is gonna be to the budget?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So yes, we are tracking it. The assessor who's coming up next is tracking it very specifically by parcel. It will be reflected in a revenue forecast that they usually do around the time of the recommended budget. The CEO's office also does, we do our own forecast, and that's how we build the budget. That's how we project how much money, and we will be able to show it by department.
Because you could probably tell, I mean, if Altadena lost over half the homes and then parts of Malibu, Palisades, you probably have a good idea of the loss of revenue.
Yes, I believe the assessor does have a loss, and we are in conversation with the assessor on a regular basis, and I think they have some preliminary forecasts, and as you know, the forecast gets better as we go through the fiscal year, but I think they are able to break it down by area.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank you, Sky. Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Supervisor. No? Are we done? Okay.
Yep, we're good. Now we are going to hear from the assessor, Jeffrey Prang, who will make his presentation. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. The budget that my office has before you emphasizes and prioritizes staffing and technology enhancements that will increase our efficiency and productivity and generate additional revenues that will help sustain county operations. While I always like to emphasize that we are not a revenue department per se, revenue is the direct byproduct of all of our efforts. By equipping my office to complete all of the transactions that take place within a fiscal year, the county is ensured of receiving the maximum revenues possible from the assessment roll. My budget proposal has two principal requests that will help us achieve that goal. One is for personnel and one is for technology. The budget request includes 79 appraisers and supervisors. Appraisers are the primary contributor to the growth of the assessment roll from which the tax roll is calculated. They are responsible for valuing all transactions. Right now, we face the need to address a structural backlog in the processing of new construction permits. The department has insufficient personnel resources to process all the new construction permits that are issued annually, depriving the county budget of revenues derived from those permits in the year that they are issued. The current budget year has about 120,000 new construction permits that will not be processed in this fiscal year. They represent about $20 billion in assessed roll value. A similar number were backlogged in 2024. By hiring more appraisers, we can drastically reduce this backlog and ensure that the county receives revenues from these permits in the same year that they are issued. The ownership technicians are the key personnel in determining whether or not a deed is a reassessable event. Once they've made that determination, appraisers complete the valuation work. The rule of thumb on the value of a journey level appraiser, which is year 2 of their training, is that for every dollar invested in an appraiser, the county sees a return of $7 in additional revenues. This is not just a short-term gain, it is an investment that grows exponentially each year. We've made significant strides in hiring and training. Over the past 7 years, we've adapted to the challenges such as COVID by developing a hybrid training model that allows us to onboard larger classes of appraisers efficiently. While higher than average attrition remains a challenge, we are confident that these new hires will help us meet our goals. I might also add that we went live with our new technology platform last August. What we term the Assessor's Modernization Project is a multi-million-dollar technology overhaul that replaced our legacy mainframe system with a cutting-edge cloud-based technology platform. This new system is already increasing our efficiency and productivity, enhancing public service, and providing the platform to transform many of our activities from a manual process to online automated process. The second priority component of our budget is the request for new technology to help us discover aircraft. As you may know, my office is responsible for assessing the value of both commercial and general aviation aircraft. However, aircraft owners deploy a number of tactics designed to help evade assessment and taxation. Some of those tactics include relocating aircraft out of the state during assessment periods, registering aircraft in other states, and even though they may be primarily housed in Los Angeles County, and for some inexplicable reason, the FAA has provided tools to assist aircraft owners to mask aircraft identification and registration. However, we've learned of a new technology that accesses multiple private and public information sources that will assist us in discovering aircraft that are housed in Los Angeles County. We've analyzed samples of the technology and believe that the cost of the technology is easily recovered by improving our ability to identify taxable aircraft. We believe that the return on investment is 5 to 1 or more. It is an innovative, cost-effective solution to ensure fairness and compliance. And finally, beyond staffing and technology, the budget includes a request for overtime, which is an essential component to completing the assessment role, and which has been a systematic component of our budget for decades. And the other big ticket item is legal costs for assessment appeals and attending legislation. These critical expenses are unavoidable, but they ensure that we maintain the integrity of the assessment role. And by approving these budget requests, my office secures the resources that are necessary to effectively complete our mission and help provide for a stronger financial future for the county. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, Assessor Prang, for your hard work that you and your department do. And let me also just say you do such an amazing job, particularly the way your staff has been so quick to respond to property owners who are facing catastrophic loss, both in my district with the landslide and the land movement, as well as those who have suffered in the wildfires. I think your proactive and compassionate support of these residents has really, I think we're saying this about a lot of our department heads, really shows who we are as a county, so thank you. So I was going to ask about the aircraft assessment technology, but it sounds like this is, will be, as you said, did you say 5 to 1 revenue?
Yeah, the technology.
What is the technology, by the way?
It's a software program that combs through a multitude of databases that individually would be very difficult to get on our own. We estimate that the investment is about $750,000 for the software. We believe that we could bring in $4 million a year in new revenues. That's ongoing revenue. The consultant believes it's much higher.
Yeah, I think that's pretty significant. And I was just thinking that almost all of the 100 positions in your budget request are revenue generating. And you might have said it, but I think it's worth repeating again for the public. What kind of revenues you think your department would see if we funded all those positions?
Well, currently the total assessed value of LA County is over $2 trillion, and the total revenues that are generated from that exceed $20 billion that it's allocated to schools and other public agencies. But we believe that that the investment of these appraisers and this technology will be in the tens of millions of dollars in new revenues.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Your budget noted it's been difficult to fill positions as fast as they're vacated. So if you're provided the 79 positions to work on the backlog of permits, would you be able to fill them?
Yes, we would be. Our plan would be to hire 3 classes of 50 appraisers every 6 months, July 1st, January 1st, and the following July 1st. We've actually done a pretty good job since COVID. We learned how to do training of appraisers in a virtual environment. It used to be in a classroom, and we were confined by the size of our classroom. But we've been able to hire extra large classes, and we've actually come very close to filling all of our vacancies. If it weren't for the larger than normal attrition, we actually would be filling all of our vacancies on an annual basis.
Okay, so Madam CEO, how do you handle requests like this that generate additional revenue for the county? This seems like an important place to invest, even though I know we're in a budget-challenged environment.
What I would say, Supervisors, is particularly with the season of austerity that we find ourselves in, this is something that we would certainly work with the assessor on making a recommendation. And there's a difference between the what and how, because one of our other competing budgetary priorities is to put the money to work as soon as possible. So if assessor is saying, we can't hire all 79 in a year, but we can do 60, then I have other departments that will want the funds for those other 19 positions. But to the extent that they are a revenue generator in terms of priority for budgeting, that is one of the requests that a CEO's office would prioritize. But for hearing this information in this setting, when you talk about back office operations like assessor, they are not inherently exciting. They're not jabbing people in the arms, and saving them from a health crisis, but they are the tip of the spear in terms of the county revenue. So I say all that to say that we would work with them and we would prioritize the request. We would want to prioritize requests, and it's a question of the what and the how.
Well, Assessor Prang is my former colleague. I find him terribly exciting, but I'm glad to hear that that we have a path forward if we're able to hire quickly, because I think this is certainly needed in this budget season. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. We began to ask the question before you arrived, and so do you have an idea of the fire's impact on our property tax roll, or would that data come out during recommended budget?
We are continuing to assemble that information. We can say informally that we've identified about 21,000 structures within the burn areas. Approximately 16,000 of them have been impacted. We think that the total assessed value at risk is about $20 billion. And the total value of the property is obviously worth much more than the assessed value. The assessed value, on average, is about 45% of the market value.
Right.
When we will still be assessing the land, it is possible that some of the land will have experienced a decline in value due to the changed environmental and economic conditions, as well as the contamination. So there may be some land which will be reduced somewhat in value as well. And it is likely, as you know, the rebuild could take anywhere between 5 and 10 years. So it will be some time before that assessed value is put back onto the roll.
Appreciate that. We've received a couple of interesting calls from constituents who have hangars at Compton Airport and got for the first time, a bill, I believe, from you. They use them for, they don't have aircraft, they use them for storage. Apparently that's a thing, to rent an airplane hangar for storage. Yeah. And so we refer them to your office. Is that a part of this aircraft assessment technology? No,
it's not part of that technology, but they received a bill for something called possessory interest. When you are a private entity using government property for private use, you have to pay the property taxes that are otherwise exempted for the government agency. So, for example, at LAX, you know, all the airlines, all the stores, they pay rent. But what people don't know, they also pay the property taxes that's otherwise exempted for the city of Los Angeles.
And so why is that just happening?
It's likely that we didn't know about it. So every year we're constantly trying to discover who's doing what. Sometimes information comes to us easier than others. It's possible they could have even gotten back taxes in that bill.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yeah, I'm interested also in the hangar issue because we have El Monte Airport, and I asked my staff recently what happens when it's out-of-state aircraft or out-of-county aircraft that come in and use our facilities. How do we collect that?
So the rules on assessment is that if you are housed, if you keep that airplane in the county of Los Angeles, you have to pay taxes here. A lot of them try to avoid that by registering them in other states. But it doesn't matter where it's registered, it's where it is physically located. What this technology will do for us is help us to really match what's on the ground with the records in order to provide them with assessment. And
so you will be able to go after these folks because
yes,
apparently that's
it was interesting
the practice in El Monte.
Some of the sampling that we did, that some of these people got a bill, and their first question was like, how did you find us? And that's what this technology will do. It'll help us to find them. It'll go through this multitude of databases to begin to piece together a puzzle about who owns the airplane and who's keeping it in LA County.
Right. And you know, given El Monte Airport, it is very spacious. There are a lot of warehouses there, and I don't know all that goes on in those warehouses, but I think there are a lot of space for old aircraft, and I don't know what else, but how regularly do you guys go out and visit? Is it an annual thing, or?
We do an annual canvass of what we call business personal property, which includes aircraft. They will actually go door to door and knock on your door and say, you know, what do you got in there? And did you fill out the business property statement? Same thing at airports. If they're not paying, it's because we were not able to make a determination as to what was there. We may not be able to see it. They may not be disclosed. But when it comes to the aircraft themselves, this technology will help us determine what's inside some of those hangars.
Right, and that's equally important too, because I don't know what goes on there most of the time. But it is a very busy airport, and I know that we can't. I think our sheriff uses it, and some other public safety. I think CHP
right.
even has in the past, and you know that's they don't pay anything for that, but they have they go in and gas up, get whatever they need, and then they move on. And there is no revenue coming from them.
No, not from public agencies, no.
It's interesting because you know, just like we charge for legal services and all ISD, you would think that concept could be applied in some way.
It's possible. I'm not sure who owns that airport, but it's possible that they pay rent to whoever operates the airport. But in terms of property taxes, the sheriff, the CHP would not pay business property taxes.
We don't collect.
We own El Monte. Did you say it depends on who owns it?
Oh, yes. So that's a county-owned property. Yeah. So the county's exempt from property taxes. So are government agencies like the sheriff. I suppose you, it would be within your discretion whether you want to charge the sheriff
I
to
don't know that they pay.
lease space
Well,
there.
you know, it's interesting because I know Pasadena runs a helipad right off the 130 or the 210. And if we were to use that, they do charge a fee.
I don't think we do. Can we get
I'm told
information on
by
that?
fire.
Can we get
It's not unreasonable.
information on that?
Yes, we're happy to
Like what
provide.
that might look like and what revenue we could generate?
Surely.
Yeah, and then just lastly, I'm glad you're going to be hiring up a lot of folks, and I would ask you, is there any thought about bringing folks 120 days, folks that are retired that can really hit the ground running?
We are doing that. We have a very aggressive program to bring back retirees. Part of my goal is to keep my full-time employees working on revenue-generating activities and to use retirees to help us with the disaster relief. We don't want to pull people out of revenue-generating activities, particularly right now at the end of the fiscal year. So by having additional retirees, they will help us to keep the workload going.
And you continue to have classes at, was it Rio Hondo?
We've continued to expand our workforce development program at West LA College and Rio Hondo. We're still training, and we've hired a number of people from the Rio Hondo program. It's actually it's very successful.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Prang and the entire team.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks. All right, now we are going to hear from our Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, Dean Logan. Welcome, Dean.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Dean Logan, Registrar Recorder, County Clerk. I'm joined today by Jerome Jordan, our Assistant Registrar Recorder, County Clerk for Administration, and Jennifer Storm, our Department Finance Manager, and the other members of our department leadership team are present in the boardroom as well. Thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2025-26 budget priorities and to publicly share information about the Registrar Recorder, County Clerk. While today's presentation is focused on specific budget priorities and challenges, our base operating budget is responsive to and grounded in our commitment to serve Los Angeles County by providing essential records management and election services in a fair, accessible, and transparent manner. We approach the budget process as a roadmap, guiding our collective efforts to preserve and protect records, facilitate democracy, and promote civic activity that represents the significance of the individuals who make up Los Angeles County, ensuring equitable, innovative, and timely services when and where needed. Our fiscal year 2025-26 budget request centers on three priorities: sustaining successful election programs and voting systems, stabilizing revenue to support the Recorder and County Clerk services, and enhancing our capacity to operate in a secure, accurate, and effective manner. Our requested budget includes election cycle adjustments and baseline funding realignment for the June 2026 gubernatorial primary election. These adjustments occur in each fiscal year, driven by the schedule and type of election, with general elections and presidential cycles typically requiring more resources. Related to and responsive to the election cycle adjustments, multiple priorities are associated with the county's Voting Solutions for All People voting system and program, recognized and referred to as VSAP. For budgetary purposes, we look at VSAP in three distinct ways: as a system, as a program, and as a product. As a publicly owned and operated voting system, VSAP includes supporting and maintaining the primary elements of our election infrastructure, including our ballot layout program, vote tallying system and hardware, voter data and election management systems, and our voting equipment. As a program, VSAP supports the voting model in each election, such as securing vote centers, processing vote by mail, recruiting and placing election workers, producing multilingual voting materials, and maintaining vote center accessibility compliance. As a product of that the county owns, we must ensure stability, longevity, and viability of our VSAP assets. And that is where one-time project-related expenditures come into play for upgrades, usability enhancements, testing and certification, and new or streamlined interfaces required by legislative changes. VSAP funding has previously been allocated primarily through one-time appropriations, necessitating annual resubmission. This request aligns the permanent nature of VSAP as a system and a program with ongoing funding built into the base budget and one-time project funding to support upgrades and enhancements to the VSAP product line. Next, we are requesting 4 positions, 3 of which are funded through offsets to better align to program priorities and operational needs. The 4th is for 1 additional position dedicated to managing the VSAP open source program and ensuring compliance with the state's approval of the VSAP system. In the area of cybersecurity and government compliance, our budget request includes $1.2 million in ongoing funding for cybersecurity programs and voting rights compliance related to multilingual services and accessibility programs. Included in our budget request is one-time funding for information technology contracts, security, new equipment, and hardware replacement, as well as ongoing IT funding for initiatives and products related to software licensing and updates, disaster recovery, fiscal services, asset management, data storage, and multi-year contracts. Our final priority is special revenue programs completely offset by our special revenue funds, and the bulk of that request is to support the ongoing work of the department's restrictive covenant program. Next slide, please. Our unmet needs budget request includes $667,000 in one-time funding for security upgrades at our department headquarters to replace an outdated key card access system and for additional security cameras. Additionally, our request identifies both an ongoing and one-time NCC requirement of $1.6 million and $8.6 million respectively to address recorder revenue deficits. This request is based on 3 years of continued decline and instability in the real estate market and a base recording fee that is out of alignment with current inflationary factors and cost recovery models. Next slide, please. With respect to budget pressures and challenges, I'll briefly note existing and emerging issues related to increased operational costs, loss of coordinated federal and state resources, and the recording fee deficit. Ongoing election administration costs, in theory, should stabilize and align in the election cycle within a given fiscal year. For example, fiscal year 2025-26 covers the gubernatorial primary, whereas fiscal year 26-27 will cover the November general election, and then a new presidential cycle starts in 2028. I would like to say that we expect a level of stability. However, we are seeing changes at the federal level that could be destabilizing. As a result, we are closely monitoring and assessing the resources that will be needed to continue to ensure safe, secure, and well-run elections. The most significant emerging pressure comes from the loss of coordinated federal and state resources and funding. The successful administration of elections between 2020 and 2024 was supported by coordinated federal resources for cybersecurity awareness and monitoring, election interference prevention, FBI election crime support, and voting accessibility grants. All indications are that those programs are not being carried forward under the new administration. Similarly, state resources allocated for voter outreach and education have steadily decreased since 2020 and are not expected to be funded going forward, despite demonstrating the previous investment contributed to increased voter confidence and trust. More recent concerns with downstream impacts include reports as recent as this weekend of layoffs and reduced funding at the Federal Housing Authority, which may negatively impact the real estate market, potential for change in governance or privatization of the U.S. Postal Service, which could impact the county's vote-by-mail program, and proposed federal legislation and court decisions related to voter registration and vote-by-mail that could be disruptive and costly if enacted. With regard to the recording fee deficit, in addition to the market impact, the state's base document recording fee has not been adjusted in over 10 years, and thus has not kept pace with inflationary trends over the past decade. I will note that we are advancing a legislative proposal through the County Recorders Association of California to adjust that base recording fee and to restore that as a self-funding, to restore the recorder function as a self-funded program. And I will be coming back to you as soon as we have a bill number to talk about support for that proposal. Our forecast does show some indication of an incremental market recovery. However, with the recent fires and cuts at the FHA, we are on alert for any impact that may further exacerbate our revenue decline. Finally, I'll conclude with a brief note on wildfire impacts. Like all of my colleagues who have spoken before, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted by the fires, and we have been actively involved in the recovery efforts by providing vital records and real estate recording copy fees and waiving those fees for those impacted by the fire. We will look for opportunities to restore those funds out of disaster relief funds where appropriately. And we are continuing to assess any impact on the election side. We do know of at least one vote-by-mail drop box that was destroyed in the fire and will need to be replaced. On behalf of RRCC, I want to thank your board and the CEO for the leadership and support of the department, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you, Dean. We'll start with Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dean, and your staff. I want to really just take this opportunity to thank you for this past election that was tremendous and so much pressure around the country, but on focusing on LA County and your offices. I don't know that most people know that your new processing center is in the City of Industry, and if staff or members haven't gone to visit that, I would encourage you to. It's quite fascinating. The everything has been upgraded, it looks like, to me, and it's just fascinating to see all the staff that were there and volunteers and all the preparation that went on. And we went through a whole tour with you and with other observers from around, I think, the state and the country that came to see how our process works. It's quite interesting. And I know that there are a lot of safeguards that you have in place, but I wanted to raise something with you. If you could kind of inform us here, the public, when it comes to secure and transparent processes, how is it that we actually ensure that a voter file does not include people that should not be there? And one example could be a deceased person or someone that just hasn't voted in the last 10 years or something. So.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor, a topic that gets a lot of attention around the country. I want to emphasize that voter list maintenance or voter file maintenance it's not a 1 or even 2 or 3 times a year activity. It's a daily activity in a county this size. We are constantly working through a partnership with the Secretary of State's office where the state voter registration database is maintained. That is the official record of voters in the state of California. We, of course, have our subset of that, and we are running a series of queries and getting reports from various sources that we are checking against that database on a regular basis. You know, it used to be that 30 days before the election, the rolls were frozen, and that was it. Now, because we allow for voter registration up to and including on Election Day, that activity is literally an ongoing process. So some examples of that, we check locally our voter file against the records of death certificates that are also filed and maintained in our office at the Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk. But we also receive through the Secretary of State's office information from the Social Security Administration on deaths and from the State Department of Public Health. We also, every time we do a mailing to voters in LA County, that process goes through the National Change of Address program, and we get notifications back from the Postal Service if somebody is no longer, if there's undeliverable mail or if they have a new address on file. So we're constantly going back through and updating that. Now, it is an exacting process in some respect because sometimes those sources, for instance, death notices, don't always provide an address or don't provide necessarily enough information to make a direct match. And we're very careful because we don't want to cancel a voter registration of a person without having enough data confidence to do that. So again, ongoing process, and as far as concerns or references to deceased or non-eligible individuals registering and voting, there have been multiple studies nationally and within the state of California that have looked at that and have found very minimal cases of that.
Fraud.
Yeah.
Fraud. Yeah, and I think that's why it's important for people to understand the process, because you and I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago about that in terms of verification and how that happens, and you're telling us that you're relying also on the state that provides that information to you, and you cross-check.
Correct.
That, and I think people have to understand that from other states when they accuse us of allowing people that aren't authorized to vote. So I wanted to have that on the record. But I also wanted to ask you, I know last year during the election we had some visitors, congressional members, and I think they were upset, some were, not all, regarding how votes were tallied, how they came in so late. But can you kind of run through that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a story that I like to, that's a good example of making lemonade out of lemons, right? So the first notice that we received of that was indication that a congressional leader from one party was going to be on site at our ballot processing center and possibly was going to be hosting a media event to make the point that you just made, that to be concerned about how long it was taking to count and report the votes. The other party then sent, I think, 4 members of Congress to be there for counterbalance. It turned out that there was not a media, it was not a media event. It was actually ended up being a great opportunity. And you mentioned the ballot processing center earlier, which has really been a game changer for us because we have everything housed in that one facility. It's built for transparency. And it really was a great opportunity to have 5 members of Congress see that process from start to finish. And I think they all left on both sides feeling confident about the process. There is a lot of attention around the time it takes to certify elections in California and in Los Angeles County. That is, from my perspective, is intentional in the way our state election laws are written, because they are written to give the voters the greatest opportunity to cast their ballot and to ensure that their ballot is counted. So we receive a significant number of vote-by-mail ballots back postmarked on Election Day, but received up to 7 days after Election Day. And we receive a lot of vote-by-mail ballots that are dropped off at voting locations on Election Day. Those have to go through the same deliberate and secure processes that those that arrived 26 days before the election. And so, you know, it's frustrating, I think, for candidates, the media, and in some cases voters, but it is in those contests where we have sometimes razor-thin margins that we demonstrate that we have provided that security, that accuracy, and that we've cross-checked everything before we certify the election results, and that's built into state law.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. In terms of your use of technology, it warms my heart when I get my text that my vote-by-mail ballot has been received and been counted. I didn't get that. Yeah, someone else in my household got that text. I was like, huh, did I miss an election? So I didn't get that one, but thank you for that technology. Appreciate you walking through the potential risks of federal cuts. What percentage of your budget or funding comes from federal sources?
Thank you for the question. Actually, there is no ongoing federal funding that supports elections. And actually, for the most part, that's true of state funding as well. So the burden, the financial burden for elections, even though we are conducting the elections for the local, state, and federal levels, really is borne by the county. Now, I will say, in saying that, I will say in the past 10 years, there have been efforts to provide one-time grant funding from the federal government and from the state, especially during COVID, to support the elections process. And there's good data to show that that investment had a strong return. So on things like, and that's what I was referencing before, that on things like cybersecurity awareness and election crime investigation, we really have had a strong partnership with the federal government, especially in the 2024 election, where it was anticipated that there could be some issues. That's unfortunately what we've seen in the last couple of weeks has already started to diminish. So that's going to, if we want to maintain that same level of security and infrastructure, that's going to fall to us to fund.
So those examples you gave were one-time investments in the form of grants, but not indicative of an ongoing line item, if you will.
Yes, so I think structurally there were one-time grants. I will say in the areas of cybersecurity and accessibility, while they've been one-time grants, they have been pretty consistent over the last 5 to 10 years. And so we have become somewhat reliant on it. So we have had an average of, $2.5 million of federal funds come in to augment our efforts in the past several election cycles. That's where we're going to see the loss most significantly.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. That was one of my questions. The other is, given our investment in BSAP, I know it's been a significant capital investment for the county and for your department. Will we see any cost savings or efficiencies moving forward given that investment?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I want to be optimistic in that respect, and I mentioned that in my early remarks, that there should be some level of stabilization, and I think that's why it was important to describe VSAP as kind of three different things: a program, a system, and a product. I think there are opportunities coming ahead on the product side where there is some interest in other jurisdictions around the country and even in some cases outside of the country in elements of what we have created and developed here. If we are able to successfully take our tally system and our ballot marking device interface open source, then there are opportunities for that to be shared. And while we can't make a profit off of that, there may be opportunity for some cost recovery or for us to benefit from ongoing development and enhancements to those products as more users are using them. On the other side, I think that what we've just seen is a consistent pattern of legislative change and demands on the elections infrastructure that while the initial investment in the hardware and the system is at the end of that cycle, we're now put in a position where we have to maintain that and we have to make sure that it's capable of sustaining going forward. So, long way of answering your question. I think there are opportunities for shifting those resources and some opportunities for stability, but I think they're going to depend on also stabilization of the legislative process related to elections.
Understood. Thanks.
Thank you. I have no questions, but I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done and continue to do. You're very responsive. My staff says that, especially on Election Day, you all are always right there to help us out. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to now move on to the Executive Officer. Edward Yen will make a presentation. That's easy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors and members of the public. Today, I'm here to present the budget for the Los Angeles County Executive Office of the Board of Supervisors. Often referred to as the clerk of the board, we are also affectionately known in the county as the EO, not the CEO. The office is responsible for the county's legislative process. At its core, we serve as the Chief Legislative Officer for Los Angeles County. We are the central clearinghouse for all agenda items that require the review or executive action of the board. Let me take a break. I did forget to introduce someone next to me. May I please introduce my Chief Deputy, Steven Hernandez, for the record. Now I'll continue. Our responsibilities are multifaceted. We serve as Brown Act compliance officers, safeguarding the public's right to access agendas, notice of public hearings, public records, and open meetings. Our duties extend beyond posting agendas and simply recording minutes. We ensure that once actions are approved, they are processed and disseminated. We certify board actions and archive records for future generations. This ensures accountability and preserves the history of our county's decisions. We also provide core administrative functions such as information technology, budgetary oversight, and building management to enable the board and their staff to concentrate on strategic priority initiatives. Furthermore, we handle a wide array of tasks, including accepting claims and demands against the county, providing public notices, and administering property tax appeals. We also provide specialized services to county departments, notably the conflict of interest, compliance, and adherence to the county's equity policy. In essence, the Executive Office powers our county's legislative machinery. We ensure that the board's decisions are legal, transparent, and effectively implemented. We are committed to serving the board and the public with integrity and dedication. So on the first page of our budget recommendation is our Tier 1 critical unmet needs. I will focus on these priority recommendations. However, I will also highlight a couple items from our Tier 2 list. On November 5th, 2024, the residents of LA County voted for Measure G. And then on November 26, 2024, your board unanimously approved a motion that directed my office to establish the Governance Reform Task Force, also known as GRTF, which will consist of 13 members, including academics, community leaders, and residents, working collaboratively to guide key reforms and provide informed recommendations, thusly building transparency, trust, and participation in the reform process. To facilitate this board directive, we are requesting one-time funds of $1.1 million for task force member stipends, startup costs, and subject matter experts to provide strategic guidance, and $900,000 to fund 3 ongoing staff positions who will serve as the primary liaisons between GRTF and the board. EO staff will play a crucial role in maintaining operations by engaging stakeholders and community members, while also organizing outreach efforts to make sure that the public's voice is heard. One of our initial tasks was to build a website to collect applications for the task force. We have completed the website, which can be found on measureg.lacounty.gov, and applications are due by March 7th, 2025. That's March 7th, 2025. Once the task force is formed, the EO will provide ongoing administrative and technical support. This includes managing meeting logistics, preparing agendas, maintaining records, and ensuring compliance with public meeting laws, like the Brown Act. This is why the request for 3 ongoing positions is critical. Our second item is related to our responsibility to broadcast and enhance the experience of in-person board meetings. Our goal is to ensure board meetings are accessible to all. Whether in person, online, or through recorded sessions, the public has multiple ways to stay informed about the issues that affect them. While we pride ourselves in the progress and efficiency of this production, we know the system we have in place is aging. Included in our budget request is an increase of $285,000 in ongoing NCC funding to support the existing broadcast and audiovisual contract, and $900,000 in one-time funding for equipment replacement to enhance public engagement with the Board of Supervisors at their meetings using enhanced audiovisual and streaming services. We also recognize the diversity of LA County requires an investment in language interpretation, closed captioning, and accessible materials so that no one is left out of the conversation. However, our current capabilities are limited and hinder communication with our diverse communities. We are requesting $104,000 in funding to implement an artificial intelligence for real-time translations in multiple languages. At the start of the fires that devastated much of Los Angeles County earlier this year, we tested this real-time translation application during the morning press conferences. This allowed viewers to scan a QR code, which sent them to an application where they were able to listen and read captioning in over 60 languages. We intend to expand the use of this translation application for board meetings this year. Funding for this request is key to improve constituent engagement and support the county's language access strategy in a cost-effective way. We also oversee the operations of numerous county commissions and committees, ensuring their functioning in alignment with board priorities. Commissions and committees play a vital role in advising the board on key policy issues in LA County. And the board's executive office is entrusted with supporting them and ensuring they operate effectively and transparently. Our role begins with the establishment of commissions and committees. We support the board in coordinating membership appointments and set up operational structures, including bylaws and meeting frameworks. Commissions tend to have a more formal and established role in county governance that often involve broader public participation and advisory functions, while committees can be more task-oriented and may have a more internal or narrowly defined focus. For our third priority, my office is making a recommendation for staffing to support the Prevention Promotion Systems Governing Committee, otherwise known as PPSGC, which was established pursuant to a July 25th, 2023 motion to adopt the vision, model, and guiding principles recommended by the Prevention Services Task Force for the delivery of comprehensive community-based prevention and promotion services. This includes $1.9 million to support 7 staff positions and $800,000 for ongoing S&S. This budget request is consistent with committees that we've formed in the past. I also want to highlight a couple of other commissions which can be found on the next page, please. And I'd like to highlight the support for newly formed or recently formed commissions such as the LGBTQ+ and youth commissions. With changes from a new federal administration and an increased desire from the community to be heard by their elected officials, it is critical to support residents to participate in advisory bodies and give them the support they need. For example, in recent weeks, we have seen drastic changes to policy nationwide that directly impacted our LGBTQ+ communities. As more changes come, the needs of the newly developed LGBTQ+ Commission will rapidly expand. To support them and effectively serve the diverse needs of this community, we are requesting 3 positions. They currently only have 2. The Youth Commission has been critical in expanding support services in the county by elevating youth voices to inform policies, programs, and practices for child welfare, juvenile justice, and all youth-serving systems. The funding is required for additional staffing to maintain and expand youth engagement efforts and ongoing capacity building. We are requesting 2 positions. In total, we are requesting positions ranging from executive directors to support staff and many classifications in between to be allocated to various commissions, committees, or boards in the county. In summary, the Executive Office provides essential infrastructure and support, ensuring the board's ability to effectively govern and serve Los Angeles County. During the recent wildfire and windstorm disasters, I witnessed my staff's role to support the county's efforts to inform the public about safety and recovery efforts. Our staff worked around the clock and on weekends to ensure the daily and then weekly press conferences were organized and properly disseminated to media. We are committed to fiscal responsibility, viewing these requests as vital investments in the foundation of our county's operations. I thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions regarding the budget.
Thank you. I'm going to go first, and then I'll call on Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you for the presentation, Eddie, and I appreciate all the hard work in putting together a proposed budget for the Executive Office. And I also want to thank your staff for the press conferences because they were a key partner in really helping us disseminate information on the fires. Many of the positions that you've asked for are related to staffing commissions, committees, and task forces. I wanted to ask if an executive office has considered conducting a workload assessment for commission services. I know there are shared services among the existing assessment or commissions, and I think it'd be helpful to have a thorough assessment and analysis of where we can maximize efficiency and avoid duplication among staff. Something that's not been done, and I know you've gone, we've increased commissions, and this board's even talked about looking at all the commissions to see what commissions are no longer necessary. So maybe we could do that in conjunction with doing an assessment. What are your thoughts?
Definitely. We've heard about the recommendations in the past. I know there were some conversations last year, and I think during these times we need to definitely look at opportunities where we can enhance efficiency. One of the things we're doing is we're really evaluating what specific tasks and responsibilities each item holds, and then also identify the amount of time an employee spends on a particular task. Then we can identify from a broad, holistic perspective, like how much time can each employee do for each commission. And so therefore, in order to do that, we are looking into not only looking at the commissions themselves, but actually at our tasks and responsibilities for each of those items that we have.
Thank you. And then I also want to follow up on the request for the Governance Reform Task Force. As we all know, Measure G promised no additional tax resources to the voters and would instead reallocate existing funding. To establish the Governance Reform Task Force, which is the first of many steps, there is a request for 3 permanent staff. So are you working with the CEO to identify where the funding is going to be reallocated from, or to consider consolidating existing commissions? I know we want to be faithful to the voters and not add an additional government layer in implementing Measure G, which is what we all were told.
So I think the submission of the budget was prior to, I think, during the fires and the things that we've been going through right now. I don't know as far as working with the CEO's office. I think we're discussing on ways to create efficiencies. I know the CEO has asked me to look at my department to find how we can be more efficient. As far as just the actual budget, I'm not really quite sure exactly.
But even if we had the money, that's not the point. The point is it's going to cost no additional new resources. So, Fezia?
Thank you, Supervisor. Two things. On the issue of the commissions, the board did previously have that discussion. I think the EO has indicated that they will prepare an assessment looking at the commissions and the advisory boards. And in response to that, our office issued a memo to your board saying we are waiting on that report before we move forward with budget recommendations for commissions. That's number one. Number two, on the Governance Reform Task Force, you correctly point out that we're required by law to establish it. We are not looking to establish it using new NCC dollars, and so the question is really to look within. We have a report back due this month. I believe it's due this. Yeah, we have a report back due this month on the Governance Reform Task Force and how we plan to implement it. And we will be mindful of the legal requirement that we fund that through savings and not through the appropriation and allocation of additional revenue.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You asked some of the questions that I was going to ask, and I think you're correct, Madam CEO, that during the Great Recession, we actually eliminated commissions. So I think that task should be looked at immediately. And I know that there have been some commissions that, for lack of a quorum, can't even hold meetings. So I think that's a real issue, and maybe having more staff go in and figure out what's happening, doing that assessment, as you're saying, and evaluation.
Yes.
And I think it is, go ahead.
Yeah, Supervisor, I think many of us on this dais participated last time in the very painful effort to assess all of the work of like over 200 commissions, and I knew it was a very time-consuming process. Eddie and I had a conversation the other day about maybe taking a functional approach. We have commissions that have the same focus area, but there's a slight pivot on the specific area of focus. At one time, we had two or at least two commissions focused on women or women and girls issues. And so what our conversation was, if there isn't sufficient time to do the very deep dive where we're kind of looking at each one individually and how many reports they produce and their attendance, is to convene the departments by cluster area to see if we could take a functional approach of we may still have a need for a commission in a particular area that could be filled by maybe combining it with another commission or expanding the focus area of another commission. So that was something that we were discussing. I'm not sure if it's practical to do that, but it may allow EO to produce a product sooner rather than the traditional way our commission reviews have been done in the county.
How do you feel about that, EO?
Yeah, we're already starting to look into the data and the metrics of it. I think the important thing is to rely on, like you said, if we have commissions that are not meeting a quorum, or also looking at what the CEO has mentioned, which is just the purposes of that commission and the departments that they work with and what they're working on. I think we're going to be looking at that more in depth, definitely evaluating how we could better make our commissions more effective.
I think what's equally important is that in the last 2 years, we've created some, as you said, new commissions, the LGBTQ+, the youth, and a bunch of others. Not that, I'm not going to say that many, but I'm going to say that, yeah, they're going to have a fiscal impact. But making sure that expectations are met there too. Sometimes you can have so many members on a commission that it becomes impossible to have a consensus, but also having them really understand what their roles are. Task force are very different, and advisory role very different from other responsibilities, and I think sometimes even our own members get that mixed up. I know sometimes my commissioners do, so I am mindful of that, but I think it helps to have that come from from your office that can help clarify that. And I do hope that once we start seeing there's more settlement with the federal budgets, there may be a need to look at how and what those impacts have on the jurisdiction of some of these commissions. And I hate to say that, but the reality may be that, some things are gonna go away. I'm not gonna name them, but because they're not ones that I wanna see gone, but nonetheless, that might happen. So I appreciate your help. I hope that some of the issues that you wanted to address earlier when you were on board and all that are being realized in terms of your staff, the challenges that you're facing to bring on new staff or get people situated appropriately. Can you comment on any of that?
I think coming out of COVID, we've really changed the way we've been doing our work. Really needing to understand how the public is meeting the board and how they are receiving their information. We have been very paper-based for many, many years. What we have to focus now on is how do we transition into this environment where we're really focusing on digitizing all of our functions. Instead of just, let's say, taking a paper application and having a person scan it and then put it into a digital form, how do we ensure that the people who are putting the information in is digitizing it for us so that we actually could miss that, be more efficient on that one part instead of having someone scan something. So this is a very exciting moment in society where we're really changing a lot from a technology standpoint. Looking at AI, how can AI help us be a little bit more efficient and effective in how we, let's say, summarize or draft documents. Those are some of the changes, and I think we're asking for a lot of one-time funding to assist with that as well. But some of that is also just a change in culture in how we serve the public. Knowing that every member of the Executive Office of the Board of Supervisors, the staff, we know our job is to be able to ensure that we support you so that you're able to move the county with your priority initiatives.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to draw to our attention the frequency with which we've had this conversation about boards and commissions. During the Measure G debate, when I asked how are we going to pay for it, one of the suggestions was, well, perhaps we eliminate some of our boards and commissions. I think I said then, we appear to be adding to the column versus addressing it. We have our budget pressures document that the CEO has given us. And I think this is one of the earlier versions that says wildfire recovery and building costs, profound regional economic impact from wildfires, wildfire-related declines in property tax and sales revenues, AB 218 legal settlements and judgments, final spend down of nearly $2 billion in American Rescue Plan Act funding, potential budgetary impacts due to new presidential administration, DOJ consent decrees, labor negotiations, COLAs, and I think this list, as I recall, has been added to, and I ask at some point to get a dollar amount so we would be really clear about the fiscal amount. So it's problematic to me that we are adding positions, which are ongoing costs, when we haven't done the work to really figure out if, addressing or looking at our boards and commissions is an authentic cost-saving strategy. It's easy to say, but I don't know what the dollar amounts are because we haven't done that work. So we've been talking about it for a while, and we're in the middle of a budget cycle where positions, which we know will be difficult to roll back if we fund those positions, then we're in a catch-22. So clearly that 17 positions won't, solve for these issues, but we need to be solving for these issues as opposed to adding to. So whatever process we need to engage in to truly look at which commissions need to be reduced so we know if there is a cost savings, if that's a viable argument at all. And I think all of the boards and commissions aren't even under your jurisdiction. Don't some boards and commissions report to other departments?
Yes.
Because we say 200, but you don't have all 200.
Yeah, you do have a couple of departments that have their own commissions that report directly, that advise the department head.
So when we talk about we're going to review the list, are we going to fold in those as well?
I defer to the executive officer.
Yes, we would. It's a matter of Identifying and collecting the metrics and the data, and then to be able to come up with a report so that the board, as well as the CEO, myself, can evaluate it, like you said, from a very from a perspective in which how do we look at cost savings? Are there ways to share certain services so we're not just identifying multiple people to help one commission, but when they really need maybe a part-time person? But as you know, it's really difficult to just split up a person. So how do we figure out to create a shared services model in which we're actually identifying a person to help multiple commissions?
I agree, and I think the discussion around this dais has gone a step further. The discussion I've heard from multiple board members is the elimination of some boards and commissions that are no longer functional. So I appreciate your point in terms of really trying to figure out how to make efficiency. I think what I've heard around this dais is a further step. Are there some boards and commissions, not just in terms of aren't meeting quorum, but are really no longer viable, that they were created at some point in time, and just are no longer viable in terms of the work of the county or what this board feels they need. So I hope that level of assessment will be done too, because we are not going to score enough savings through efficiencies, in my humble opinion, to fund, to close this gap or to fund any of the work that's coming down as a result of Measure G. So I hope that the bigger picture is a part of this analysis and that it can be done in time to impact this year's budget, or we are just going to keep kicking the can down the road and we're going to keep talking about we can look at boards and commissions for money and we will not have done it. So I hope that can happen this budget year. My second question is, can you share a little more about how the requested $1.2 million for the broadcast services through the Pegasus contract could potentially, and I hope it will, improve the experience for the public when they are attending our board meetings in person or watching our online, or even our ability to hear accurately when the public calls in. I really appreciate the online system now. It took a while, but you made it happen where we can actually see the number of people waiting. Some of the other boards that we all serve on have that. But we often talk about the quality of the audio experience compared to our other experiences at Metro or AQMD, other places. So help me understand if this $1.2 million is going to make it better.
Supervisor, thank you very much for this question. As you know, technology advances so fast, so a lot of the equipment that we have in this room is probably end of life. In fact, the speakers that sit above us, they are probably approximately, I think it was about 20 years old, and we've had to do some incredible maintenance to ensure that it's still working. But it's also that the design of this room was built for vocalizing forward so that the audience could hear the voices of the supervisors. But then as we've created other means to enhance the sound, sounds bounce around. We need to really reevaluate how we're looking at how we're using our spaces, whether it's putting speakers that are directly in front of you, which some of you all have a speaker in front of you, but there's also just designs on where you could put the speakers themselves. We do need to update our speakers. We do need to update, for example, our broadcast equipment like cameras or servers on the back end. Fortunately, that hasn't happened in session, but we've had equipment start smoking out, like start burning and things like that. And so we are doing our best to maintain the aging equipment that we have. Yes, we check it every day, every morning, every week. And so the idea is to update the equipment in the room to ensure that we are able to get the best audio quality. Now, when it comes to video quality, and I think one of the other department heads mentioned that enhancing video production is more important now than ever because people are receiving their information not only through the main channels, they're going through streaming services. So how do we make sure that we're able to enhance the quality of information and content that we could get to them using those streaming services? Right now we use like a YouTube service where like on the server we're using like a PC, a personal computer to run the YouTube service. What we want to do is we want to enhance that by securing a enterprise service, which then allows multiple multiple languages to be run through those YouTube servers, as opposed to we're buying multiple PCs to try to increase the amount of streaming that we could go out based on how many languages. If we have an enterprise system, a server, then we'll be able to acquire more languages to be pushed out. We also, I think, have, there's equipment. We're also trying to improve the, I think what you'll notice is sometimes on your screens, it's not the best quality. So when we're projecting something like this looks great on a huge screen, but I can't get the quality on your screen because I don't have the quality of either the camera or the computers itself. So those are some improvements there. I'm so glad you brought up AQMD because I was there when we did a site visit at AQMD when you mentioned you honored the people who created their system. Mm-hmm. And when I saw that, and you're able to actually move up and down the screen, I want to do that too. For me to do that, we need to ensure that we have funding for the contractors to build because there's a code that comes behind that. And we want to be able to work with you and all your offices to understand how do you use the equipment that's on your desk to ensure that we're maximizing your ability to receive information so that you could do your job as our county supervisors.
I appreciate that. And let me just also pause and say I really appreciate the translation in multiple languages. I was shocked at the daily jump in terms of the number of people who were using those languages. It was just astonishing. I'm like, it went up 10-fold, 20, 30-fold in the matter of days. So that was amazing. I appreciate all the structural challenges, all of that. What of what you described will be impacted by this $1.2 million request for through the Pegasus contract? Because some of what you talked about, I think is fiscally beyond $1.2 million, and I don't know if that's what the Pegasus contract covers.
It will cover that. It will cover the build out of the code for your dais equipment. Okay. It will cover the speakers. Okay. What else is there? The network, so the internet that runs behind the scenes.
Got it. All of that is a part of this $1.2 million ask.
Yeah. And the 900 is a one-time funding.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there's been a lot of discussion around the commissions already. I know this report of the assessment is from 2015, 2016, so it's almost 10 years old already. I don't know how much of it has been acted on, but I'm glad to know you're taking a look at what's in here to make sure that we're at least leveraging that something that already exists and then helping us understand, given 10 years later, what else we should be thinking about with regard to taking action on our commissions. Your budget includes a $1.2 million contract related to broadcasting services, including enhanced audiovisual services. So what changes or enhancements will we see with that investment?
So a lot of the enhancements, what we want to make sure is that it's going to be impactful to you. So right now we have the dais equipment that you have, and a lot of the equipment that we have in this room is aging or has aged out. The speakers, like I said, are probably maybe around 20 years old. The dais equipment that's on your desk, that was designed pre-COVID. So we want to update and make sure that we're enhancing the level of service that we could give you in this room, whether it's upgrading how we connect our agendas, how they post, and then as we go through the board meeting, and then how we record the information in your votes. All of that stuff will be incorporated into this budget request, because we're trying to make sure that we're connecting and interfacing and creating efficiencies in our processes. This will also help us in identifying how our back room, how we're going to be operating in the back with a lot of our staff in the back, because if we could start interfacing what we do in here, then we're going to have less paper and less staff having to write notes and put together reports to pass it on to another person. So those are some of the improvements that we're hoping to make with the budget.
And I hope the quality of the call-ins. Sometimes they're still hard to hear, but good to know what you are, what you're tracking and how that will provide efficiencies for all of us. My understanding is that there's a plan underway to expand our recycling program here at HOA. Is that in this budget?
It's not in this budget, but it was a conversation that I had with our Chief Sustainability Officer, and learning that it is a collaboration with the Department of Public Works. I had asked that we do something in this building, especially when the supervisors, when you put together a priority, my feeling is that we should be doing it here at the hall. And so we're looking forward to working with Mark Pastrella, with the Chief Sustainability Officer, Rita Kamapoth, and just making sure that in the hall administration, we're also, enduring this sustainability effort like everyone else.
So along those lines, the Chief Sustainability Office team is supporting other county departments as we work to recover from the fires. So do you have resources necessary for them to be providing that assistance?
From a staffing perspective, they will need additional staffing to reach out to other departments, and I think much like the other commissions, it's about the impact that they could have in ensuring that they're reaching out to the departments to obtain information, to maybe provide some guidance and advice. So yes, the Chief Sustainability Office in having some additional staff would help.
And we are in our first year of implementation on the climate budget as well as the Municipal Climate Action Plan. So what is the status? Are there any noteworthy lessons learned that are impacting your budget choices?
No, none that I know of right now. I know I have. We're meeting with Rita to understand a little bit more about her, what some of her findings are. So I could look into that and provide an answer for you.
Okay, I know that it was a question that we got asked, at least in terms of how we incorporate climate action into our budget overall. So I know that that is something that the CEO has been helping, but I'm interested to know how that will be impacting how we're looking at our budget overall, and I know that that's being led through your department. Finally, can you let us know about the opportunity for us to access resources from the climate bond, Prop 4, which just passed? I know that's a significant opportunity for us to have a funding stream for some of our climate resiliency work that the county has identified. So what are we doing to make sure we actually get those dollars here in Los Angeles County?
I'll have to get back to you on that as well. I work with Rita to provide more updates to the board regarding that.
Yeah, that's a key opportunity right now. So making sure that you're doing all that you need to do, whatever we need to do to support you. That's a significant portion of money for us, given all of the budget challenges. That's one place I know we're all very hopeful about.
Understood, and I think this is one of those moments where I bring out that the executive office or the clerk of the board in many counties has been known as the kitchen drawer of the county departments. We are covering a lot of different areas, and definitely now understanding the priorities and making sure that we're gathering information to ensure that we're looking at every nook and cranny to find funding and savings to be able to ensure that we can meet our budget needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just kind of following up on you, Supervisor Mitchell, and what we know about the AQMD system. I know when I served on AQMD, that one of the things I enjoyed was seeing the list of speakers who were on the queue to speak, and that's what we have now, because we didn't have that before. And I remember bringing that up as being a very valuable tool just to be able to see who is signing up to speak to us while they talk, we can see them. Do you think in any upcoming revamping of our system on the dais would be a system where we can vote electronically and our votes would be displayed immediately on the big board?
And I know you saw that at AQMD because I saw it in action at AQMD. I think that's definitely something that we have looked into, and it's a matter of also identifying the system that we will acquire. I think we talked about the agenda management system in the past, how we actually post the agenda, how we actually build it. That contract we've had for a while now, and we've been looking into how to perhaps replace that with something that's a little bit more modernized and advanced, as well as using the option of a vote by function, like a button or something, as
Right.
opposed to a voice vote.
I would say most, if not all, other governmental bodies vote electronically, and then, like Sacramento does, Congress does, City of LA does. Oh, okay, only the Assembly. Yeah, and it just allows those present to see immediately where votes are. Anyway, something to explore. One of the changes that Measure G is bringing is the Governance Reform Task Force, and it is supposed to be up and running by May 30th of this year. And it's my understanding that your office is currently taking applications for this task force. Can you just give us an update on where we are in that process, and are we going to meet that deadline?
So we did launch the website at least several weeks ago. It's already up. Like I said, measuregg.lacounty.gov has all the information about the task force itself, as well as the formation and Measure G. The deadline for the applications are March 7th. I think currently we've received about 46 applications so far. Supervisor Mitchell just had an event on Friday, which we attended to inform the community about Measure G and the task force. So we are encouraging people, everyone, to log on to the website. The application is online. We are recommending either to apply online or to come into the Hall Administration to deliver it. It's really easy. It's an online form. You're just basically plugging into your name and all your information and answers. And once you submit it, you automatically receive a response saying that we received your application.
Right, and the receiving is, I think, the least challenging part of this. When you look at the criteria, it's very restrictive on who can serve on this. How are you, who's going to be doing the vetting of these applicants? And then again, letting them know whether or not they even qualify.
We are working with County Council to vet the applications. It's like a minimum qualifications. We'll go through, we'll look at the qualifications to make sure that the candidates that we put forth to the supervisors will meet those qualifications.
Right. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no more Holly, Supervisor Mitchell.
Please, I just wanted to follow up because I was shocked by 46, and you've repeatedly said that what you've been trying to advertise, I heard you, March 7th. Would you consider extending the deadline? Because of a county of 10 million, 46 applications, that's low from my perspective. So is there a plan? Should it be extended? And maybe 46 is palatable. I just, given the statutory requirements of this task force.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Hahn just asked if it was part of the Measure G. Is that what you just asked? If it was part of the...
Yeah, it was part of the Measure G for the implementation May 30th, but it doesn't really talk about, but again, I would think the vetting piece, unless you're vetting them as they go, I think it's going to be challenging to extend it too much closer to May 30th. Of course, you're right, March, what's the deadline for applications?
March 7th.
Yeah, you're right. I would think you could extend that.
So that's something that the date March 7 was based on, as we're looking at the various steps that we have to take in order to ensure that we are going to start the task force on March 7th, May 30th. So that's how we were able to get the date March 7th. But if an extension of that time is asked for, then we'll probably have to look at extending the date of the task force date. But
And if you don't share my concern, just when I heard the number, in a county this size, given the work that's expected of this task force, to Supervisor Han's point, because there are criteria that have to be met. If you don't have a healthy pool, once you do your vetting of people who meet the criteria, kind of then what, I guess is my point.
I think we're working, and we'll redouble our efforts to make sure that we're going out there and making sure people know about the website, making sure people know about the application process. I think we're working on a very new, I think, process in order to try to stand up this task force, but we will do what we can, and I think any other recommendations by the board offices on what we can do.
Can I just follow up? When you said you have the website open, and so you're assuming people will find their way to the website, how else are you advertising or marketing this government reform task force?
We're doing social media. We've also been reaching out to hyperlocal media. I know I saw one article in the Chinese newspaper, the World Journal, about Measure G and the website and the task force. I'd have to find out if there are other hyperlocal media that's picked up on this, as well as local papers as well.
Do you have a marketing budget for this?
Our marketing budget is really just using our existing staff to make sure that they get this information out.
Like again, we're always kind of wanting investment in our local community newspapers. Is that part of your strategy?
The strategy is definitely to reach out to our local media outlets. I myself am one of those people who reads my local paper.
Me too.
Yeah, so.
Not your local paper, I read mine.
So yes, so that's definitely a strategy to reach out. We obviously have our press releases, which goes out widely, but any relationships we're building with our local media outlets, reaching out to them to make sure that they know about this.
Can I ask a question? Are we dealing also with our communication staff for the county? Are they putting anything up for us? Are we including that in this effort? Or might not we consider doing that? Yeah. Right? And then I put it up on my website, so I would think all the board offices would do that.
We had it up.
Right? So have you contacted our county?
Our countywide communications?
Yeah.
I don't believe we've been contacted. I can
Consider yourself contacted.
Yes, circle back, and we'll make sure if it's not up, we'll put it on our website.
Right.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Eddie. Now we will have Michael O. Presenting for the Internal Services Department.
All right. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you, Chair Barger and supervisors, for the opportunity to present on the budget of the Internal Services Department today. My name is Michael O., and I am the Director of the Internal Services Department. I am joined today by our Chief Deputy Director, Quentin Haynes, to my left, and our Administrative Deputy Director, Vanessa Esparza, to my right. If you'll allow me, I would like to give a little bit of background about the Internal Services Department, or as we call it here in the county, ISD, to help the public understand a little bit of who we are and what we do. ISD has a broad and varied portfolio. We provide maintenance support for more than 4,000 county facilities, manage more than 6,000 vehicles, handle more than 2.8 million pieces of mail, oversee 13,000 parking spaces, and facilitate more than 1.5 billion in direct purchases. We also operate more than 1,600 EV charging stations, operate heating and refrigeration plants, including the one right across the street for the whole Civic Center, support 7 megawatts of solar power with more than 20 megawatts on the way, provide IT support for 70,000 county employees, deliver approximately 480 special events, including yours, a year, provide digital education and equipment to eligible residents, and are building out a community broadband network to offer low-cost internet to eligible residents. Finally, as you saw during the recent windstorm and fire response, we act as the logistical arm of the county's Emergency Operations Center. Simply put, we are plumbers, we are mail service drivers, we are general maintenance workers, we are contract monitors, we are app developers, we are engineers, we are custodians, we're accountants, we are program managers, we are painters, we are carpenters, and actually sitting right over there, we're HVAC mechanics. We are ISD. And I am so privileged to be a part of this amazing team. As we move on to the slide presentation, we know that much of what ISD does is behind the scenes, and our budget impacts our partner departments as they deliver services directly to the public. Therefore, you'll see in our budget request that we focused on countywide and critical needs. And you have my commitment that we will continue to identify opportunities for efficiencies as we optimize our operations. So on the first slide, I'm going to just focus on 2 items, which are the biggest ones there. Our recommended budget request is for $930.5 million, which is $40.1 million an increase from last year. That increase is largely based on item number 1 on the screen. That is for our energy and environmental services, for an appropriation increase for grants that we are set to receive this next year. And so we're going to be receiving about $75 million, $65 million of which is the Equitable Build Decarbonization Grant, 4.3 is the REACH grant, and 3.7 is a STEP grant. All of those grants are actually state grants. And so we'll be receiving those. We need that appropriation increase to be able to receive that funding. Along with that, in order to help us manage those grants, we are asking for 1 item for the team. That's an admin manager 10 position. The second item that I wanted to highlight for you on the screen is our cybersecurity efforts. That's item number 2. We will, as you all know, it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. We do get attacked daily. I have a daily report in terms of the attacks that we are able to somehow fend off. It's in the hundreds of thousands a day. During election season, it peaks a lot higher, which you heard from our register recorder today. And so we're making sure that we're building up our defenses, and it's not going to be one solution to that. It's going to be many solutions so that we can both be ready for the attacks, but also for any recovery efforts after the fact. The other items on this on there are, generally speaking, equipment improvements, softwares as a service licenses. Items number 6 and 7 are actually charges that, as you know, we are fee for service. Some of the other departments are fee for service, so the charges that we are incurring and we have to pay out. And then our operations service number 8, the reason that there's a decrease there largely is due to a right sizing of our contract. So again, an appropriation was high last year, and so we're reducing that to match what we think we need for next year. On slide 2, you'll see our critical unmet needs as well as our priority unmet needs. I'm going to focus on a couple of items and just quickly touch on them. So our e-procurement solution, which we've talked about, which is a direct connection to our equity and county contracting initiative. We want to make systems easier. And frankly, I think you've heard a lot from our other departments around how we have to modernize a lot of our services, but our solutions and our software, and the way that we communicate with the public. For us at ISD, communicating with the businesses, especially the local, small, diverse, and nonprofit businesses is going to be a key factor. That e-procurement solution is going to be super important to that. The electric vehicle infrastructure. We have 1,600 EV charging stations in the county network today. Our target for 2025 was actually 5,000. And so part of that is just the throughput challenges that you're going to have anytime you build. But we do believe that we need to invest more in order to make sure that we have those charging stations available. The equity and county contracting, I just want to thank the board and the CEO for approving the original request. Out of the original request, we did get approval for 12. We are at, so this is a continuation of that original request. One thing I will also just mention as we talk about this is that what we realized that we were building at the time, as we went through the process, is not exactly a fit. And so we're in the midst of hiring for those positions, but also reclassifying some of those requests because we feel that we need higher level items. The radio tower diesel fuel tank, I think that speaks for itself. It's an old fuel tank in Catalina. It's deteriorating and it's very close to the water. We do need to fix that. The PACE administration, again, self-explanatory. The Accelerating Digital Equity Program is directly tied to the community broadband efforts. So we need some program management support as we actually launch the program in the neighborhoods. We are close to operationalizing that. We have the design in final stages, and then we hope to be able to light up homes before the end of the year. The Intergovernmental Broadband Coordinating Committee is another group for digital equity that was created by this board, and we have our Director of Digital Equity. And in order to be able to manage that group as we head into the out years, we are requesting $400,000 for program management support. And the third page, the third slide, is our challenges. I'm not going to go too deep into these because I think you've heard them from everyone. But I do want to highlight that the increased costs are across the board. Utility costs are actually outpacing inflation for all of our departments. The cost of services as well as product is going up. It has not necessarily, it may have slowed, but it has not stopped going up. And so I just want to be able to highlight that. And then we do have some unanticipated costs that we're expecting and increased workloads from the fire impacts. We're actually already gearing up to do the assessments on the county-wide, the county-impacted facilities as well. So with that, I'm ready and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michael. I'm just going to, first of all, I want to thank you and your team. I know that you, at a moment's notice, were providing support and resources to our center that we opened up for all the departments. And, you know, I'm so impressed with your entire team. And it starts with the leadership at the top, and that reflects on you. And so I want to thank you for being an incredible leader. My question on that is regarding the overtime costs that your staff has incurred. Are you working with the CEO to recoup any of the reimbursable expenses?
Yes, we're tied in very tightly, and we will be working very closely together with the CEO and OEM to get those reimbursed.
And then you talk about the issues surrounding recruiting qualified candidates. And I don't know, I'm just assuming that most job candidates are not familiar with the county's internal services department and may not know what job opportunities are available. Because when I talk to people about ISD, they're like, what is that? And have you been working with DHR to market the department and entice qualified candidates to consider employment opportunities?
Yes, DHR has been super helpful. I will also say a lot of that is on us, right? Like, so I take responsibility for that we haven't done a good job of communicating exactly what we do. Frankly, my family has a hard time understanding what I do. And so we need to figure out a better way to do that and communicate.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And, you know, it's not lost on me kind of the diversity or the vast difference of your portfolio. It's expansive. I have to say, I am concerned that two areas that I think should be a priority for us are actually on your unmet needs list, and that's the e-procurement system as well as the equity in county contracting. We've worked really hard acknowledging that the county spends about $8 billion to contract for goods and services annually, and so it really is seen as a unique opportunity. I would go so far as to say a responsibility to make sure that those contracts are accessible to small and diverse businesses. So if these 6 positions, as you requested for the equity in county contracting line aren't funded, what work won't happen?
So I also, again, want to take a responsibility here. On the 12 positions that we previously got approval for, we have been slow hiring them, and a lot of that has been on us. And so and it's not that we haven't actually recruited and we haven't interviewed, but what we realized in the middle of that process is we do need higher level items to be able to deploy these services. Because we're really talking about true business analysis. We have to work through a lot of different layers, not just at the departments, but from a sort of county-wide process standpoint. And so that realization, I think, took a little longer than I had hoped. And so I can't sit here and tell you that we believe that it's going to be a miracle worker if we get those 6 items. However, what we really would love is for that to align with the e-procurement implementation, which the CEO has been very helpful in terms of working out what other funding sources we can get for that, to operationalize that piece. And so right now, I would say, yes, it would still slow some of our efforts to get a lot of the department processes and practices changed as quickly as we would like. However, do we believe that it's going to be a fatal delay? We do not believe that.
So help me, of the 12 positions you asked for, this is 6 on top of that?
Correct. Okay. We had originally asked for 18.
Got it. All right. So does the technical assistance that we've often talked about, smaller businesses really require to be able to successfully navigate applying and winning county contracts, is that included in the equity and county contracting kind of schematic? And would those positions be a part of the folks doing the technical assistance, or where is that funding, and is it included?
Yes, yes.
In an unmet needs or in a priority?
So it's included in the original 12 that have already been approved and the 6 unmet needs. Okay. What I would also say is one of the biggest levelers of the playing field is going to be the new solution, but also the simplified process that comes with that new e-procurement solution. So that work is ongoing now. So we're deep in that work in terms of simplifying the process. We've also worked with departments in certain cases to have the unbundling. A lot of the best practices that we talked about, we published that best practices guide. We've been working with the departments to be able to do that, and that's happening today. Okay. I will say we've been getting some interesting feedback, and this is why we also go out and meet with the providers directly, because we've been getting interesting feedback about certain types of unbundling that we've been doing. For example, one of the feedback that we've heard from private sector unions is actually if we could make some of the service contracts bigger, because that would allow some of their contractors that they have agreements with to compete on price better, which I found interesting. So we're looking into all of this. We meet pretty close with everyone. We meet with the private sector unions as well on a regular basis to get feedback on some of how we're doing impacts the reality on the ground.
That is an interesting perspective. I don't know that necessarily would help the small businesses, but I get their perspective.
That's right. It might help
just to make sure I'm following. So the technical assistance is happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Your budget includes a priority request of $18.5 million related to cybersecurity, which obviously is critically important. So what specifically can you talk about will happen as a result of that investment?
Thank you, Supervisor. That is actually a continuation, a lot of the work that we've been doing. I mean, specifically, I think what you have right now on your systems, you have those, I don't want to name the product, but you have specific protections and firewalls and other things that are implemented today. So it's going to be a continuation and an enhancement of those efforts. So about $5.2 million is going to be for IT security software and consulting services. $7.2 million is going to be for subscription-based IT services and software licensing. $6.1 million is going to be for capital assets to enhance the data center network and our security infrastructure equipment.
Okay. And thank you for the role that you have played in the wildfire recovery process, responding to ongoing needs. I know that this budget, as I mentioned to our Public Works Director, will be an ongoing assessment. So how are you going to, what is your process to true up? Is it similar? I don't know if you heard their presentation. Is it similar to theirs or?
Yes, it will be. And we're actually, we're in the midst of that true up already. We have a pretty good idea of what the impacts currently are going to be, or from the past 8 weeks. The challenge is going to be what the actual impacts are going to be for those countywide facilities and structures that are being assessed now. Because we're fee for service, it won't necessarily directly impact us. So for instance, I'm not going to be asking for additional resources to be able to do more work or add staff. What's going to happen is that those departments are going to be requesting that, and then they would come to us for that service.
I see.
And so that appropriation may increase on the back end for us.
Okay. I imagine that from where you sit, you can see some efficiencies that could translate to cost savings from a data collection perspective. I know that's something we're challenged with in a variety of departments. I know there are reasons why departments want to house their respective data collection processes, but perhaps systems-wise, we can leverage cost savings. Do you see that? Is that something that your department could help us with?
100%, I see that. I agree with you. And actually, that is one of the reasons why our e-procurement solution is going to be designed to house every department and have complete transparency of that data across departments, right? So it's not going to be siloed. Now, there are very good reasons and regulations and requirements for some of our data to be housed in the way that it is, and I don't want to jump the gun on that. However, we would love to be able to talk to departments about collaborating and coordinating more effectively, because I think we do have an opportunity countywide there.
Great, thank you. With regard to the climate budget and the municipal climate action plan, I know early work on that is about to be completed soon. This is going to help us set our annual investment targets. And in your world, that's, you know, when we're thinking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, energy efficiency, electric vehicles, renewable energy products are, you know, at the top of ways in which you're helping to lead that effort with us. So how much are you budgeting for that work this year?
We have an admin 11 item that we're actually interviewing for, thanks to your office, that we were able to get that, I think, in the last supplemental budget. So I can get you the exact number, but a lot of our operations, as I mentioned, is geared towards sustainability and energy efficiency efforts. We do think that, including our utilities budget, we have a team that manages that as well. I don't have the exact number offhand, but I can get you that.
And you think that what you have projected in this budget will allow us to scale at the rate that we need to?
Yes, I think that in this current budget, I believe that we will be able to scale at the rate that we need to. I want to make a friendly amendment to what I just said, because I think the rate that we need
I would like to
is
friendly
maybe,
amend myself.
Yeah, I like to amend myself, because I think the need is great, right? We need to go faster. Now, whether or not how fast we go, I think that is the question. But for now, we feel very comfortable in the approach that we're taking.
I just mentioned it too in the context of, as we're thinking about sustainable and resilient recovery and thinking about fire safety going forward, a lot of what that work will entail will be useful as we think about rebuild, both from an individual property owner perspective, but more importantly from all of our county facilities and the role that we play in supporting our region. So my last question is the SoCal REN initiative, which is based out of your department, is absolutely a national leader in completing energy efficiency and clean energy projects across Southern California. I know that we're waiting for a report back on the Building Sustainability Advisory Program, and that would leverage SoCal REN infrastructure. So do you currently have the staffing to support program design and development for this effort as well?
Yes, we actually, I don't have the exact number with me right now, but I believe it was close to $500 million that we just got awarded last year on SoCal Ren. And we believe that we have the adequate staffing to be able to operationalize all of the efforts through that program. And we agree with you. That team is small, but they are mighty, and they're doing a lot of work. And part of the reason we could do that with such a small team is through partners.
That's great. Yeah, I know coming in, I know the county has our county sustainability plan, a lot of excellent policy making and goal setting, but it doesn't matter if it's not funded. And so it's nice to hear that you are funding that work, putting it into action, and helping us realize those climate goals through our budget process. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Michael and your team. And, you guys have been wonderful since you got here, and really want to thank you about all you've done with the Digital Divide program and going out with us in the community and hiring up your staff that are reflective of our communities and are out there just about every time we host an event, a resource fair, they're there, and you've been very helpful. And I'm quite impressed by all of that. I would hope that other county departments might take note of the kind of proactive work you're doing, because you really do take to heart what we say up here on the board when we want people to be out there and engaged, and you've taken it to a different level. So I want to thank you for that. But I did want to ask, given what we're seeing happening at the federal level, what do you foresee with this program moving forward?
Thank you, Supervisor. As you know, this program was primarily funded through American Rescue Plan dollars.
Mm-hmm.
The internship program actually ended in earnest on 12/31. We are able to keep some of those interns on through other programs, through other grants that we receive from the state, and through partnerships with other offices and other departments. Many of them actually got hired, whether through a private or public entities. And we're actually keeping in touch with them still to make sure that they have that connection. On the community broadband network, which is, again, American Rescue Plan funded, we're actually in implementation or operationalizing towards implementation very soon. And so we feel very comfortable with those dollars.
So to your point, is that including then our project in East Los Angeles?
That is, yes.
Okay.
And so for those programs, we feel very confident. Now, the expansion of any federal monies for digital equity in particular, if I'm being honest, I am not sure right now. We were actually, just so you know, as part of our work with the IBCC, the Intergovernmental Broadband Coordinating Committee, we did apply for a $26.5 million Digital Equity Act grant. And that announcement we were expecting in January, and we have not yet received it. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
That's a state grant? Yeah.
That was a federal NTIA grant.
Yeah, everything I'm sure is. So my other question is on the electric vehicle infrastructure. You said you've hit 1,600 that you have up and going. The goal is 5. Where do you also see that moving forward, given what we're seeing, not just at the federal level, but the state as well?
So we feel pretty confident with the state. I think this is, the state also has similar goals statewide, and so we feel confident that we're going to continue to partner with them on the on implementation and building out the network. As I mentioned, we're at 1,600. In 2017, I believe we had less than 20, right? So we've been scaling up, and we've been leveraging grant dollars to scale up, along with our county match and county money. And because of that, we've been primarily focused on where the public can also charge.
Right.
I think the next phase is going to be really us investing in the areas where the county fleets will need to charge, because that will also allow us to purchase more ZEVs going forward.
Okay. And then lastly, on the equity countywide contracting, what is this? Where are we at with that program right now, and other agencies or other departments?
So I feel very comfortable with where we're at. As much as I would like to go faster, I think the culture is changing around the county, primarily because of this board, who have demanded that we have more equitable contracting. And so you're seeing smaller contracts. You're seeing higher levels of local small business enterprises and other certified firms as part of the contracting. Just last year, we had $1.267 billion awarded. In 2015, I believe we're at 150 million. So you're seeing improvements. Now, once we have the ECC aligned with the e-procurement solution, you're going to see a lot more of that.
That's great, and I believe we're interacting with other agencies like Metro. You know, that's a big deal for us, and even sharing this with our internal departments here that have contracting abilities in this area. DPW is one, right? MetroLink is another. So
They're a great partner.
they can learn from you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michael, and to the great men and women in your department who, it was a great way you started off. We are plumbers, we are carpenters, we are painters, we are, I mean, that's, a lot of people don't understand what, you know, ISD does for so much. And in that vein, just the way your department leaned in when we had to completely spur of the moment rehab Los Padrinos in a very short time. And the CEO really leaned in. Actually, all of our departments leaned in so that we were able to open that so quickly. And so in that vein, I also wanted to thank you and your department for the work you've done on Fire Station 164s in Huntington Park. For those of you who don't know, that 164s had a major fire at the fire station that caused extensive damage. And luckily, we could have had a loss of life because the firefighters were asleep at the time in the station. Luckily, just the configuration of where the fire happened in the bay was a little bit separated from their living quarters. However, their living quarters were severely damaged, but it could have been a lot worse. But the fact that that station, which is true for many of our fire stations in their communities, they're really a part of the fabric of that city or community. So the way you really leaned in, you and Chief Maroney, to really get that back up and running. I can't believe it's gonna reopen in just a couple of weeks, and I just really wanted to take this time to thank you for that incredible work. It was your leadership and your team that really made this project come to fruition so quickly. So thank you for the firefighters and of course for the city of Huntington Park. Just on your electric charging facilities, so you have 1,600 now, and I know this board voted to actually approve the targets, right? 5,000 by 2025, 15,000 by 2034. You kind of had a vague comment by saying we need to invest more to meet those goals. What does that exactly mean?
Well, just going back to our slide 2 before around what we're requesting for the $6 million, that if we want to hit the targets, we'll probably need to invest more money in order to build out that capacity. There's going to be some limitation of how fast we can go because different properties have different requirements, but we just need to build more, or else we're just not going to be able. It's the chicken or the egg.
Yeah.
Do we buy more ZEVs, or do we? We can't until we have that infrastructure.
True. And I always kind of worry a little bit about a target that's so far away, 2035. Will the technology have changed by then?
That is possible. It definitely feels like the automotive industry is going towards electrification, but there may be there are other, technologies out there. I think the important thing is that the board has focused on zero emissions rather than the particular technology, and so I think it gives us enough flexibility to get to that target. And by the way, I should also state, again, I take responsibility for that. That is the target that the board set out, and we have not met that yet. We are trying our best though, and we hope to get there. There's nothing wrong with stretch goals, and we're happy to push to get there.
I agree. So as you talked about, your costs are going up, and you touched on it a little bit, but I just wondered if you could drill down a little bit about how you're working with all of our other departments. Because as we hear each of our other departments get up here and present their budgets, and, listening to in the future, cost curtailment and really asking our departments to do more with less. How do you balance that you are getting cost recovery, that you're charging a fair rate, but also you're working with your fellow county family folks to work within their budget? How does that work?
So that is actually the key, one of our key problems and challenges that we're struggling with internally. We are trying to figure out how to balance the right sizing of the cost of delivering a service with actually trying to find efficiencies at the same time. And so the reality is most of our costs are our people, and our departments have the same sort of challenges in terms of what those costs are. What they don't necessarily think about is that when we charge them the fee or our rates, that if they were to charge other departments on their own overhead and their own S&EB, it would probably be similar, right? Where we can find efficiencies is our overhead, for sure. If there are things that we can do, again, I think Supervisor Horvath mentioned the data collection. Because ISD used to be 4 or 5 departments that have slow motion merged over the last 40 years, there are definitely efficiencies that we can find so that we actually have department-wide systems or maybe county-wide systems to be able to capture some of that efficiency. That's what we're working on. The challenge with doing that is we're building it as we're also working. It's sometimes much easier to just do something net new, but it is not what we're dealing with. We're actually having to unwind and then build it back out. And we are really working hard to make sure that there's no shock to our departments as this happens.
And when we talk about contracting out, and naturally we want it through making sure, particularly with small businesses, but where are you contracting out? I stumbled upon one of your contractors last weekend, I think, at one of my events. And so I haven't been as cognizant that you're contracting out sometimes. Are you contracting out like on the weekends or for some of our events, or was it just my event that you contracted out?
Well, so for your event, it was probably our AV services. Our contractor does a great job on our AV. Our team is actually, they manage that contractor and other contractors, but our AV team is relatively small, and so we try to make sure that we have contracts in place so that we can scale up and down.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ISD, and for your presentation and for the great work that you're doing. So we're going to transition now. Thank you very much, folks, and we'll have Dr. Ferrer and her team, Department of Public Health, come forward and make their presentation.
Madam Chair, as they approach the dais, may I ask the CEO, I've lost track, how many, after our last 2 today, how many departments are left in queue for us to hear from?
This one.
How many more days?
Not just today, I mean total.
I believe we have 2 more days? Today and the next Tuesday. So today and next Tuesday.
Yeah, not the dates, how many departments?
7 departments.
7 to go, thank you very much.
That reminds us to keep on time and schedule. Okay, very good. Dr. Ferrer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors and county residents. I'm pleased to be here today with Dr. Mahajan, Chief Deputy, David Cardenas, Deputy Director of Operations, and Ben Fan, CFO, to present the Department of Public Health's proposed 25-26 budget. As many of you know, our budget is aligned with our mission to advance the conditions that support optimal health and well-being for all. We do this through a complex portfolio of services offered by over 60 distinct programs. These services are either mandated through regulation or supported through grant funding and are focused on approaches to protect and improve the health of all who live, work, play, and visit LA County. Examples of our work include addressing the root causes of poor health outcomes by advancing health equity, including gender equity, and racial, social, economic, and environmental justice through community engagement and partnerships. This includes collecting and sharing actionable data to lead and support policy, and systems change, including 179 community profiles that contain over 100 measures impacting health in every community. We are required to prevent and control communicable disease, utilizing the tools of surveillance, outbreak response, education, immunization coverage, and other preparedness activities. This includes preventing and controlling the spread of HIV and STDs, tuberculosis, and mosquito-borne disease, including West Nile, Zika, and dengue. Through the Bureau of Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, we are leading and facilitating the delivery of a comprehensive continuum of innovative, equitable, and quality-focused substance use prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services that effectively engage and support individuals and communities. Our award-winning continuum of services serves over 275,000 individuals, and it's grown between 200 and 500% over the last 5 years. All of these services are funded without any NCC investments. We are also responsible for assessing environmental conditions and reducing exposure to health risks. This work is embedded in an environmental justice framework and supported through the Office of Environmental Justice and Climate Health. This includes ensuring food, biohazards, and water safety across thousands of sites. Environmental health inspectors permit 58,000 food facilities, inspect almost 16,000 pools, and will inspect over 75,000 rental units in unincorporated LA County as part of the Rental Habitability Ordinance. Our efforts this past year also include expanding the county's capacity to address emerging hazards impacting workers, such as extreme heat, wildfires, labor trafficking, workplace violence, and chemical exposure through the Office of Worker Health and Safety. Our Health Facilities Inspection Division has a contract with the state to ensure the quality of health care and services provided to all patients in over 7,200 county health care facilities through consistent and systematic enforcement of pertinent laws and regulations. Under direction of the Board of Supervisors, our Center for Violence Prevention, the Office of Women's Health, the Domestic Violence Council, and the Sexual Assault Council work collaboratively with community partners to strengthen coordination, capacity, and services to address the root causes of violence and advance policies and practices to prevent all forms of violence, to support survivors, and promote healing across all of the communities in LA County. This included distributing over 25,000 free gun safety locks this past year through partnerships with healthcare providers and community partners, and providing support to over 3,500 domestic violence survivors through the CalWorks program. And throughout the department, different units work together to eliminate disproportionality in birth outcomes so that infants and birthing people have an equal chance to survive, and families with children, including children with special needs, have access to high-quality early care and education that nurtures children's healthy growth and learning, builds skills to manage emotions and relationships, addresses immediate needs, and strengthens families and communities. The department has proposed a $1.8 billion budget, which amounts to an overall net reduction of $18 million in net county costs from fiscal year 24-25. Most of our proposed budget is derived from state and federal grants and are restricted to activities and actions specified by the funder. 41% of the budget comes directly from federal funds, 34% from state funds, of which 30 to 40% is derived from federal sources. 14% of funds are net county costs, 6% are associated with fees, primarily from environmental health and vital records, and 5% comes from local grants and philanthropy. Our recommended budget priorities reflect specific program needs associated with expanded work and/or meeting contractual obligations. And we have identified funding for all of these budget priorities without requiring any new NCC. We are requesting 17 new positions, all offset by fees for additional environmental health staff to support the adoption of several county ordinances and state laws that have led to the creation of new programs, including massage establishments, Elena Matias Children's Camp Safety, Roxy Swim Safe Ordinance, the Rental Housing Habitability Program, Compact Mobile Food Operations, and Micro-Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations. The Substance Abuse Prevention and Control Bureau needs 37 new positions, all offset by increased revenue, to effectively manage the significant increase in services, funding, and associated administrative functions. SAPC's contracted commitments to internal and external partners increased from approximately $527 million in fiscal year 23-24 to over $620 million in the current year. We anticipate additional increases in our portfolio of prevention, treatment, and recovery services this upcoming year. The Health Facilities Inspection Division needs an additional 5 positions to ensure compliance with contract requirements, and these will be funded through the contract between the California Department of Public Health and the Department of Public Health here. The Office of Workers, Health, and Safety requests 1 position to direct the work of this office, and this item will be offset by the conversion of existing SNS appropriation. The Children's Medical Services Division needs 2 positions to ensure that our CMS programs for children and youth with special health care needs meet state performance metrics and monitoring and oversight requirements. 1 position will be funded by conversion of existing CCS appropriation and increases in our revenue, and 1 position is fully offset by the state's CCS revenue. And our last significant request is to fund 2 acute communicable disease control staff positions, fully offset by grant revenue, to expand our work on respiratory virus surveillance, particularly for H5 bird flu and our wastewater surveillance. We'll go to the next slide. Our unmet needs requests total $13.7 million and primarily reflects resource requests that are associated with board motions and directives to support various community contracts and 14 internal positions. For today's presentation, we'll focus on those requests that are critical board and department priorities. I'm going to start with the first request, which is per the December 26, 2024 board motion that established the Trans, Gender Expansive, and Intersex Wellness and Equity Initiative. DPH is establishing a 2-year pilot initiative to enhance services for the trans, gender expansive, and intersex TGI community. This effort requires $3.5 million over 2 years to strengthen the capacity of organizations serving TGI individuals while addressing existing service gaps. The second request is in accordance with the July 9, 2024 board motion on gender impact assessment implementation. DPH's Office of Women's Health needs $125,000 to retain a gender equity subject matter expert to help lead the countywide implementation of the gender impact assessment. Following the December, our next request is following the December 5th, 2023 board motion on prioritizing gender-based violence prevention in LA County, the Office of Violence Prevention requests $1.65 million annually to support additional programming, policy collaboration, and community grants that are specific to comprehensively addressing gender-based violence. Per the May 21st, 2024 board motion on equitable access to supported services for domestic violence survivors, DPH is requesting $2.9 million in ongoing funding to provide services and support for domestic violence survivors that are not eligible for the CalWORKS program. This will include expanded legal services for undocumented immigrants. Most of this funding will go to contracted community agencies. The request also includes adding 2 positions at the Office of Women's Health to support the expansion. As directed in the June 25, 2024 board motion, DPH's Acute Communicable Disease Control Division needs $441,000 in ongoing funding to coordinate treatment of hepatitis C viral infections among individuals who are in supportive housing, substance use disorder treatment, and jails. This will support 2 additional positions and funds for our partners. Following the January 23, 2024 board motion, DPH's Environmental Health Division requests $549,000 in one-time funding to collaborate with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs to conduct solicitations for tenant and landlord outreach and education services, and we seek contracts to assist with the implementation of the new Housing Habitability Ordinance, which is currently pending board approval. There are some additional priority requests for public health that include requesting $426,000 in ongoing funding for the Office of Worker Health and Safety to advance key initiatives such as the Silicosis Prevention Initiative and eliminating workplace hazards. We're also asking for county funding for a handful of important efforts that were funded previously by external funding sources that have ended. This includes requests to fund and support DPH's Healthcare Consumer Protection Unit, which leads the county's efforts to address healthcare financial harms, including medical debt. We're also asking for $233,000 in ongoing funding to support a genotype cluster and outbreak investigation unit to help us combat TB and the new clusters that are emerging. We're requesting $1.9 million in ongoing funding to continue the distribution of free firearm locks at 15 pediatric clinics, all of our libraries, and a host of other community programs that have requested to distribute these free firearm locks. Our final priority request is for $971,000 in ongoing support for hotel and motel vouchers and expanded emergency shelter capacity for domestic violence survivors. And this is a request that comes to us from our many partners in the community. The next slide. The upcoming year will be challenging for public health, and I want to highlight 4 areas of concern. In this current year, 72% of the public health budget comes from federal and state funds. 75% of the department's proposed $1.8 billion recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26 is anticipated to come from federal and state funding sources. Of this funding, we anticipate receiving 41% directly from the federal government and 34% from the state, of which approximately 40% is federally sourced. Although we've not yet received official notice from the federal government about specific program reductions, recent announcements, budget proposals, and executive orders indicate a policy and resource shift away from many public health priorities. The proposals contemplated by the new administration would result in a significant reduction in federal support that would have a damaging impact on the Department of Public Health's operations and our ability to effectively serve the 10 million residents of LA County. Over 1,600 DPH employees are currently supported with federal funding. This would also have a damaging impact on our community and health partners. This past year, 66% of the $1 billion we received from federal resources was distributed to other organizations to support vital public health work and employ hundreds of community residents. We also continue to face challenges dealing with the increased costs of operations. State and federal grants, which as you just saw, comprise most of the public health budget, have not necessarily kept pace with inflation and with county COLA and benefit increases. While we continue to implement efficiency measures and explore revenue-generating opportunities, there is increasing pressure on the department's budget to support increased costs with finite grant funding. Not filling vacancies has been the one strategy we've been forced to use over and over again to deal with grants not keeping up with costs. But this has resulted in curtailment of services, the impact of which is unevenly distributed across public health programs. The third challenge is that the fee schedule for the Environmental Health Division does not reflect the cost of services, and it needs to be updated. DPH has not updated the fee schedule that supports core environmental health functions since 2018. While the department has approved efficiencies through process changes and the application of new technologies, the costs of operations continue to exceed available revenue from the fees. This is primarily associated with increased personnel costs. In the coming months, we'll need to ask for board support for the adoption of an updated fee schedule to address the current revenue gap. And our fourth challenge is that we need a sustainable source of flexible funds to respond to emergency actions and the impact of climate change. DPH continues to face budget pressures from its response to a wide variety of public health and other local emergencies. In the last 5 years alone, the department has responded to large-scale disease outbreaks, COVID-19, Mpox, STIs, and hepatitis A, dangerous workplace exposures, bird flu, engineered stone, environmental hazards, such as those at the Dominguez Channel and now at Chiquita Canyon, and most recently, the wildfires that have devastated so many communities. Our teams are quick to lead, mobilize, and support, and we send our gratitude to all the other departments and community partners that work together to provide response and recovery actions. For each response, flexible funding has been needed to augment DPH capabilities on an accelerated timeline. Almost all the grant funding received by DPH is restricted and cannot be used to offset costs associated with specific emergency response activities. Given this high percentage of restricted funding, there is a need for sustainable, dedicated funding source that DPH can easily access when there are public health emergencies to avoid any delays that would impact health and safety. In closing, I want to address some of the challenging rhetoric circulating that suggests limited need for public health. I was reminded last week by a colleague at the department that public health should be considered a part of public safety. The work we do every day is of critical importance, and much of it is life-saving. Public health is also population-based, and because of this, we cannot ever discriminate. Our services and our supports are available to everyone, regardless of immigration status, gender identity, sexual orientation, and income. We intentionally seek out those most vulnerable, and we anchor our work in eliminating inequities in health outcomes. We actively participate in efforts that ensure that everyone has the opportunities and conditions needed for good health and well-being. This cannot change. Thank you for your support, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's go to Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. You touched on the implications of the change in federal administration. Have you, and alluded to some of the impacts, have you done a thorough needs assessment, and are you prepared to quickly notify the board in the event that something changes?
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor. And yes, we have done a very detailed assessment. At this point, we know where all of our federal funding is. We know all of the employees that are part of every grant, and we also know all of the contracts that we're supporting with our partners for every grant. So as we hear, if we hear about curtailments, we'll be well prepared to know exactly what that impact is, but also, of course, prepared to notify the board.
Okay. I'm pleased to see TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative funding request included. though it is listed as a critical unmet need. So if the funding is allocated, is DPH prepared to ensure the funds are solicited transparently and equitably, including the request for a third-party administrator?
I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Mahjan.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Horvath. Public Health will be using the invitation for bid process to make sure that we can select the entity that has the qualifications to serve as the third-party administrator. We'll work through our networks and collaborate with the LGBTQ plus Commission to get the word out about the invitation for bid, and we'll host a bidders conference. So that will be our approach.
Okay. I appreciate your department's commitment to areas of gender-based violence and domestic violence. A lot of that work lives within your department's work. Both initiatives, again, were partially funded in this year's budget. So can you share why additional funds are needed, and why does this budget request not include what is actually needed?
Yes, I'm happy to try to answer that. I think one of the complexities is we shifted money last year to try to be able to cover the costs of setting up 2 programs last year. And then this year, we now need to be made whole. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Mahjan again to give some more of the details.
Yes, thank you. We are looking to, there are several specific communities that we want to continue to outreach to that we need the funding support for. And this funding would go to these community-based organizations to focus on upstream gender-based prevention activities with specific populations, including teens, LGBTQ plus youth, men and boys. That's one area where we feel the additional funding is needed.
Okay, I'm concerned that obviously a lot of this work that is priority for on gender-based violence issues lives in your department and may be unfunded, given that it's a priority issue. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what we do need and how we get those needs met, especially given the change in climate and the focus on these communities further making them at risk.
Yeah, just to clarify, a lot of the funding that we receive in the Office of Violence Prevention is actually not federal funding. We do have, I think, 3 federal grants that are really important, but we also got a lot of support from the state, and we've had a lot of support from the county and the Board of Supervisors.
Got it. I know you've played an important role in rebuilding and in the recovery process in the face of the wildfire events. So I know there's an ongoing process with that. Are you fully utilizing state and federal emergency funding sources to draw down funding? How are you doing that?
Yeah, again, I want to thank the Office of Emergency Management. We're all sending in our requests through OEM to have a coordinated response in those requests. We do have ongoing requests that we've made to the federal government directly through the process that the state has set up. So we go through OEM files it with the state, and then if the state can't address our requests, then it goes up to the federal government. So I think the process is working. You know, I think it takes some time to get responses from the federal government about the requests, but I feel like the state and the federal government have been responsive to date.
That's good to hear.
I mean, I think the biggest issue is the reimbursement for all the costs through FEMA, and I don't have an answer on that.
Yeah.
But we are working through OEM.
Obviously, there are concerns. I know the department has stepped up in the absence of the federal government on soil testing, on a lot of the other health concerns, testing on our beaches and waters, and so there's a lot of expense that comes with that. I know we have made the request to ask our partners to join us in that work, but I just want to make sure that we're tracking all of that to I know there's critique around an environmental lens, but I think in this case, from a public health lens, for our community safety, I mean, it's all related. And so your work is critical there. I understand you've requested $426,000 and 2 positions for the Office of Worker Health and Safety. So how do you envision this support actually materializing should you be able to get should that funding request be filled?
Well, this is a new office for us, and we've obviously realigned our resources to be able to support this. I mean, one thing that became really clear during COVID was that we needed to do a better job protecting workers, and that we needed to have a unit here that's really focused on protecting workers. We uncovered, you know, I would say a surprising amount of noncompliance with OSHA regulations, Cal OSHA regulations, and a surprising amount of risk, what I would call unnecessary risk to our workers. So we wanna have a very vibrant unit that's able to respond. And there are two places where we were looking for support. One was to have a position that would really be able to do work on what we call emerging hazards unit. You know, we get calls all the time about new hazards that workers are dealing with, or old hazards that they're just first notifying us about that they're dealing with, that require us to set up a response, a team to go out. We need to assess. We've had a lot of partners, and that's the way this work has moved forward. But we really do need a dedicated person that can help coordinate all of the work around emerging hazards. We also need another position there that will direct the Public Health Councils program. This was an initiative started by the board. It's been hugely successful, but we've expanded it to include, I think at this point we have 12 different sectors that we provide support to, and we don't have a dedicated staff person working with, we contract a lot of that work out to our partners, but at this point we really need a dedicated person to help us make sure that we're being attentive to the needs of, again, these are low-wage workers, often in non-union positions. They're not represented, and the worker councils really are ways for them to both get informed themselves, but also be able to take actions to protect their health and safety.
Yeah, I share that concern, which is why, you know, for example, we've championed the work on silicosis, and then I saw that as in a priority unmet needs, so it's not even in the top tier. So I'm just trying to understand really, like, you know, all of these vulnerable populations that are being exploited potentially now by other levels of government are going to be turning to us, you know, to be providing that critical support, and it seems like they're lining up on your unmet needs list. So
we'll need support. I mean, I think we've done as much realignment with existing resources as we can, and you know, again, I agree with the board 100% and with you in particular, Supervisor Horvath, and have appreciated all the support. I mean, I think this is the one of the biggest issues in front of us now is protecting workers.
I'd just like to add, Supervisor, that as you know, this unit really sprung into action with the wildfires and specifically focused on those workers most at risk with a whole bunch of efforts around supporting them, making sure they're safe as they were engaged in cleanup by residents in the community.
Yeah, and if they don't feel safe to come forward, given you know, potentially their immigration status or something else, then you know then all of this work, you know, falls short. And so I just want to make sure that we're doing what's necessary to keep people safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next let's go to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I've been sitting here trying to figure out how to maintain my own blood pressure levels and not just be mad. And you know, Dr. Freer, I'm not mad at you or your department. You know, I'm not. And yet here we are. This is such a powerful example of the fact that elections have consequences. Yeah. And you and I had a conversation maybe 6-7 months ago where you told me you were planning, and I was dismissive. And here we are. And I'm trying to control my own blood pressure. Because with 75% of public health, well, first of all, because it is public health. And so with 75% of your funding coming from federal and state, I see how that influenced your budget priorities, because none of them hit NCC. And yet, this is the county level of government, the safety net. I don't see how we have an option to not address public health issues with NCC, particularly given the climate that we find ourselves in. And so I feel a little different. I appreciate things are on a list, but it's not helpful if it's on a list that's titled unmet needs. That's not like helpful. As important as the transgender expansive wellness and equity initiative is, as important domestic violence services for all program, as important addressing hepatitis C in a county of 10 million, as important as establishing safe maximum temperature threshold, as important as Office of Worker Safety. Everything on this list is. It just doesn't have the privilege of being funded by federal or state dollars. That doesn't make it any less critical from my perspective as anything on the first page that is. And so this is how we find ourselves needing to act like the safety net level of government when it comes to public health issues. Hence my elevating blood pressure. I appreciate two things, Dr. Ferrer, the fact that you drew a direct line to board motions. I guess my question is, you and your department are my public health officer. We pass motions that we think are great ideas, and we are not public health officers. And so at what point do you factor in, from your perspective, as our public health officer, what also must be prioritized based on data? And that hit me when I realized that I don't see, even on the unmet needs list, our Black infant mortality or Black maternal mortality morbidity programming, given the offensive rates at which Black women die during childbirth in LA County. Dr. Ferrer, I know you know it because you raise it all the time. I hope you know this is not, I'm not pointing the finger at you. This is me trying to reduce my blood pressure. But how do we do that? If everything on here, most was board motion, where does your list factor in as our public health officer?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I want to clarify, I mean, the unmet needs really was sort of where are their board requests to do something and we just don't have the funding to do it. If you look at that, if you had a pie chart and you saw how much money we bring in, you'd understand that the way we have functioned is we have found either federal, state, or philanthropy dollars to finance the most critical work that we do at the Public Health Department. And we have been extraordinarily successful at this. When I started here in 2017, our budget was $1.1 billion. At the height of COVID, it was over $2 billion, and we've still managed to retain about a budget of about $1.8 million, and that's with no increase in net county costs to our budget. So we just continued to have a really stellar track record with our funders. I mean, that's why we were able to get the kind of funding we needed to do core public health functions. Also because we had a federal government that believed in core public health functions and allocated dollars to support those core public health functions. If, with a change in administration, that becomes a risk, it is a huge risk to counties like ours, which depend on the federal government to actually finance so many of our core public health functions, and which have been generous in acknowledging where the challenges lie on health inequities and allowed us to do really, I would say, significant work to address those inequities. Our previous administration sounded the alarm as well over Black infant mortality and in particular Black maternal mortality. So we were able to get support. But I've been honest today to say, look, I think of public health as nonpartisan. I think everyone should think about public health as nonpartisan, just like we think about public health safety as nonpartisan. We need these programs to make sure that workers can go to work, children can go to school and learn, and families can thrive. And that's at the heart and soul of this. And, our job right now is to do our very best job at everything we're doing and make the convincing arguments as a new administration comes in play about the importance of these functions, and that without it, the risk that gets created is too big to bear.
Right.
But that's the only way I can explain this, is we know what the core functions needed to be. We have been able to get so much of that funding elsewhere, and the county has really been filling in the gaps. But I will be honest and say, if you look at some of the larger health departments and their share of county resources, it oftentimes is larger than our share, but we're also very, very successful in our grant, in securing grants, both from the federal government and we also have a generous state government. Both those things are at risk right now.
And so I would say that has been our luxury. I agree with you, public health shouldn't be perceived as a partisan issue, but that is not the reality in which we are living. And even with our budgetary pressures, it's going to be up to this board to help, guide a priority conversation when you think about the core function of the safety net level of government. And while we have historically, as you just said, had the benefit of not hitting NCC when we didn't need to, times have changed, as evidenced to me based on this unmet needs list and the things that still aren't here. I appreciate your closing comment and agree with you that I don't expect this county to step away from the commitments we've made about who we are going to protect and prioritize first, regardless of what's happening at the federal government, and that will hit NCC. Because we're clear that we have to close the gap so people aren't, I don't want to say fall through the cracks, so people aren't thrown over the cliff. Because that's what's being proposed by their very own federal government. So I appreciate your comment, because if we are going to brag and revel in the beauty of a county as diverse as this, then we're going to have to step up to the plate and put NCC dollars on the table to protect people. I appreciate your comment about public safety, because it is public safety. And I know, as I recall last year, frankly, the Sheriff's Department and our traditional public safety personnel got the lion's share of our new NCC funding. And this year, given what's happening at the federal government, we may have to rethink how we define public safety to make sure that these kinds of programs and people who are more vulnerable than they have been in recent years are protected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Farrar, thank you for your presentation. I think we're all sort of saying the same things. I'm looking over my comments and my questions, and it's all very similar to the predicament we're finding ourselves in, and really going to look to you and FISA to see how we continue to support those in the county in that safety net role. I appreciated your comment that you seek out the vulnerable. You seek out the vulnerable. I mean, that is such an interesting role, but so important, because again, that's what we do. I will share my colleagues' concerns that your unmet needs are about supporting the vulnerable communities through the transgender expansive, intersex, wellness and equity initiatives, and domestic violence services. And given what's taking place, across the country in Washington, D.C., I think you can hear that we're all concerned, we're all anxious, and we didn't appreciate what we had. And that's typical when you stand to lose it. But I think the recent statements that we've heard, particularly from our confirmed U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary, really make me worry for the millions of our residents that are being unfairly targeted, particularly our LGBTQ plus community. And I also worry about maintaining the progress we've made in LA County during the pandemic and how we handle communicable diseases. So I'm not saying anything that you don't know. I just feel like this is an opportunity for you to know that we're leaning in with you in this predicament. I see one of my initiatives about providing free gun locks is also part of. I think I'm tier 2 for your unmet needs, and yet we know gun locks saves lives, and the statistic that's always hard for me to accept is that the #1 killer of our kids is through gun violence. So this is an exact correlation to protecting those lives. The other initiative to reduce medical debt is also one of your unmet needs. And again, I feel like that initiative was going to do more to lift up the most vulnerable who are in poverty and are on the brink of homelessness. So if we can't continue that, I also am concerned. So let me just say, so in terms of domestic violence, my staff has heard from several of our domestic violence providers who are worried about cuts to their funding. And there was a significant reduction in the Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, last year. And I know our community providers were scrambling to try to continue to save this vital and life-saving services that they were providing to our DV survivors. But again, a lot of what's happening could jeopardize that. The funding that you're requesting for the domestic violence services for all, do you think that's going to be enough for all of our communities' domestic violence support needs? Are we close? What are you thinking about the funding you're requesting for that?
I think what we did is we looked at who was requesting. The way we got to that number is we looked at who was requesting services and had those services denied because they weren't eligible for CalWORKs. And then came up with what it would cost if we wanted to offer the same services we offer to people eligible for CalWORKs who are domestic violence survivors to those not eligible. And that's where that number came from. Do I think it's sufficient in the long run? Probably not. I think it's definitely an accurate number for us to try to get to this year so that we can at least begin offering those services and then see if we end up with more demand than we had before, when I think some people didn't even ask for the services perhaps because they knew they weren't going to be eligible. I also want to say, I think there might be increased demand for that pool of money because of the fear among our immigrant communities, and because some of the immigrants in our communities may not be eligible for state-sponsored programs any longer. So with that uncertainty, that number could also go up. But I think we made a reasonable request here that if in fact we were able to get those resources, it would make a tremendous difference at the level of the provider community that is turning away people who are asking for services and support.
Thank you. And in light of this changing climate, particularly as it relates to federal dollars, and of course, as you said, some of our state dollars are in jeopardy because they're federal pass-throughs. And I know how, this is for Fuchsia and for you, how do you feel that we are really doing a deep dive assessing what could worst case scenario for the services that we provide? Do you feel like we are out in front of this, or we're just kind of waiting to see what actually happens if some of those threats become reality? I know, Fuchsia, you do budget exercises as it relates sometimes to, curtailment, but that's more dependent on like a 218 lawsuit. You're doing budget exercises with our department heads. But in this, do you feel like we're at a point where we should be triaging the services so that we actually are ready for some severe cuts in funding?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be hard to be ready. What we've done is, as I said, we've identified every single grant. We've also shared a lot of this information with the CEO. The CEO has asked us for 3 different scenarios. You know, if we kind of like the worst scenario would be we lose almost all of our federal funding. Then there's some scenarios sort of midway, which is we get some cutbacks in some of the places where we're hearing the most noise. And then there would be the scenario where we get more protection. We still get reductions, but they're not as severe. So we sent that information, I believe this morning already to the CEO, because we already have a spreadsheet on every single grant. And we've been obviously monitoring with help from the CEO's office what's going on federally to see where we think there's the most risk. But I'll be honest, I mean, we need to get prepared, but there's so much uncertainty there that we also need to really make sure we're doing our best possible job right now and doing a lot of explaining about what it is that we actually do with these dollars so that it doesn't go in a deep, dark hole of, you know, this is all COVID response. Almost none of our dollars right now, I'm gonna just say this publicly, almost none of our dollars right now are really going to support COVID response work. We did a lot of COVID response work at the height of the pandemic. A lot of our work right now is to support all of the other communicable diseases that we face, all of the other respiratory threats, and everything else that impacts the health and well-being. But I think we have to do a good job. We have to seize this opportunity to do a really good job explaining what it is we're doing.
Right, and as it's been mentioned by one of my colleagues, you know, you don't get as much NCC funds, but I think there is a sense that, you know, again, for public health and the consequences that could be really dangerous. You know, I think we need to look at how we're going to continue supporting these public health services in a county the size of ours.
So I think everything Dr. Freer said is correct, and I think there are a couple of things that are happening which she has touched on, which is this county has had the benefit of heavy subvention from the federal and state departments, and prior boards have not, we have not heavily funded Department of Public Health with NCC. Now, I say that, but let me recognize that their NCC is about $300 million, $1.78 billion budget, and about $300 million in NCC. Compared to their overall budget, I recognize that that is not a huge amount, but it is not an insignificant amount. That's number one. Number two, because we are now in this posture where the department is not heavily NCC funded, when we have the federal budgetary potential disaster on the horizon, it is incumbent upon all of the departments, particularly your health departments that receive a lot of federal funding, to be ahead of, you know, what is to come. And I think they have been doing that since, I don't think that folks waited until a change in federal administration to start looking at potential impacts to the budget. And then the last part I will say is, even if there are known potential impacts because of the prior federal administration, the first term, so we sort of have a playbook from the first time. Even if we know that, we also should expect additional impacts that we didn't see in the prior administration. I say all that to say, depending on the nature and the scale and the scope, with all the budgetary pressures, just for recommended budget alone, we have about $1.2 billion in requests. Just for recommend, almost 1,000 separate requests, totaling $1.2 billion, in addition to the budgetary pressures. So we're mindful, Supervisor, of the need to infuse NCC funding where it is needed most. And I think all of that, you know, adds up to it is very difficult, and it will be a very difficult process.
Right, I don't think anybody's saying it's not difficult.
And I think, you know, I really appreciated Fija's response, and I really appreciate Supervisor Hahn, the attention to this issue, it is going to be about prioritizing. We'll be doing work internally. We'll be doing work with our stakeholders because, the community really needs to be brought into any big decisions if we lose a lot of support about that prioritizing. So we're figuring out an internal process. We're figuring out a process to bring in our community partners. Because as I said, the vast majority of our dollars actually go out to our community partners.
Right.
Our federal dollars. So the impact across the county
including the motions. You would have to include like motions and other initiatives in the process.
Right, but we really have to do is say, here are core public health functions no longer getting funded.
Right.
What funding needs to shift to cover that?
And then I think about, an outbreak of something. I'm following the measles in West Texas, and I'm sure you are too.
Yes.
I think about, and I think what's going to be fascinating is, we may be pitting public health against our ability to get transportation dollars over at Metro, because there has been a memo by the Secretary of Transportation that says they will not give transportation dollars to jurisdictions that mandate masks or vaccines. Not that that has anything to do with transportation dollars, but it'll be interesting to see how we navigate what our experts are telling us in terms of protecting a public from a major outbreak of something, and versus whether or not we'll be able to get help from the federal government to build transportation projects. So it'll be very interesting to navigate. Thank you, Dr. Farrar.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Ferrer, boy, this was probably the most important discussion we're having here today surrounding public health. And I agree with everything my colleagues have been saying, but I do think that there's some silver lining here too, because you have really done some good work, I know, with helping us curb the substance use disorder services and helping us in those targeted areas. And I can speak for myself, Skid Row and MacArthur Park, and I'm happy that you're able to use SAPC money and other assets there, because that's not just a county issue, it's a city issue. And I know I've had many conversations with the city council people that represent that area and the mayor. And it's about getting our hands around it. And I think that it's going to require, obviously, more than just your department. I think also Department of Health Services can lend a hand, as well as mental health, because we're still talking about just about the same population. So there has to be a way, I think, of threading this, and creating an urgency to be self-sustaining within ourselves, whatever that might be. I get it that the federal and state right now are under siege, and I'm really surprised though that we're not really sounding the alarm a lot louder, because if 75% of your budget can be wiped out in a matter of a month or 2 months, as people in I don't want to say Sacramento, but the impact will fall on them as well, and then to us, that we need to let our elected officials, our delegation, our congressional as well as our state and our governor, and would urge you, as you always do, go up and talk directly to folks regarding the impact. And I'm even more, I'm equally concerned too about our clinics, because they do rely on you for grants, whether it's HIV and AIDS and all the other things that you do. What was it, the 1,600 you said that might be eliminated, times how many other clinics that will also release staff and other folks that are affiliated with your work, DV as well. So we're talking about a major reduction in workforce, not just in our county employees, but also with the economy of Los Angeles County. And it would be great if somehow our forecasters, whether that's us, CEO, working with our departments to figure out what that really looks like, so we have a strong, unified message to talk about what the impacts are going to be. Because I haven't really seen that assessment, and I concur with Supervisor Hahn that we need to have that information. That makes a very compelling argument to know exactly how many people are going to lose their jobs, and what that means in terms of loss of service overall. But I think those are really critical. I wanted to ask you too, if you've been working or reaching out with managed care plans also, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, and one thing I want to note is that I didn't talk about it, but I know because I know Dr. Galley's going to talk about it, is some of our programs, substance abuse prevention and control services in particular, rely heavily on Medi-Cal dollars. So we haven't even talked about the fact that, you know, we have no NCC anywhere in that system because we've done a, you know, Dr. Sai has done a brilliant job, you know, being able to create a network that relies heavily on Medi-Cal dollars, and because we have a block grant that we get from the federal government that helps us with costs not covered by Medi-Cal. So again, and I know Dr. Galley will talk a lot about Medi-Cal, but we too run a risk if there are dramatic reductions in Medi-Cal reimbursements for the services that we're providing that are medically oriented services, our services at our clinics, our vaccination services, all of those, which gets to your question about the managed care plans. We have, I believe, signed agreements with 3 managed care plans, and we're working on the others, but the 3 largest that serve Medi-Cal patients to get some reimbursement for some of our services. So we do everything we can. We do everything we can to, it's taken a year to get contracts, so it's just a lot of, you know, sort of legal language back and forth. But we do have those contracts, and we've been very aggressive about trying to identify opportunities for claiming and relationships with the Medi-Cal the Medi-Cal providers and the managed health care plans about where we as public health provide a service that should be reimbursable, that we figure out how we can get reimbursed for that service.
And I know
the doula hub is another example where we've just done a lot of work to try to draw down insurance to help subsidize the cost of services.
Well, there's no doubt that the work that you've been doing over the last few years here has really been, you know, a ground, just, how could I say, it's just incredible, because we're probably one of the more progressively led Department of Public Health that is really on top and understands and listens. And that's what I think the beauty of your operation has been, is that you listen and you don't just talk it, but you go out there and you investigate and you make these things happen. And I'll never forget when we got involved with Exide, that you were able to collectively amass 1,200 people to go out and walk in the field and talk to people who don't normally get spoken to or are afraid to talk to a government official. And you did that repeatedly there. You did it also in, it was Avocado Heights with Quimetco, and I appreciate that. And those are the things that I believe our community isn't fully aware of. So you got to think about how we're going to message that and put that forward. And I'm sure this board, I know I'll be there to help, because the impact is just going to be profound, especially with our children, mixed families, but more importantly, the elderly and our children. And they're going to suffer. And I think we really have to be clear on that. But anyway, I really appreciate all of you and all the folks that work with you. I hope that we can, when we come back again soon, that we'll have some kind of a strategy and an action plan, so that as we go up to Sacramento as well, that we are also letting people know what the real facts are and how we can help try to prevent the hemorrhaging. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much for having us and for all your support as a board. I much appreciate it, and I have an amazing team.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sobering news. Okay, next we have Dr. Galley, Department of Health Services, that's going to be coming up. I hope it's good news. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, supervisors, and thanks to the public and those who are listening in. I'm Christina Galley. I'm the director of the Department of Health Services. I'm accompanied today by Alan Wecker, our chief financial officer for DHS, and Ferris Ling, our associate chief financial officer for DHS. I have a couple of other individuals from DHS who are here as well, depending on your questions, accompanied also by Elizabeth Jacoby, our Administrative Deputy, Tim Belovich, our Director of Correctional Health Services, and Clemens Hong, who leads our community programs, including Housing for Health and the Office of Diversion and Reentry and our harm reduction services. Thanks for the opportunity to go through the department's budget requests. As you are aware, DHS's work spans a large scope of services that are health-related. That includes operations of the 4 county public hospitals and 24 clinics, operation of correctional health services, as well as provision of health services to the youth in the camps and the halls operated by probation. We operate the Housing for Health Unit, the Office of Diversion and Reentry, harm reduction services, which are also part of community programs, and also the local EMS agency. Our budget requests span all of those different units. For the recommended budget, DHS's highest priority requests are those related to the funding needs for correctional health services. The first one that's detailed on the slide is a request for $42 million in ongoing funding that is needed to right-size the budget within CHS. CHS operates with a structural deficit. That deficit exists for a variety of reasons, and as if we've been able to successfully increase hiring in the jails, that's led to pressure on the overall budget as we've been unable to subsidize the S&S portion of our budget due to the fact that we no longer have a surplus on the S&EB portion. And the deficit on CHS is due to a variety of things, but a couple of huge components are underfunded pharmaceutical costs, underfunding of post-book claims, and underfunding of registry. The second and third priorities here are also related to correctional health services. There's a variety of programmatic staffing needs that includes additional psychiatric services in the inmate reception center, the expansion of outpatient and case management services, as well as additional pharmaceutical funding that's needed to support the expansion of treatment for individuals with opioid use disorder and also with hepatitis C. And those are detailed in rows 2 and 3 with a request for $17 million ongoing for each. The fourth row is a request from the Office of Diversion and Reentry for ongoing needs for staffing. The $16 million that's listed there is fully offset with revenue. The vast majority of that $16 million is for funding associated with our felony IST grant that we have as part of the state. And this is for an expansion and continued operation of that grant, as well as a contract conversion for 2 positions related to expansion of our harm reduction services. For the 5th row, which covers DHS's hospitals and clinics, there's a variety of programmatic staffing needs. The majority of those fall into 2 categories. One is for additional staffing of 33 positions for our cancer navigation program. We've previously implemented cancer navigation in the past for a variety of cancers, but we're seeking to expand it further for a number of specialty clinics that don't currently have adequate staffing. And the second area for programmatic staffing needs is for additional county physicians from the insourcing of portions of our contract currently with the University of Southern California for our services at LA General. Rows 6 and 7 are revenue adjustments, budget adjustments, and ministerial changes. Next slide, please. For the department's unmet need, the most critical of our unmet need is for further expansion of services within the Office of Diversion and Reentry. The services that are included here include expansion of our ODR housing slots. That's $29 million that's needed in ongoing funding for expansion of those slots. There's also requests that are included here for harm reduction services and drop-in centers, expansion of our health hubs, overdose education and naloxone distribution as part of our harm reduction work for services that take place within Skid Row and MacArthur Park. Our Tier 2 priority unmet needs Second and third rows here are for correctional health services again. These are for additional programmatic staffing for things such as expansion of our primary care staffing model, expansion of universal testing and screening and vaccination for individuals cared for within the jail, expansion of radiology and urgent care services, and other services within the jail. And then the fourth line here is for expansion of harm reduction services within our harm reduction unit. Could you go to the next slide, please? I think taking a step back, and certainly after listening to Dr. Ferrer's previous presentation, really I think the elephant in the room is the challenge for the department and for public health systems across the nation, as well as private health providers, due to the uncertainty with respect to Medi-Cal or Medicaid on the federal level as a result of the new federal administration. At this point, we are unable to quantify what the exact impact will be on the department. We are subject to the regulatory oversight of both the state as well as CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and we're awaiting their rulemaking to be able to come forward with what the specific changes will be on the CMS side, and also as a result of what the federal government on the legislative side does with Medicaid funding. I will say, though, that there are a variety of ways in which those cuts could take place. There's a variety of technical mechanisms where those cuts could take place, and as a result, it's really difficult to project what exactly they might be, but they could be immense in nature. In listening to Dr. Ferrer speak, we're in a very similar situation as the Department of Public Health. We receive the majority of our funding through state and federal funding streams, and we are extremely at risk of having to implement service line cuts or facility closures if all of those different cuts come to bear. The second item that's listed here, which is related to the first item, is because of our low volume of commercially insured patients. So for private hospitals, oftentimes what you might be familiar with is that private hospitals see a larger portion of commercial or Medicare patients. And because of that, they have the ability to cross-subsidize different revenue streams where DHS doesn't have the same ability to be able to do that. To manage both of those risks, which really come in together, well, let me cover the third risk. The third risk is related to the necessary renewal of our waiver. Our current Medicaid waiver expires at the end of 2026 and will require federal approval for continuation. That waiver includes both our global payment program as well as what you know as CalAIM, or most of the components of CalAIM. So in total, in looking at some of those risks, the department has already put in place a number of efforts wherever possible to be able to bring in additional revenue streams, and we're working closely with our state partners on that. We're also looking really closely at our internal operations. We're looking at just double checking the expenditures that we make on a daily basis, projects, capital projects that we've planned, radiology expenditures that we have planned, deferred maintenance projects that we have planned, and really questioning, does that need to be done? Does that need to be done now? Are there other ways to approach the project? We'll continue to do that, as well as looking at other efficiency measures that we could take in the future. The fourth budget pressure is related to my previous comments on the ongoing structural deficit within CHS. We are working very closely with our partners in the CEO and obviously with the Sheriff's Department to address the ongoing structural deficit there, and we're looking forward to hoping to resolve that while continuing to provide the high quality care that's needed. And finally, the other budget pressure and challenge relates to the services that are provided within community programs. Those units, the harm reduction unit, the Office of Diversion and Reentry, and Housing for Health, they're really part and parcel of a lot of what the county's strategies are about for the PEH mission and for the Care First Jails Last mission. And we want to be part of that, but we know that additional funding is needed to be able to fully implement those programs. I would be happy to answer any questions you have. I would love to say that I had happier news in terms of the federal budget front, but unfortunately, there's just so much uncertainty at this time.
Is the GPP federal? It says external, but I'm just not sure.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay, let's start with Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. It's an understatement to say that uncertainty remains with regard to our federal budget impacts. So I will also ask you, as I asked DPH, are you prepared to be able to inform us quickly if something happens and you feel that impact quickly? I'm very clear that we're watching how some of these targeted services might be cut from a federal perspective. I'm especially thinking about gender-affirming care, reproductive health care. So what is, how are we situated to address that in real time should that funding go away and make sure that we're able to provide service?
Thanks, Supervisor. As of today, there's been no requirement that we change any of our services to date. Depending on the set of actions that the federal government takes, it's possible that that could change in the future. It's possible that the federal government would not just make cuts to certain programs, but that they would preclude participation in the federal Medicaid and Medicare program if those services continue. So we will have to wait and see what specific guidance and rules the federal government puts forward. And then based on what those rules are, when CMS makes rules, they put forward preliminary rules for public comment, and then there's typically a 30 plus or minus days of comment before they come out with a final rule. We will educate various stakeholders and certainly communicate with your board about what those preliminary rules are, how we're thinking about either managing or making changes if that's needed as a result of those rules before we implement any changes. But I think at this point, there are so many different ways in which those rules could be written that it would be premature to say what we would need to do as a result.
Yeah, I know we saw how, for example, Children's Hospital Los Angeles changed course after the state sort of weighed in. So making sure that we're having as close to real time open lines of communication, should those changes, should any such cuts impact our ability to provide service, I think is important.
Yes, absolutely.
On a different note, maybe related, I understand the proposed primary care model in correctional health services is the common sense approach to delivering health care. So can you elaborate on the benefits and advantages of investing in this model with this budget?
Sure, I'll start, and then I'm happy to invite Dr. Belovich to join me in case he wants to add on to anything that I say. Primary care is really how you take care of patients most efficiently and effectively. And I think a lot of people assume that individuals are in jail for a relatively short period of time while they're in their trial period or before they're transferred to prison, depending on their specific situation. But oftentimes, the individuals in the LA County Jail, for a variety of reasons, are there for a long time. And because of that, we're responsible for managing their chronic medical conditions, their diabetes, their high blood pressure, certainly their mental illness, their underlying health conditions. And that's very hard to do when you just have urgent cares or when you just have drop-in clinics. What you really want to do is set up these longitudinal primary care models where the same provider gets to know the patient, sees the patient, can check in with the patient, and can make modifications in their medication regimen. And we don't have that model to be able to effectively and maximally implement care for chronic diseases because we don't have that primary care model. Do you want to add anything?
This is the same model. Good afternoon. This is the same model that we've been presenting for the last couple of years in response to some of the concerns that the board has highlighted with us about the ability for us to provide care. We're providing much more of an episodic care model. And like Dr. Galley said, this would allow care teams to hold the patients, and when patients leave our care, and if they were to return to the jail, they would return to the same care teams. So this is a model that we've been promoting for several years. It's just a major shift and a huge cost, and that's why it's been a challenge to implement.
And given some of the challenges we've had with regard to health services in our correctional facilities, it seems that not only is it the right best practice approach, but from a financial and compliance standpoint, it may also provide us benefits in that regard when we're thinking about how we're funding these services, how we care for people, and what those ongoing impacts have been.
Absolutely. The care that we're providing in the jail is some of the only care that our patients are receiving.
Right.
Yeah.
No, of course. And so I think it's helpful to note that it's not just the right thing to do. There are also, all of these other benefits that come alongside it. Finally, I know that overdose education, naloxone distribution, and all of the work that's related to that truly saves lives. I know you have a $1 million request in your budget. So how are you collaborating with SAPC? How are you different from what they're doing? Is this similar to reaching the 95% program that they have? Can you help me understand what we're doing with that money?
Sure, and again, I'll start, and then I'll ask Dr. Clemens Hong to come forward, who operates, among other things, our harm reduction work. We're really proud of our harm reduction unit within DHS, and we work very closely with SAPC. Dr. Hong and Dr. Tsai are often together, as well as Shoshana Scholar, who's our director of harm reduction. The two units, SAPC and our harm reduction unit, often have divided up either certain priority populations or certain geographies so that we can collaborate and not duplicate services. SAPC takes a much broader lens on overall population, overall substance abuse and prevention work, whereas DHS is more focused on specific, like work in Skid Row, work in MacArthur Park, work in the jails and naloxone distribution there, or in other select locations to be able to do targeted interventions. But I'll let Dr. Hong elaborate.
So we have a ongoing now 2-year collaboration with SAPC where we have a shared steering committee where we work together to find priorities across the various needs in the harm reduction space and really allocate the resources as a group, and the teams work very closely together. So it's really well coordinated across the spectrum. You don't see a lot of duplication, a lot of separation in scope of work. And the naloxone sort of request here is really focused on community distribution of naloxone, and it's ensuring that we have sufficient supply of naloxone to do the distribution. And this, as you know, has really sort of had major impacts on the overdose epidemic that we have in our communities, particularly in the highest risk settings where we're seeing just a massive, unfortunate number of overdoses, and this has really sort of started to stem the tide, and we need many, many more doses in the community, and that's what that sort of request is specifically about.
So if we don't fulfill this request, it's not as if SAPC has resources to do this work. It's not an enhancement of, it's in addition to.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Good. Let's go to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really as a continuation of my irritation with the world, not you all, but recognizing the role, you're one of the largest departments in the county. I would argue probably second only to Medi-Cal, one of the largest safety net systems in the country, second only to state California Medi-Cal. And that's just concerning when we recognize what's all at risk. With regard to ODR on your unmet needs list, and that's a program I've, since I got here, looked at the data, found value, tried to help identify permanent funding sources. You're looking for 105 new correctional health positions in correctional health. Can you explain what the plans are to address the funding gaps for correctional health? You know, if it doesn't all come into alignment, what that will mean?
Thanks, Supervisor. I'm really grateful, and I do want to thank the CEO team for working so closely with us to help close the funding gap for correctional health services. I know that we're all committed to finding a solution to that problem with a variety of various ongoing and one-time funding sources. I know we're working with them to close that gap this year, as well as looking forward, because the gap obviously continues into the next fiscal year, to be able to close it on an ongoing basis. I'm confident that together, working with the CEO, we'll be able to come to a solution to that problem. I will say, though, it's not that we're only looking at additional revenue, though we are doing that. Dr. Belovich and his team have looked very hard at all the different places where CHS spends money, looking for a variety of different options to both bring in additional revenue, such as with ADAP billing, or to be able to reduce costs, such as reducing potentially unnecessary registry. And we have been able to reduce a large degree of registry, in part because we've been successful with hiring onto CHS positions, as well as curbing, wherever possible, pharmaceutical costs. We reduce the number of hours of the urgent care while still being able to provide access for emergencies as needed overnight, and other ways in which we've tried to ensure that we're making the best use of the available resources within CHS.
Generally, I saw the GPP on your other slide. What's that dollar amount?
GPP
that
is
could potentially be lost.
GPP is worth about $750 million a year to DHS.
So that's not chopped liver.
No.
Are there any other kind of big ticket items on the horizon in terms of potential future federal funding loss that you could just give us a preview into the probably not so distant future?
The federal government, I think there's a lot of discussion about different ways in which Medicaid cuts might take place. Some of those cuts could ultimately functionally affect the FMAP, the federal matching percentage, which feeds over into how the share of funding that California receives.
Incredibly generous in years past, like 90%.
Yes, it's 90% for the expansion population as written into the ACA, and there's consideration of whether or not that number will stay. California, for the non-MCE population, is a 50% FMAP state. It's possible that those numbers could change. There's a variety of ways in which the federal government, through legislation or regulation, could make changes to supplemental payments. And then there's the waivers, part of which is GPP, but there's other components of our waiver programs as well. In total, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars in cuts, depending on what the various combination of actions that the federal government takes. And that would be catastrophic, not just for the DHS facilities, for the staff that work there, and for the staff that have made it their career, but for the patients who come there for care. We serve really hardworking, amazing patients who desperately need good, high-quality health services.
And you're providing that service because they don't have any place else to get it.
Yeah, and I'm proud of the fact that DHS in so many ways has become a provider of choice with the Medicaid expansion. A lot of patients do have choice now, and they've stayed with us, and our quality scores are exceptional, and we're continuing to make improvements across the board, and I'm really proud of the work that our staff do every day to care for patients. We operate two of the busiest trauma centers in the county. There's so many services that are provided, but to your point, Supervisor, some patients don't necessarily, for a variety of reasons, feel welcomed in what might be your typical private Medicaid provider's office or hospital, and they find that they are welcomed and receive exceptional services within DHS. And if there were funding cuts, those patients still get cancer, they still get in car accidents, they still have chronic diseases, they still need help managing complicated chronic conditions. And there very simply might be not as many places to go and their health, their life, their livelihood, their ability to live productive lives, to care for their families and their children would be severely compromised.
And if the news couldn't get any worse, in addition to that, all of the waivers that are queued up that allow us to provide services in the unique way that California and LA County has chosen to are at risk as well if the waivers are up for reconsideration within the next 3-4 years.
Yes, and most of them are. There's a couple of different waivers in California, but the biggest, the 1915B and the 1115 waiver will require renewal, and there's different components of each one, and California has been very innovative in thinking about how do you really take comprehensive care of patients and what do patients need. One of the things that, just two quick things on this point, the Global Payment Program. It's an exceptional program in part because it allows funding for care in care settings that traditional programs don't allow funding for. So we're able to take care of patients in lower cost care settings like an outpatient clinic rather than requiring patients to go to a hospital emergency department to receive care. We're able to do an electronic visit or a video visit or communicate with patients through our health portal and do mail medication refills, for example, and take efficient care of them rather than just forcing everyone through an incredibly costly and incredibly inefficient ER system. And I think that largely would go away if GPP were to be cut. And then second, CalAIM, which I know you all are very familiar with and advocates for, it's helped to bring about, I think, a greater awareness of the importance of and the impact of social determinants of health, about how a patient's health isn't just related to the narrow picture of what meds they're on or what their laboratory tests show, but it's what they're struggling with if they don't have stable housing or if they don't have adequate healthy food to eat or if they live in an unsafe community. And it's provided funding streams to be able to help wrap around a number of services, and some portion of those what's called community supports would be at risk if that waiver were to go away.
Thank you to you and your department for the work you do on behalf of Angelenos every day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Galley and your team. Yes, I believe that our county hospitals are some of the finest, and been spending a little extra time in the hospital, Harbor UCLA, over in Supervisor Mitchell's district, just visiting a couple of friends that ended up there, and just to see the caliber of our nurses and doctors and staff there, it's incredibly meaningful of the kinds of healthcare we are providing. And of course, I think the best hospital in the system is Rancho Los Amigos. And again, a national rehabilitation center providing incredible care for pediatrics and brain and spinal cord injury. It's another one where there is a miracle happening there every single day because of the dedication of the doctors, the nurses, the staff there. Have you, does your budget request reflect, or maybe I should ask, how do you assess maybe budget request or equipment request or some kinds of requests from the various hospitals in the system, and is that reflected in your budget?
Thanks, Supervisor, and I agree with you, Rancho is the best, but all four are the best. All four hospitals are the best. We have a number of different processes that we use within the department to take a look at what's needed for whether it's a budget request for new staffing or if it's a request for equipment purchases or capital projects or deferred maintenance. There's different processes that we use within our team for people to raise those ideas, for those ideas to get looked at, costed out, try to understand what the regulatory requirements might be. If it's an equipment purchase, understand what's needed, how many, for example, scans would be done, and things like that. And so we look at all of those. We're very often able to manage whatever the need is outside of the budget process. So what you see here before you, supervisors, is just the requests that we were not able to manage within our existing
So I wouldn't
either
necessarily
positions.
see in this budget meeting some of those requests at Rancho.
Yes, exactly. So we have 25,000 plus positions. We have a lot of flexibility to be able to work with those positions that we have to meet the needs. So what you see here doesn't reflect the totality of what's needed. And I'm happy that I believe, along with our team, we're often able, I would say almost always able, to resolve the need as often as possible outside of the budget process and when necessary within the budget process. And then for the other equipment purchases, capital projects, deferred maintenance that you wouldn't see in the budget, those go through separate board letters that you often will see on the weekly budget meetings to be able to request authority for those certain purchases.
You know, one of the issues that came up was obviously sometimes in our county hospitals, they get recommended to go to Rancho, and it becomes a transfer. And I know in a particular case, it was delayed. It was, you know, they were kind of waiting for an open bed. Is that, and it seemed to indicate that that sometimes is an ongoing problem. How critical is that in terms of transferring from our own county hospitals to Rancho?
Yeah, Supervisor, and thank you for raising that to our attention. I'm glad that we were able to get the patient successfully transferred. The transfer process often takes a little while. It's a detailed process in part because of the work that's required for the physician of record at the sending hospital as well as the receiving hospital to be able to ensure that they have the adequate information. Not even though we're all on the same electronic health record, they still have to talk to one another, read the records, make sure they really understand what's needed, and then arrange for appropriate emergency medical transport, in addition to ensuring that the right type of bed is available. And Rancho has about 75 med-surg beds, which is a relatively small number. The other half of their beds are acute rehab beds. And among that 75, there's certain beds that are for stroke patients, there's certain beds that are for spinal cord injury patients, certain beds are ICU. They all have their very specialized nursing expertise. And it's not always possible to have, for example, a stroke patient cared for on a non-stroke floor, because what we really want for those patients, and part of what, to your point, makes Rancho so special, is that very specialized expertise in those different areas. And so then we need not just a bed, we need the right bed to be available at the right time. And so then we're waiting often for a patient to be discharged. And so then it's backed up, waiting for the discharge process for the patient, and then waiting for bed turnover, and then ultimately the transport. So we'll continue to work on making that process as efficient as possible, and always looking for opportunities to make that better.
Yeah, thank you. Because obviously once they get that golden ticket to be transferred to Rancho, obviously then it would open up a bed where in the current hospital where they're at, and relieve staff. And also because the hour they get to Rancho, they begin improving in a miraculous, dramatic way. But listening to you explain it, it is a complicated process. But I wasn't really aware of it until, you know, I was aware of it. But I know you are, and anything we can do to you know, figure that out to make it a little bit more efficient. Again,
Absolutely.
For both.
Yeah.
For both sides, yeah, thank you.
And it's no fun to wait. I think we've all been on the waiting side within healthcare, and it's really challenging, and we'll work to make that as efficient as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Galley.
Great, thank you. Just a few questions, Dr. Galley. Just for point of clarification, I'm not sure that the public is fully aware of why we're expending so much money towards, and we have to, but if you can go over that, the integrated correctional health services. How does that, you know, explain kind of the history there, why this is needed?
Sure. So historically, correctional health services was provided as part of the Medical Services Bureau within the Sheriff's Department. And then I believe in 2015, it was the physical health services were moved out of Medical Services Bureau within the Sheriff's Department, and the mental health services, which were always provided as part of the Department of Mental Health. Both of those in 2015 moved over into creating an integrated, which is the I and CHS Integrated Correctional Health Services Unit, with the goal really of, I think, allowing our partners within Sheriff to focus on their expertise of public safety, and while also building an integrated unit where physical health and mental health services could be integrated. So many of the patients, sadly, within the jails do have underlying serious mental illness and often have co-occurring substance use disorders, and work to create a single unit. And then we've worked progressively over the years to enhance services within the LA County jails to provide high quality medical care there, as well as to ensure that we're in line with all of the state and federal expectations for how care is delivered in those settings.
I think the elephant in the room is we have to do this. The Department of Justice.
Yes.
And that's the part that I wanted you to mention, that's really what is driving a lot of this too. So I mean, that's the cloud that's over us. Yeah. CEO, do you want to say?
Supervisor, a couple of years ago, your board approved, for lack of a better word, a DOJ action plan, and part of that focused on increasing staffing by awarding bonuses, placement bonuses for hard to recruit positions. And I think it worked. And I think instead of the department or that unit having a bunch of vacancies, they were able to fill many positions. And there were some other components to that plan. But I think the deficit was driven in part by this work to stand up very quickly actions that the DOJ monitor was looking at and wanted the county to move on.
Right, and I think sometimes it's lost on the public because years go by and we're not clear on why we're putting this funding and FTE in the jails, and it's because we're trying to remedy, some historical problems that we've had. And I know we're still not quite there, and that's always concerning to me, but we are talking about individuals that may have never been treated or seen by any physician, and when they come to us, they're extremely they're really in bad shape. We know that, and oftentimes we're not able to do much, but just try to provide them with some comfort is what I've kind of deduced from all my time here in seeing what has happened. You want to respond to that, Dr.?
Yeah, absolutely. So much of the budget requests over the years to build up CHS is as a result of what you've described, the need to provide timely and rapid assessments within the inmate reception center, to provide comprehensive mental health services to individuals with serious mental illness in the jail, as well as the regular set of physical health services. And we have been very successful over the last year with a variety of hiring fairs. Dr. Velovich and his team and our HR team have been working very hard on hiring. But while those positions are funded and the bonuses are funded thanks to the funding from the county, it's created an overall deficit within the county due to the continuing needs for other aspects of CHS budget, namely those post-book claims and the costs of pharmaceuticals.
Right. I want to just quickly turn to the item regarding the 22.7 million for net 69 FTEs for department-wide staffing. And this has to do with the master school affiliation agreement with LA Gen. Can you just go over that, explain that, what's happening there?
Yeah, thank you. We have been working for a couple of years now on a successor agreement with the University of Southern California, and I will knock on wood, but I would like to say that I believe we're fairly close to being able to finalize an agreement with USC. As part of this agreement, which I believe really helps leverage the best of what both partners provide, we'll be able to continue providing all of the high quality services that LA General has always provided, with an increased number of those positions that are filled with county positions, county employed positions, rather than relying on a large number of contracted physicians with USC.
And I've heard the quality has really improved, the quality of service and attention to the patients.
Yep, yes, it has, and I think the team has done a really nice job figuring out what would be best provided by county staff versus where is either the highly specialized or not quite a full FTE, for example, type services that are best continued to be provided by contract with USC, and also the continuation of the jointly sponsored residency programs will also continue.
Great. And just to switch gears here regarding, we talked a little bit about the harm reduction and drop-in centers and the fact that we've created these, we're going to have these health hubs out in Skid Row and MacArthur Park, and the Crocker campus is soon going to come online. Can you talk a little bit about that and the resources that are needed? I know you had a request to CEO for opioid settlement funds, and could you talk about that, where we are and how essential that might be for these efforts?
Yes, I'll start, and then I'll let Dr. Hong chime in. We did submit to CEO requests for additional funding to be able to maintain our 4 existing drop-in centers, as well as to be able to maintain the 2 that are planned to be opened this next fiscal year, as well as for the 2 health hubs as well. And we're awaiting decision from the CEO about the timing of the opioid settlement funding decisions.
Will that happen?
Supervisor, we expect to be able to present our recommendations in March. We are trying to program about $84 million that'll be split evenly over 5 years. We receive requests from about 16 departments, and we are trying to harmonize and make recommendations that make sense and that support, that are mutually reinforcing of each other. So we expect to bring that forward in March.
Yeah, go ahead.
We also submitted ideas through the county's PSRT AB 109 process for funding as well. And that process is also running and typically would make awards for AB 109 funding in the supplemental budget. Dr. Hung, do you want to add?
There's additionally a few requests for support for second-year funding around overdose response teams in Mac Park and for expansion of services in the Antelope Valley and a few other in the drop-in center realm throughout the county. So those are also included in the opioid sort of settlement request.
Okay, that's
as well.
important to know. Well, I mean, the work that you all are doing, and is essential, and I think I continue to be supportive, and we work very closely with your department on envisioning the Skid Row action plan and getting additional funding from the state to help us with that. And it's an organic plan that came from the community that's most impacted. And additionally, with MacArthur Parks, that too I think could come to fruition and really help us understand better how to address this very different, unique, and hard to serve population with so many other ailments and challenges that they have.
Yeah, Supervisor, I really vividly recall being at the readout, the initial presentation of the Skid Row Action Plan a few months ago, and it was so inspiring to see so many community members feel really engaged in the process and feel so proud, as they should be, of their work for thinking about. It was really a model, I think, of participatory budgeting and a model of the community setting the vision and the priorities for what they want to see, and we're so happy to be able to support that work.
I hope that the city also steps up to the plate, the city council people there, as well as getting them information. I know they're interested, and I know Eunice Hernandez is very interested in MacArthur Park, and the newest member, Ms. Jurado Isabel, I think is also equally interested. So I hope that the staffs reach out to inform them and walk them through all of that. And I hope that the CEO will come back favorably in response to giving us a good amount of funding for this prevention. So
we'll produce a report, Supervisor, in March with recommendations.
That's okay. Seeing no further questions then? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And next, members, then we will go to public comment, and we'll go first to those people who have signed up to speak on the item. So I will go to the staff. EO.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Byron Jose, Grayson Amadeo, Luis Zarate, Maya Daniels, Parker Aguirre. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address budget item 1, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have our first speaker, please?
Our first participant.
Our first participant is Marjorie Suma. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Marjorie. I'm a resident of West Carson in the 2nd District. Parks are essential to a community's health, safety, and quality of life, yet they continue to be underfunded and understaffed. After decades of community advocacy, Wishing Tree Park, the only park in our community, finally became a reality and remains the only park in the county system without recreation staff on Saturdays. We have a baseball diamond that still has no bases, and unless you bring your own equipment on Saturdays, kids have no means of playing basketball or football. And because there's no staff on the weekend, there's no available restroom. This is unacceptable. I urge you to correct this and to prioritize the much-needed funding and staffing for Wishing Tree Park in our historically underserved, overpolluted community. Thank you, supervisors, for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cynthia Babbage, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Babbage. I'm the director of Delamo Action Committee. We've been working for over 30 years in the West Carson area in District Number 2. For 17 plus years, we worked to turn a toxic spot into a community jewel, which is Wishing Tree Park. It is currently the only county park without Saturday recreation staff and only has 2 small programs. Saturdays are when families need their park most. We fought for a safe, maintained, and accessible park. DAC has already partnered with Parks and Rec to bring resources and events to the community. Just today, we spent $1,100 so that we could have Saturday staff available one Saturday a month so that we can utilize our park to connect with our community. Health equity is tied to park equity, especially in our poison community. Please fund Wishing Tree Park appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. This has been a whirlwind. Do we have a minute or 90 seconds? I don't know, but Estrella did a very nice job. I'm so pleased that they're able to work closely together. Parks and Rec. I wanted to hear a little more about the county golf money and how we're putting that to good use. It was nice to see the librarian come through, this time not talking about arming the librarians, important. The assessor, Prang, is terrific, and hopefully he can help. Now, I was very thrown when executive officer wants all that money to improve the quality of the telecast and all the little gadgets for the supervisors. Interesting. Dean Logan always does a nice job of deflavorizing everything, but he needs to do a good job of lowering the candidate statement down to nothing because it's absurd to pay $50,000 for such a thing. And the health group, what can I say? We're all worried about the Trump squeeze, but I think it's important to try to provide the services. We've done a medium to bad job in many spaces, but we can do the best. I don't know what to say.
Next speaker, please.
Cut federal funding to health care. We need.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
Margaret Manning, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin. Next speaker, please.
Robert Kwan, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Rob Kwan with Unrig LA. I live in District 1, and I wanted to just note a few things on the task force. I share the concern about the lack of applications. Might be worth talking about this at our next board meeting next week. For context, 4 years ago, the county registrar solicited 741 applications for the Independent Redistricting Commission. Can we turn back to that email list for IRC applicants? We haven't already. I would assume Dean Logan would be happy to help. I would also assume the IRC has its own email list from their operations a few years ago. So I just hope that we're actually doing everything we can with the information we already have from that IRC process. I also wanted to note that the neighborhood councils have come across a problem. The staff task force have informed LA City neighborhood council members that they are ineligible to serve on the Reform Task Force.
Thank you.
I would just note
Next
that
speaker,
the LA
please.
City Attorney's Office.
Kit Turman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Kit Turman. I'm in District 2. I am raising a multi-generational family near Wishing Tree Park in West Carson. After waiting more than a generation for our beautiful park, we still have barely any kids programming. We don't have parks after dark. We don't have any toddler programs. We don't have any teen programs. We don't have any sports programs. We don't even have Saturday staff. To me, the most basic advantage of having a neighborhood park is to keep our youth and our teens engaged and out of trouble. Sports are wholesome and provide a positive outlet for youthful energy that can lead to high school and college careers. Our kids are still being left out. I would love to see nature walks and activities that engage our youth and community within our fragile environment. We do have a beautiful park. Please provide funding for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, so we'll go to in-person speakers.
You will have 1 minute to address this item. Please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and your office for updating the public on this new Measure G procedures and making sure that the community input is included. As a stakeholder and community members, we're thankful to the Office of Health Equity and the Department of Public Health and Dr. Ferrer and her team to ensure that the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative is moving forward, given the current political attacks and given the current state of affairs. And thank you to Supervisor Lindsay Horvath and Supervisor Hahn, right, for uplifting some of the things that the community constituents are saying and uplifting. And we definitely look forward to this board, right, as we prioritize this budget to ensure that our local government is truly standing with our communities and investing in the lives as we navigate a very complicated budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Daniels with the Trans-Latina Coalition. The Department of Public Health also presented at the LGBT Commission earlier this month and spoke about how they're looking at implementation of the TGIW for January 2026. They spoke about looking at models of implementation where the applicant organizations would cover the $500,000 supposed grant to be reimbursed by the county. This would allow DPH to start on their internal departmental implementation process before those funds are able to be made available, so that when funds are released, the work has already been completed, thus quickening the funding process. I know nothing is concrete as these are the early days in talks of implementation, but I wonder how we can bolster the infrastructure of these TGI-led organizations if they must either find this amount of money that they don't have access to themselves or band together with other organizations for one application, meaning less money for each individual org. I know there are other models to be used, like CFCI. This is the time to support services.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grayson Amadeo. As you know, recently, the federal government announced it would only recognize two genders, cis men and cis women. Yet here I stand before you today as a non-binary individual. According to the federal government, I don't exist. But contrary to their beliefs, trans people have always existed and will continue to do so. I urge you to think of me and to think of those like me as you move forward with investing funds. I am counting on you. My community and I need you, because our lives and our well-being are being erased, and history has taught us what happens to communities that the government seeks to eradicate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Parker Aguirre, and I'm here with the Trans-Latino Coalition. I live in District 4 in the city of Southgate, and I work in District 1 in the city of El Monte. I stand before you today to express my sincere gratitude to everybody here and the Department of Public Health and the board for being unwavering champions for our community's most vulnerable populations, and in particular the TGI community due to the recent presidential elections. It is important for us to remember that in times like this, it is vital for us to unite against hate, discrimination, and racism. If they attack one of us, they attack all of us. The TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative is crucial in reassuring community members vulnerable to victimization due to their marginal factors. It allows the community space to heal, space to grow, and space to be vulnerable and not fall back to maladaptive coping mechanisms that left them vulnerable in the first place. When TGI individuals' basic needs are addressed and met, the county is then able to better address issues going on in the county and better prioritize their time and budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Luis Arate. I'm also representing the Trans Latina Coalition. As a queer ally to the trans community, it is my responsibility to advocate for the trans communities. Considering fierce trans advocates like Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson have fought for my gay rights, I learned about the entirety of the LGBTQIA community when I took an anthropology of sex class at Cal State Northridge. I learned about the uniqueness and the complexities of the trans communities. Right now, our administration is harshly targeting those communities. Trump news headlines include Judge blocks Trump ordered transfer of transgender women inmates to male prisons. Trump is trying to remove trans people from Stonewall's legacy. Judge doubts Trump's trans military ban amounts to anything other than total discrimination. Our president is trying to eliminate the existence of transgender individuals. I am involved with the Trans Latina Coalition, so I can represent those trans voices.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address this item.
Thank you to the public and everyone that has chimed in today and listened to our speakers. That concludes our time for public comment, and these reports are received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. And that officially concludes our meeting today. The next meeting will be held tomorrow, Tuesday. See you back on the same BAT channel, February 25th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you for coming.